Chapter 21 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. A little after the hour of 4 on Monday afternoon, Joan emerged from that riotous meander of hideous wooden galleries, ramps, passages, sheds, and vast echoing caves of gloom which in those days encumbered the site of the new Grand Central Station, and with a long breath of relief turned westward on 42nd Street. She walked slowly and without definite aim. Yet she had never felt so keenly the quickness and joy of being alive, her idle fancy invested with a true if formless symbolism, her escape from that amazing labyrinth of shadows to the clear, sweet sunlight of the clamorous, busy street. As if she had eluded and cast off convention and formality, the constraint of a settled future and the strain of aspirations to be other than as nature had fashioned her, and was free again of the enchanting ease of being simply herself. She had within 5 minutes said good bye to her betrothed. Her lips were yet warm with their parting kiss, her eyes still moist, and so, the more bewitching, with the facile tears through which she had watched his train draw out of the station. He was not to be back within a month. More probably his return would not occur within 5 or 6 weeks. She was contrarily possessed by two opposed humours, one approximately saturated with an exquisite melancholy and a sense of heroic emotions adequately experienced, and the other of freedom untrammelled by restrictions of any sort. Overruling her faint-hearted protests, Matthias had left her the sum of 6 weeks' wages, or allowance, in advance, by way of provision against emergencies and delays. Joan had this magnificent sum of $150 intact in her pocketbook, more money than she had ever, at least seriously, dreamed of possessing at one time. Temporarily it represented to her imagination, level-headed as she ordinarily was in consideration of money matters, wealth almost incalculable. It thrilled her tremendously to contemplate this tangible proof of her lover's unquestioning trust and generosity, and at the same time it irked her with gnawing doubts of her worthiness. For continually the knowledge skulked in the dark backwards of her consciousness that only lack of opportunity restrained her from active disloyalty to his prejudices. Though she had disguised it from him, and even in some measure from herself, she knew that love had not quenched, but had quickened, her ambition for the stage. To be desired by one man only stimulated her longing to be desired inaccessibly, beyond the impregnable barrier of footlights, by all men. She wondered how far her strength and constancy would serve her to resist, were opportunity to come her way during the absence of Matthias, when distance should have sapped the strength of his influence and loneliness had lent an accent to her need for occupation and companionship. Furtively she closed her left hand until she could feel the diamond in his ring, turned in toward the palm beneath her glove, as if it were a talisman. Turning north on Broadway, she breasted the full current of the late afternoon promenade, where the subway kiosks encroach upon the sidewalk. In front of what had been Shanley's restaurant there was a distinct congestion of footfarers. Joan was obliged to move more slowly, crowded from behind, close on the heels of those in front, elbowed by pedestrians bound the opposite way. Abruptly she caught sight of Wilbrow approaching. Almost at the same instant he saw her. Momentarily his eyes clouded with an effort of memory. Then he placed her, his lantern cheeks widened with an ironic grin, and he lifted his hat with elaborate ceremony. Joan flushed slightly, smiled brightly in response, and tossed her head with a spirited suggestion of good-humoured tolerance. In another moment, wondering why she had done this, she realized that it had been due simply to a subconscious valuation of the man's interest, in the event she should ever again decide to try her luck on the stage. Crossing 43rd Street, she turned again north on the sidewalk in front of a building given over almost entirely to the offices of theatrical businesses. The sidewalk darkened the year round with groups of actors sociably resting. One of these groups, as Joan drew near, broke up on the urgent suggestion of a special policeman detailed for the purpose, and a member of it, swinging with a laugh to move on, stopped short to escape collision with the girl. Then he laughed again in the friendliest fashion, and offered his hand. She looked up into the face of Charlie Quard. "Well," he cried heartily, "I always was a lucky guy. I've been thinking about you all day, wondering what'd become of you." Joan smiled and shook hands. "I guess it wasn't worrying you much," she retorted. "If you'd wanted to, you knew where to find me." Quard needed no more encouragement, promptly ranging alongside and falling into step. "That's just it," he argued. "I knew where to start looking for you, all right, but I was kind of afraid you might be in when I called, and I didn't know whether you'd snap my head off or not." "That's likely," the girl countered amiably. There was a distinctly agreeable sensation to be derived from this association with one upon whom she could impose her private estimate of herself. "What made you want to see me all of a sudden?" "Then you ain't sore on me?" "What for?" she evaded transparently. "Oh, you know what for, all right. I'm sore enough on myself not to want to talk about it." "Well," said Joan indifferently, "I guess it's none of my business if you're such a rummy you can't hold on to a job. Only, of course, I don't have to stand for that sort of foolishness more than once." "You said something then, all right," Quard approved humbly. "I can't blame you for feeling that way about it. But lemme tell you an honest fact: I ain't touched a drop of anything stronger'n buttermilk since that night, so help me Claw and Erlanger." "Why?" "Well, I guess I must've took a tumble to myself. Anyhow, when I got over the Katzenjammer thing, I thought it all out and made up my mind it was up to me to behave for the balance of my sentence." "Is that so?" Joan asked, pausing definitely on the corner of 45th Street. "I know I can," Quard asserted convincingly. "Believe me, Joan, I hate the stuff. I'd as lief stake myself to a slug of sulphuric. No, on the level, I'm booked for the water tank route for the rest of my natural." "I'm awful glad," observed the girl maliciously. "It's so nice for your mother. Well, good afternoon." "Hold on," Quard protested. "I'll walk down to the house with you." "No, you won't," she returned promptly. "Why not?" "I don't want you to." "Oh, you don't," he murmured blankly, pulling down the corners of his wide expressive mouth. "So sorry," she parroted. "Good afternoon." She was several steps away before the man recovered from this rebuff. Then with a face of set intent he gave chase. "I say, Miss Thursday." Joan accepted with a secret smile this sudden change from the offhand manner of his first addresses. "Miss Thursday, eh?" she said to herself, but halted none the less. "Well?" with self-evident surprise. "Look here, listen," insisted Quard. "I got to have a talk with you." "What about?" "Oh, this is no good place. When can I see you?" "Is it quite necessary, Mr. Quard?" He wagged an earnest head at her. "That's right. What are you doing tonight?" "Oh, I got an engagement with some friends of mine," she said with spontaneous mendacity. "Well, then, when?" "Oh, I don't know. You might as well take your chances. Call round sometime, in 2 or 3 days." "And I gotta be satisfied with that?" "Why not?" Quard shook his head helplessly. "I'd like to know what's come over you." "Why, what's the matter?" The temptation to lead him on was irresistible. "You've changed a lot since I seen you last. What you been doing to yourself?" She bridled. "Maybe it's you that is changed. Maybe you're seeing things different, now you're sober." Quard hesitated an instant, his features drawn with anger. Then abruptly: "Plenty!" he ejaculated. and as if afraid to trust himself further, turned and marched back to Broadway. Smiling quietly, Joan made her way home. On the whole, the encounter had not been unenjoyable. She had not only held her own, she had condescended with striking success. Later she repented a little of her harshness. She had been hardly kind. If Quard were sincere in his protestations of reform, and a little tolerance might have earned her an evening less lonely. It was spent, after a dinner which proved unexpectedly desolate, lacking the companionship to which of late she had grown accustomed, in the back parlour to which Matthias had left her the key, and in discontented efforts to fix her interest on a novel. Before 10 o'clock she gave it up, and climbed to her room, to lie awake for hours in mute rebellion against her friendless estate. She might, it was true, have kept a promise made to her lover just before his departure to look up and renew relations with her family; but the more she contemplated this step, the less it attracted her inclination. There'd be another row with the old man, most likely, and anyway, there was plenty of time. Besides, they'd want money, if they found out she had any; and while $150 was a lot, there was no telling when she'd get more. Eventually she fell asleep while reviewing her meeting with Quard and turning over her hazy impression that it wouldn't hurt her to be less standoffish with him next time. In the morning she settled herself at her typewriter in a fine spirit of determination to keep her mind occupied with the work in hand, and incidentally to rid her conscience of it, until the feeling of loneliness wore off, or at least till its reality became a trifle less unpalatable through familiarity. But not 2 pages had been typed before the cold of the sunlit September day proved seductive beyond her will to resist. A much advertised promenade de toilette at a department store claimed the rest of the morning, and after lunch she took in a moving picture show. But again her evening was forlorn. Theatres allured, but she hardly liked to go alone. In desperation she cast back mentally to the friends of the old days, and after rejecting her erstwhile confidant and co-labourer at the stocking counter, Gussie Inness, who lived too near home, and would tell her father, who would pass it along to the old man, Joan settled upon 1 or 2 girls, resident in distant Harlem, to be hunted up, treated to a musical comedy, and regaled with the narrative of the rise and adventures of Joan Thursby until their lives were poisoned with corrosive envy. But the first mail of Wednesday furnished distraction so potent that this project was postponed indefinitely, and passed out of Joan's mind, never to be revived. It brought her 2 letters, manufacturing an event of magnitude in the life of a young woman who had yet to write her first letter, and who had thus far received only a few scrappy and incoherent notes from boyish admirers. There was one from Matthias, posted in Chicago the preceding morning, her first love letter. It was scanned hurriedly, even impatiently, and put aside in favour of a fat manila envelope whose contents consisted of a typewritten manuscript and a note in scrawling longhand. Friend Joan, I hope you are not still mad with me and sorry I got hot under the collar Monday, only I thought you might have been a little easy on me because I am strictly on the water wagon and this time meant it. What I wanted to talk to you about was a sketch I got hold of a while ago. You know you picked the other one, only that was punk stuff compared with this, I think. Please read this and tell me what you think about it if you like it. I think I will try it out soon. If it's any good, it's a cinch to cop out Orpheum time for a classy act like this. Your true friend, Charles H. Quard. P.S. Of course, I mean I want you to act the woman's part if you like the sketch. What do you think? It was afternoon before she realized the flight of time. She turned back to Quard's note, a trifle disappointed that he hadn't suggested an hour when he would call for her answer. Adjusting her hat before the mirror, preparatory to going out to lunch, she realized without a qualm that there was no longer any question of her intention, as between Quard's offer and the wishes of Matthias. Whatever the consequences, she meant to play that part, but on terms and conditions to be dictated by herself. But in the act of drawing on her gloves she checked, and for a long time stood, fascinated by the beauty and lustre of the diamond on her left hand, a stone of no impressive proportions, but one of the purest and most excellent water, of an exceptional brilliance. It meant a great deal to one whose ingrained passion for such adornments had, prior to her love affair, perforce been satisfied with the cheap, trashy and perishable stuff designated in those days by the term French novelty jewelry. Subconsciously she was sensitive to a feeling of kinship with the beautiful, unimpressionable, enigmatic stone, as though their natures were somehow complementary. Actively she knew that she would forfeit much rather than part with that perfect and entrancing jewel. With nothing else in nature, animate or inert, would it have been possible for her to spend long hours of silent, worshipful, sympathetic communion. If she were to persist in the pursuit of her romantic ambition, it might bring about a pass of cleavage between herself and her lover. It was more than likely, indeed. She knew the prejudices of Matthias to be as strong as his love, and this last no stronger than his sense of honour. Tacitly, if not explicitly, she had given him to understand that she would respect his objections to a stage career. He would not forgive unfaith, least of all such clandestine and stealthy disloyalty as she then contemplated. The breaking of their engagement would involve the return of the diamond. Intolerable thought! And yet staring wide eyed into her mirror, she saw herself irresolute at crossroads. On the one hand, Matthias, marriage, the diamond, a secure and honourable future. On the other hand, Quard, the lie, disloyalty, the loss of the diamond, uncertainty, a vista of grim, appalling hazards. And yet she had 4 weeks, probably 6, perhaps 8, in which to weigh the possibilities of this tremendous and seductive adventure. The lie might fail. In that case, Matthias need never know. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. As she drew near to Longacre Square, Joan saw Quard detach himself from an area railing against which he had been lounging across the street and move over to intercept her. Since she had anticipated that he might waylay her in some such manner, if he didn't call at the house, she was not surprised by this manoeuvre, but she was a little surprised, and not a little amused, if quite privately, to see him throw away his cigar as they drew nearer, and lift his hat. Such attentions from him were distinctly novel and gratifying. Complacent, and at the same time excited beneath a placid demeanour, she greeted him with a cool little nod. He grinned broadly but nervously. "I was wondering if you wouldn't happen along soon." "Is that so?" Joan returned blandly. "Mind my walking with you?" "No," the girl drawled. "Of course, if I'm in the way." "Oh, no. I'm just looking for some place to lunch." "Well, I'm hungry myself. Why not let me set up the eats?" "All right," she assented indifferently. "Fine. Where'll we go?" "Oh, I don't know." "Anywheres you say." "Well, Rector's is right handy." "That suits me," Quard affirmed promptly. But Joan's sidelong glance discovered a look of some discomfiture. "I guess you got my letter all right," he pursued as they crossed to the sidewalk of the New York Theatre Building. "Oh, yes," Joan replied evenly, after a brief pause. "What'd you think of the piece?" "Oh, the sketch? Why, it seems very interesting, of course," Joan added in a tone of depreciation. I didn't have much time, just glanced through it, you know. I felt pretty sure you'd like it." "Oh, yes, I thought it quite interesting," said the girl patronizingly. She seemed unconscious of his quick questioning glance, and Quard withdrew temporarily into suspicious, baffled silence. In the pause they crossed 44th Street and entered the restaurant. It was rather crowded at that hour, but by good chance they found a table for two by one of the windows, where a heavily mannered captain of waiters, probably thinking he recognized her, held a chair for Joan and bowed her into it with an empressement that secretly delighted the girl and lent the last effect to Quard's discomfiture. "Please," she said gravely as the actor, with the captain's suave but vigilant at his elbow, knitted expressive eyebrows over the menu. "Please order something very simple. I hardly ever have much appetite so soon after breakfast." How about a cocktail?" Quard ventured, relief manifest in his smoothened brow. "I thought you Oh, for you, I mean. Mine's iced tea." "I think," said Joan easily, "I would like a Bronx." And then, while Quard was distracted by the importance of his order, she removed her gloves and, with her hands in her lap hidden beneath the table, slipped off the ring and put it away in her wrist bag, looking about the room the while with a boldness which she could by no means have mustered a month earlier in such surroundings. Distrustful of her cocktail when served, for all her impudence in naming it, she merely sipped it a little and let it stand. The mystery of the change in her worked a trace of exasperation into Quard's humor. He eyed her narrowly with misgivings. "I guess you ain't lost much sleep since we blew up," he hazarded abruptly. "Whatever do you mean?" drawled Joan. "You look and act as if you'd come into money since I saw you last." "Perhaps I have," she said with provoking reserve. "Meaning, mind my own business," he inferred morosely. "Well, now, what do you think?" I'd be sorry to think what some folks might," he blundered. Joan's eyes flashed ominously. "Suppose you quit worrying about me. I guess I can take care of myself." "I guess you can," he admitted heavily. "Excuse me." "That's all right. And so am I." Joan relented a little, lied. "I have come into some money. Not much." Her gaze was as clear and straightforward as though her mouth had been the only authentic wellspring of veracity. "Let it go at that." "That's right, too." His face cleared, lightened. "Let's go down to brass tacks. How about that sketch?" "Didn't I say it seemed very interesting?" He nodded with impatience. "But you ain't said how my proposition strikes you. That's what I want to know." "You haven't made me any proposition." "Go on. Didn't you read my note?" "Sure I did. But you only said you wanted me for the woman's part." "Ain't that enough?" She shook her head, with a pitying smile. "You got to talk regular business to me. I ain't as easy as I was once. I know the game better. And I don't need a job so bad. How much will you pay?" He hesitated, named reluctantly a figure higher than that which he had had in mind. $35. "Nothing doing," said Joan promptly. "But look here, you're only a beginner." "It's lovely weather we're having for September, isn't it?" "I'd offer you more if I could afford it, but Have you heard anything from Maizie since she left town?" "Damn Maizie! How much do you want, anyhow?" "50, and transportation on the road." He checked, whistled guardedly and incredulously, changed his manner, bending confidentially across the table. "Listen, girlie, you know I'd do anything in the world for you." 50 and transportation. But I had to pay the guy what wrote this piece 50 for a month's option. If I take it up, I gotta slip him 100 more and 25 a week royalty as long as we play it. And there's 3 others in the cast, outside of you and me. David'll want 50 at least, and the thief 35 and the servant 25. There's 135 already, including royalty. Add 15 for tips and all that, 150. 50 to you, 200. The best I can hope to drag down is 3, and Bosker will want 10% commission for booking us, leaving only 70 from my bit, and I'm risking all I got salted away to try it out." He paused with an air of appeal to which Joan was utterly cold. "It's a woman's piece," she said tersely. "If you get a sure enough actress to play it, she'll want 100 at least, if she's any good at all. You're saving 50 if you get me at my price." This was so indisputably true that Quard was staggered and temporarily silenced. "And," Joan drove her argument shrewdly home with unblushing mendacity, "Tom Wilbrow says it's only a question of time before I can get any figure I want to ask, in reason." Quard's eyes started. "Tom Wilbrow!" he gasped. "He rehearsed me in 'The Jade God' before Rideout went broke. I guess you heard about that." The actor nodded moodily. "But I didn't know you was in the cast. Look here, make it 50 or nothing." After another moment of hesitation, Quard gave in with a surly "all right." At once, to hide his resentment, he attacked with more force than elegance the food before him. Joan permitted herself a furtive and superior smile. The success of her tactics proved wonderfully exhilarating, even more so than the prospect of receiving $50 a week. She would have accepted 15 rather than lose the opportunity. She had demonstrated clearly and to her own complete satisfaction her ability to manage men, to bend them to her will. There was ironic fatality in the accident which checked this tide of congratulate reflection. From some point in the restaurant behind Joan's back, 3 men who had finished their lunch rose and filed toward the Broadway entrance. Passing the girl, one of these looked back curiously, paused, turned, and retraced his steps as far as her table. His voice of spirited suavity startled her from a waking dream of power tempered by policy, ambitions, and achieved through adulation of men. "Why, Miss Thursday, how do you do?" Flashing to face eyes of astonishment, Joan half started from her chair, automatically thrust out a hand of welcome, gasped: "Mr. Marbridge!" Quard looked up with a scowl. Marbridge ignored him, having in a glance measured the man and relegated him to a negligible status. He had Joan's hand and the knowledge, easily to be inferred from her alarm and hesitation, that she remembered and understood the scene of last Sunday, and was at once flattered and frightened by that memory. His handsome eyes ogled her effectively. "Please don't rise. I just caught sight of you and couldn't resist stopping to speak. How are you?" "I," Joan stammered, "I'm very well, thanks." "As if one look at you wouldn't have told me you were as healthy as happy. More charming than both. You are not lonesome?" His intimate smile, the meaning flicker of his eyes toward Quard, exposed the innuendo. "Oh, no, Venetia was saying only yesterday we ought to look you up. She wants to call on you. Where do you put up in town?" Almost unwillingly the girl gave her address, knowing in her heart that the truth was not in this man. "And I presume you're ordinarily at home round 4 in the afternoon?" She nodded instinctively. "I'll not forget to tell Venetia. 289 West 45th, eh? Right-o. I must trot along. So glad to have run across you. Good afternoon." Regaining control of her flustered thoughts, Joan found Quard eyeing her with odd intentness. "Friend of yours?" he demanded with a sneer and a backward jerk of his head. "Yes, the husband of a friend of mine," she replied quickly. The actor digested this information grimly. "Swell friends you've got, all right," he commented, not without a touch of envy. "Now I begin to understand. What's Marbridge going to do for you?" "Do for me? Mr. Marbridge? Why, nothing," she answered blankly, in a breath. "I don't know what you mean." "That's all right, then. But take a friendly tip, and give him the office. The minute he begins to talk about influencing managers to star you. I've heard about that guy, and he's a rotten proposition. Grab it from me. He's Arlington's silent partner, and you know what kind of a rep Arlington's got." "No, I don't," Joan challenged him sharply. "What's more, I don't care. Anyway, I don't see what Arlington's reputation's got to do with my being a friend of Marbridge's wife." "No more do I," grumbled Quard. "Not if Marbridge believes you are." Chapter 23 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Before leaving the restaurant, Quard outlined in detail his plans for producing "The Lie" for vaudeville presentation. He named the other two actors, spoke of hiring a negro dresser who would double as the servant, and indicated his intention of engaging a producing director of the first caliber who, he said, thought highly of the play. Joan was a little overcome. Peter Gloucester was a producer quite worthy to be named in the same breath with Wilbrow. "Well, he believes in the piece," Quard explained, "the same as me, and he says he'll give us 10 afternoon rehearsals for $150. It'll be worth it." "You must think so," said Joan, a little awed. "You bet I do. This means a lot to me anyway. I gotta do something to keep my head above out of town stock or the movies again." Mentioning his recent experience, he shuddered realistically. "But if this piece ain't actor proof, I'm no judge. Gloucester says so too, and to have him tune it up into a regular classy act will be worth something, I tell you." His hesitation was due to the fact that Quard was secretly counting on the representations of his agent Boskirk, who insisted that, properly presented, the sketch would earn at least $450 a week, instead of the sum he had named to Joan. But Joan overlooked this lamely retrieved slip. She was all preoccupied with a glowing sense of gratification growing out of this endorsement of her first surmise, that Quard had only waited on her consent to go ahead. The thought was unctuous flattery to her conceit, inflating it tremendously even in the face of a shrewd suspicion that it was sentiment more than an exaggerated conception of her ability that made Quard reckon her cooperation indispensable. That the man was infatuated with her she was quite convinced. On the other hand, she didn't believe him sufficiently blinded by passion to imperil the success of his venture by giving her the chief part unless he believed she could play it, actor proof or no. "Listen, girlie," Quard pursued after one meditative moment. "Could you begin rehearsing tomorrow?" "Of course I could." "Because if we don't, we lose 3 days." "How?" "Well," Quard explained with a sheepish grin, "I guess I ain't any more nutty than the next actor you'll meet on Broadway, but I'd as lief slip my bankroll to the waiter for a tip as starting anything on a Friday. And Saturday and Sunday's busy days for the Jinx, too. I got too much up to wish anything mean onto this piece." At his suggestion they left the dining room by the hotel entrance on 44th Street, and Joan waited in the lobby while Quard telephoned Gloucester. "It's all right," he announced, beaming as he emerged from the booth. "Pete's ready to commence tomorrow afternoon. Now I gotta hustle and round up the rest of the bunch." "Where will it be?" asked Joan. "Don't know yet. I'll phone you where, in the morning, at the latest." Hastening home, Joan plunged at once into the study of her part, with the greater readiness, since the occupation was anodynous to an uneasy conscience. Though she was always what is known as a quick study, this new rôle was a difficult one, by far the longest and unquestionably the most important. It comprised fully half the total number of sides in the manuscript, nearly half as many again as were contained in Quard's part, the next in order of significance. And her application, that first day, was hindered by a perplexing interruption in the early evening, when a box was delivered to her containing a dozen magnificent red roses, and nothing else, neither a card nor a line of identification. At first inclining to credit Quard with this extravagance, on second thought she remembered Marbridge, whom she felt instinctively to be quite capable of such overtures. And her mind was largely distracted for the rest of the night by empty guesswork and futile attempts to decide whether or not she ought to run the risk of thanking Quard when next they met. Eventually she made up her mind to let the sender furnish the clue, and inasmuch as Quard never said anything which the most ready imagination could interpret as a reference to the offering, she came in time to feel tolerably satisfied that the anonymous donor must have been Marbridge. It was to be long, however, before this surmise could be confirmed, although, on getting home Saturday night, after a hard day's work and a late dinner with Quard, she was informed that a gentleman had called and asked for her during the afternoon, but had left neither word nor card. The same thing happened on Monday, under like circumstances, after which the attempts to see her were discontinued. And then Joan noticed that Venetia didn't call. Interim, the task of whipping the lie into shape went on so steadily that she had little leisure to waste wondering about Marbridge or feeling flattered by his interest, and she even ceased, except at odd moments, to regard Quard as a man and therefore a possible conquest. Gloucester drilled the actors without mercy and spared himself as little. A pursy body with the childish moon-like face of a born comedian, he applied himself to the work with the extravagant solemnity of a minor poet mouthing his own perfumed verses at a literary dinner. During rehearsals his manner was immitigably austere, aloof, inspired; but, however precious his methods, he achieved brilliant effects in the despised medium of claptrap melodrama, and under his tutelage even Joan achieved surprising feats of emotional portrayal, and this, singularly enough, without learning to despise him as she had despised Wilbrow. She learned that either Wilbrow had lacked the time to teach her, or she had then been unable to learn how to assume the requisite mood the moment she left the wings and drop it like a mask as soon as she came off stage again. She was soon able to hate and fear Quard with every fibre of her being throughout their long scenes of dialogue, and to chat with him in unfeigned amiability both before and after; and her liking and admiration for the man deepened daily, as Gloucester deftly moulded Quard's plastic talents into a rude but powerful impersonation. Partly because of the brevity of the little play, which enabled them to run through it several times of an afternoon as soon as they were familiar with its lines, and partly because Gloucester was hard up and in a hurry to collect his fee, the company was prepared well within the designated 10 days. And through the agent Bostwick's influence they were favoured with an early opportunity to present it at a professional tryout matinée, a weekly feature of one of the better class moving picture and vaudeville houses. The audiences attracted by such trial performances are the most singular imaginable in composition, and of a temper the most difficult, with the possible exceptions of a London first-night house, bent on booing whatever the merits of the offering, and a body of jaded New York dramatic critics and apathetic theatre loungers assembled for the fourth consecutive first night of a week toward the end of a long, hard winter. On Tuesday afternoons and nights, as a rule, they foregather in the combination houses of New York, animated, save for a sprinkling of agents and board managers, by a single motive, the desire to laugh, preferably at, but at a pinch with, those attempting to win their approbation. Their sense of humour has been nourished on the sidewalk banana peel, the slapstick, and the patch on the southern exposure of the tramp's trousers, and while they will accept with the silence of curiosity, if not of respect, and at times even applaud, straight, legitimate acting, The slightest slip or evidence of hesitation on the part of an actor, the faintest suggestion of bathos in a line, or even the tardy adjustment of one of the wings after the rise of the curtain, will be hailed with shrieks of delight and derision. Before an assemblage of this character, the distinguished romantic actor Charles H. Quard and Company presented "The Lie" as the fifth number of a matinée bill. Waiting in the wings and watching the stage hands shift and maneuver flats and ceiling, and arrange furniture and properties at the direction of the David who doubled that rôle with the duties of stage manager, Joan listened to the dreadful wails of a voiceless vocalist who, on the other side of the scene drop, was rendering with sublime disregard for key and tempo a ballad of sickening sentimentality; heard the feet of the audience stamping in time drown out both song and accompaniment, the subsequent roar of laughter and hand clapping that signalized the retirement of the singer, and experienced for the first and only time premonitory symptoms of stage fright. Through what seemed a wait of several minutes after the disappearance of the despised singer, who, half reeling, half running, with tears furrowing her enamelled cheeks, brushed past Joan on her way to her dressing room, the applause continued, rising, falling, dying out and reviving in vain attempts to lure the object of its ridicule back to the footlights. At a word from David the stage hands vanished, and at his nod Joan moved on. David seated himself and opened a newspaper while the girl, trembling, took up a position near a property fireplace, with an after dinner coffee cup and saucer in her hands. She was looking her best in the evening frock purchased for the week end at Tanglewood, and was in full command of her lines and business. But there was a lump in her throat and a sickly sensation in the pit of her stomach as the cheap orchestra took up the refrain of a time-worn melody which had been pressed into service as curtain music. Peering over the edge of his newspaper, David spoke final words of kindly counsel. "Don't you mind, whatever happens. Make believe they ain't no audience." The house was quiet now and the music very clear. Kneeling within the recess of the fireplace, almost near enough to touch her hand, Quard begged plaintively: "For the love of God, don't let their kidding queer you, girlie. Remember, Boskerk promised he'd have Martin Beck out front." Joan nodded, gulped. The curtain rose. Through the glare of footlights the auditorium was vaguely revealed, a vast and gloomy amphitheatre dotted with an infinite, orderly multitude of round pink spots, and still with the hush of expectancy. Joan thought of a dotted lavender foulard she had recently coveted in a department store, and the ridiculous incongruity of this comparison in some measure restored her assurance. Turning her head slowly, she looked at David, who was properly intent on his newspaper, smiled, and parted her lips to speak the opening line. From the gallery floated a shrill, boyish squeal. "Gee, pipe the pippin!" The audience rocked and roared. Joan's heart sank. Then, suddenly, resentment kindled her temper. She grew coldly, furiously angry, and forgot entirely to be afraid of that stupid, bawling beast, the public. But her faint, charming smile never varied a fraction. Turning, she spoke the first line, heedless of the uproar, and as if magically it was stilled. A feeling of contempt and superiority further encouraged her. She repeated the words, which were of no special value to the plot, merely a trick of construction to postpone the ringing of a telephone bell long enough to let the audience grasp the relationship of those upon the stage. In a respectful silence, David looked up from the newspaper and replied. The telephone bell rang. Turning to the instrument on the table beside him, he lifted the receiver to his ear, and the plot began to unfold. David, the husband, in his suburban home, was being called to New York on unexpected business with a client booked to sail for Europe in the morning. It was night. Reluctant to go, he none the less yielded to pressure, rang for the coachman and ordered a carriage, in the face of the protests of Joan, his wife. She was to be left alone in the house with her little son, for the maids were out and the coachman slept beyond call in the stable. Reassuring her with his promise to return at the earliest possible moment, David departed. A brief and affectionate passage between the two was rendered inaudible by derisive laughter, but this was almost instantly silenced when Quard showed himself at a window in the back of the set, peering furtively in at the lonely woman in the unguarded house. An excellent actor when properly guided, and fresh from the hands of one of the most astute producers connected with the American stage, without uttering a word, Quard contrived to infuse into this first brief appearance at the window a sense of criminal and sinister mystery, which instantly enchained the imagination of the audience. In the tense silence of the house, the nervous gasp of a high strung woman was distinctly audible, but it passed without eliciting a single hoot. Darting round to the door, Quard entered and addressed Joan. She cried out strongly in mingled terror and horror. A few crisp and rapid lines uncovered the argument. Quard was the woman's first husband, who had married and deserted her all in a week, and whom she had been given every reason to believe dead. Ashamed of that mad union with a dissolute blackguard, she had concealed it from the husband of her second marriage. Now she was confronted with the knowledge that her innocently bigamous position would be made public unless she submitted to blackmail. Promising in her torment to give the man all he demanded, she induced him to leave before the return of the servant. Alone, she realized suddenly the illegitimacy of the child of her second marriage. At this, a scene curtain fell, and a notice was flashed upon it, informing the audience that the short moment it remained down indicated a lapse of 5 hours in the action. Already the interest of the audience had become so fixed that it applauded with sincerity. Hurrying to her dressing room, Joan stepped out of her pretty frock and into a negligée. The removal of a few pins permitted her hair to fall down her back, a long, thick, plaited rope of bronze. Then, grasping a revolver loaded with blanks, she ran back to the second left entrance. The scene curtain was already up. On the stage, in semi-darkness, the thief, having broken into the house by way of the back window, was attempting to force the combination of a small safe behind a screen. Quard, kneeling to peer through the fireplace, lifted a signaling hand to Joan. David stamped loudly off stage. In alarm, the thief hid himself behind the screen, and Joan came on, with a line of soliloquy to indicate that she had been awakened by the noise of the burglar's entrance. As she turned up the lights by means of a wall switch, Quard re-entered by way of the window, in a well-simulated state of semi-drunkenness, which had ostensibly roused his distrust and brought him back to watch and threaten his wife anew. Here happened one of those terrible blunders which seem almost inseparable from first performances. As Joan wheeled round to recognize Quard, her hand nervously contracted on the revolver, and it exploded point blank at Quard's chest. Had it been loaded, he must inevitably have been killed then and there, and when, pulling himself together, Quard managed to go on with the business, springing upon Joan and wresting the weapon from her, the audience betrayed exquisite appreciation of the impossibility, and shrieked and whooped with joy unrestrained. It was some minutes before they were able audibly to take up the dialogue; and this was fortunate, in a way, for the shock of that unexpected explosion had caused Quard to dry up, as the slang of the stage terms nervous dryness of the throat, whether or not accompanied by forgetfulness. He required that pandemoniac pause in which to recover, and even when able to make himself heard, he repeated hoarsely and with extreme difficulty the line called to him by David, who was holding the prompt book in the fireplace. But the instinct of one bred to the stage from childhood saved him, and with comparative quiet restored, he braced up and played out the scene with admirable verve and technique. Joan was well aware that, stronger though her rôle might be, the man was giving a performance that overshadowed it heavily. He was drunk and he was brutal. David had telephoned that he was at the railroad station and would be home in a few minutes. Quard, not content with promises, insisted on money, of which the woman had none to give him, or her jewels, which were locked away in the safe. When she refused to disclose the combination or to open the safe, Quard in besotted rage attempted to force her to open it. Struggling, they overturned the screen, exposing the thief. Through a breathless and silent instant the two men faced one another, Quard bewildered, the thief, seeing his way of escape barred. Then simultaneously they fired, Quard using the woman's revolver. One shot only took effect, the thief's, and that fatally. Quard fell. Joan seized the arm of the thief and urged him from the house. As he vanished through the window, she picked up the revolver which Quard had dropped, and turned to the door. Frantic with alarm, David entered. Joan reeled into his arms, screaming, "I have killed a burglar!" On this tableau the curtain fell, and rose and fell again and again at the direction of the house manager deferring to an enthusiastic audience. Crude and raw as was this composition, the surprise of its last line and the strength with which it was acted had won the unstinted approval of a public ever hungry for melodrama. Quard, revivified, bowing and smiling with suave and deprecatory grace, Joan in tears of excitement and delight, and the subordinate members of the company in varying stages of gratification over the prospect of prompt booking and a long engagement, were obliged to hold the stage through 9 curtain calls. On her way back to her dressing room, Joan was halted by a touch on her shoulder. She paused to recognize Gloucester, of whose presence in the house she had been ignorant. "Very well done, my dear," he said loftily. "Very well done. You've got the makings of an actress in you, if you don't lose your head. Now run along and dry your eyes, like a good girl, and don't bother me with your silly gratitude." With this he brusquely turned his back to her. But Quard, overtaking her in the gangway, without hesitation or apology, folded her in his arms and kissed her on the lips, and Joan submitted without remonstrance, athrill and elate. "Girlie," he cried exultantly, "you're a wonder! I knew you could do it, but oh, my God, you nearly finished me when you let that gun off right in my face!" Somehow she found her way home alone, and shut herself up in the hall bedroom to calm down, and try to review the triumph sensibly. Unquestionably she had done well. Quard had done much better, but no wonder. She wasn't jealous, she was glad for his sake as well as for her own. Of course this meant a great change. There was to come the day of reckoning with Matthias. She had 4 letters of his, not one of which she had answered. If The Lie got booking, and she went on the road with it, as she knew in her soul she would, nothing now could keep her off the stage. She would almost certainly lose Matthias. Quard, however, would remain to her, and of Quard she was very sure. That he loved her with genuine and generous devotion was now the one clear and indisputable fact in her unstable existence. If only he would refrain from drinking. He was to telephone as soon as he received any encouraging news, and he had expected definite word from Boskerk before the afternoon was over. In anticipation of being called downstairs at any minute, Joan remained in her street dress, aching for her bed though she was with reaction and simple fatigue. But it was nearly 8 o'clock before she was summoned. "That you, girlie?" The answer came to her breathless. "Hullo!" "Yes, yes, Charlie, what is it?" "I've seen Boskerk. In fact, I'm eating with him now. It's all settled. We're to open next Monday somewhere in New England, Springfield probably, and we get 40 weeks solid on top of that." "I'm so glad!" "Sure you are. We're all glad, I guess." "And Charlie?" she stammered. "Hullo?" "Are you all right?" "Sure I'm all right. Good night, girlie. Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow." "Good night," said Joan. Hooking up the receiver, she leaned momentarily against the wall, feeling a little faint and ill. Was it simply overtaxed imagination that had made her believe she detected a slight constraint in Quard's voice, a hesitation assumed to mask blurred enunciation? Chapter 24 Chapter 24 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But when Joan met Quard in the morning, her anxious eyes detected in his assured bearing none of the nervous unrest, in his clear eyes and the even tone of his coarse, pasty-pale skin, none of the feverish stains that are symptomatic of alcoholic excesses. Surprised and grateful, she treated the man with a tenderness and sweetness she had otherwise been too wary to betray. By Thursday it was settled that they were to open on Monday at Polly's Theatre in Springfield for an engagement of a week. If the audience there endorsed the verdict of the first, Boskerk promised Quard a full season's booking. From the Springfield house he was to receive $350. He permitted Joan to understand, however, that his fee would be no more than the sum he had first mentioned, $300. It was decided to leave New York by a Sunday train which would put them down in Springfield in the middle of the afternoon, enabling the company to find suitable lodgings before meeting to run through their lines in the evening. They would have an opportunity for a sketchy, scrambly rehearsal on the stage Monday morning, but dared not depend on that, for the greater part of their allotted period would necessarily be consumed in the selection of a practicable set from the stock of the theatre, in making arrangements for suitable furniture properties, and in drilling the house electrician in the uncommonly heavy schedule of light cues, any one of which, if bungled, was calculated seriously to impair the illusion of the sketch. Joan thoughtfully stipulated for $25 advance against expenses. Quard protested, alleging financial straits due to his already heavy outlay, but the girl was firm. True, she still had, unknown to him, $125, but not until near the end of their week at Springfield would they know whether or not they were to get further booking. In the end the actor ungraciously surrendered. She made her preparations for leaving her hall bedroom with a craft and stealth worthy of a burglar preparing to break prison. If her break with Matthias was to become absolute, she was determined not to leave any clue whereby she might be traced. An enquiry as to the best place to take a dress to be dry cleaned furnished sufficient excuse for lugging away one well-filled suitcase, which Joan left at a cheap theatrical hotel a few blocks farther uptown and east of Broadway, where she simultaneously engaged a room for Saturday night. And on Saturday afternoon she carried away a second suitcase containing the remainder of her wardrobe, informing Madame Duprat that she was going to visit her folks for a day or two. But first she had to undergo a bad quarter hour in the back parlour. The sense of her treachery would not lift from her mood. Perhaps she felt its oppression the more heavily because of her uncertainty. She couldn't yet be sure she wasn't committing herself to a step of irrevocable error. She was only sure that she was doing what she wanted to do with all her heart, whatever evil might come of it. And there would be more ease in companionship with Quard. With him she could have her own way in everything, could always be her natural self and still retain his respect, and her own. On the other hand, she could not look up to him, and was by no means as fond of him as of Matthias. Her fiancé was without reproach. He loved her, but his respect she could never own. Dimly she recognized this fact. Though he thought he respected her, and did truly honour her as his promised wife, he was his own dupe, passion blinded. Actually, they were people of different races, their emotional natures differently organized, their mental processes working from widely divergent views of life. Even in this instance, Joan's perception of the gulf between them was more emotional than thoughtful. She moved slowly about the room, resentfully distressed, touching with reluctant fingers objects indelibly associated in her memory with the man of her first love. Sitting at his desk, she enclosed in a large envelope his letters. 2 had arrived since Thursday, but these she had not opened. She hardly understood why she desired not to open them. She still took a real and deep interest in his fortunes, but she was desperately loath to read the mute reproach legible, if to her eyes alone, between his lines. She meant to leave him a note of her own, tenderly contrite and at the same time firmly final, but in spite of a mood saturate with an appropriately gentle and generous melancholy, she could not, apparently, fix it down with ink on paper. Eventually she gave it up, destroyed what she had attempted, and sealed the packet, leaving Matthias no written word of hers save his name on the face of the envelope. There remained the most difficult duty of all. With painful reluctance Joan removed the ring from her finger, where it had been ever since she had last parted with Quard, and replacing it in its leather covered case, sat for a long time looking her farewell upon that brilliant and more than intrinsically precious jewel. At length, closing the case, she placed it on top of the envelope, rose and moved to the door. There she hesitated, looking back in pain and longing. There was no telling what might happen to it before Matthias returned, a prying chambermaid. And then it was quite possible that "The Lie" would not last out the week in Springfield. Quard had more than once pointed out: "There's nothing sure in this game but the fact that you're bound to close sooner'n you look for." "Maybe I'll be back inside a week," Joan doubted. There's always that chance, and she had already left one door open against her return. "Anyway, it isn't safe there, and I can mail it to him, registered, when I'm sure he's home." Turning back, she snatched up the leather case and darted guiltily from the study and out of the house. Chapter 25 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. The stage-wise have long since learned to discount a slump in the next performance to follow a brilliantly successful premiere. The phenomenon is as inevitable as poor food on a rout of one-night stands. At Springfield, on Monday afternoon, The Lie was presented in a manner of unpardonable crudity. Quard forgot his lines and extemporized and gagged desperately to cover the consequent breaks in the dialogue, leaving poor Joan hopelessly at sea, floundering for cues that were never uttered. At the last moment it was discovered that nothing had been provided to simulate, at the beginning of the second scene, the sound of a clock striking 12 off stage. The property man could offer nothing better than an iron crowbar and a hammer. The 12 strokes consequently resembled nothing in the world other than a wholly untemperamental crowbar banged by a dispassionate hammer. Fortunately the effect was so thin and dead that it convulsed only the first few rows of the orchestra. The light cues went wrong when they were not altogether ignored, and once, when Joan, having indicated in a brief soliloquy her depression on being left alone in the gloomy house, gave the cue, "I must have more light," at the same time touching a property switch on the wall, every light in the house other than the red exit lamps was blacked out, and at all other times the required changes either anticipated or dragged far behind their cues. The thief forgot to load his revolver, with the result that Quard fired the only shot in their duel, and then fell dead. This so rattled David that he anticipated his first entrance and rushed on the stage only to back off precipitately, while Joan was urging the thief to go and leave her to shoulder his crime. The only misadventure that failed to attend upon the performance was a traditional one of the stage. The theatre cat, by some accident, did not walk upon the scene at a climax and seat itself before the footlights to wash its face. Nevertheless, the sketch got over at the matinée, receiving 3 curtain calls; and at night, when the little company, conscious of its crimes, pulled itself together and acted with an intensity of effort only equalled by that of its first performance in New York, the house gave the piece a rousing reception. Thereafter they played it well and consistently, with increasing assurance as days passed and use bred the habit in them all. On Thursday Quard heard from Boskirk, and announced that the company would return to New York the following Monday, to play a 6 weeks' engagement in the Percy Williams houses. beginning with a fortnight in Manhattan and winding up in Greenpoint, Long Island. He added that Bostwick was busy arranging a subsequent tour which would take them to the Pacific coast and back. He did not add that the agent had successfully demanded as much as $450 a week for the offering from many of the more prosperous houses on their list, from which figure the price ranged down to as little as $300 in some of the smaller inland towns. But even at this minimum, Quard had so scaled his salary list, contrary to his representations to Joan, that his gross weekly profit, excluding personal living expenses, would seldom be less than $100 a week. Back in New York, Joan established herself temporarily at a small and very poor hotel on the west side of Harlem. Since their engagement took her no farther south than 63rd Street and Broadway during its first week, and the second week was played at 126th Street and 7th Avenue, she felt tolerably insured against meeting either Matthias or any member of her own family. She really meant to go home some time and see how her mother and Edna were doing, but from day to day put it off, if with no better excuse on the ground that she was too tired and too busy. As a matter of fact, she was in the habit of waking up at about 10, but never rose until noon, spent the hours between 3 and 4 and 9 and 10 in the theatre, and was ordinarily abed by 12:30 or 1 o'clock. Up to the matinée hour, and between that and the night, she managed without great difficulty to kill time, spending a deal of it, and a fair proportion of her earnings, in the uptown department stores. She dined with Quard quite frequently, and almost invariably after the last performance they supped together, often in company with friends of his, for the most part vaudeville people whom he had previously known, or with whom he struck up fervent, facile friendships of a week's duration. They were a quaint, scandalous crew, feather-brained, irresponsible, and, most of them, destitute of any sort of originality. But their spirits were high as long as they had a payday ahead. Their tongues were quick with the patter of the circuits, and their humor was of an order new and vastly diverting to Joan. She had with them what she called a good time, and soon learned to look leniently upon the irregular lives of some who entertained her. Once or twice she was invited to parties, sociable gatherings in flats, rented furnished, at which she learned to regard the consumption of large quantities of bottled beer as a polite and even humorous accomplishment, and to permit a degree of freedom in song and joke and innuendo that would have seemed impossible in another environment. Probably she would have felt less tolerant of these matters had Quard betrayed the least tendency to fall off the wagon, but in her company, at least, he refrained sedulously from drink, and since his was one of those constitutions whose normal vitality is so high and constant that alcohol benumbs rather than stimulates its functions, he shone the more by contrast with their occasionally befuddled companions. Joan admired him intensely for the steadfastness of his stand, and still more when she saw how established was the habit of regular if not always heavy drinking in the world of their peers. No one but herself pretended for a moment to regard the reformation of Quard as anything but a fugitive whim, and now and again she was made aware that his abstinence was resented. She once heard him contemptuously advised to chuck the halo and kick in and get human again. At another time he explained a false excuse given in her presence for refusing an invitation. "It's no use trying to travel with that gang unless you're boozing. They got no use for me unless I'm willing to get an edge on. What's the use?" There was a surliness, a resentment underlying his tone. Intuitively Joan bristled. "No use?" she said sharply. "You know what you're up against better than they do. You've got to stick to the soft stuff if you want to keep going." "Oh, I know," he grumbled, "but it ain't as easy as you'd think." "All right," she retorted calmly, "but I give you fair warning. I'll quit you the very first time you come around with so much as a whiff of the stuff on you." "You don't have to worry," he responded. "I'm on all right. But," he added abruptly, You needn't run away with any notion this piece would head for the storehouse if you was to quit it. The woods are full of girls who jump at your chance." Joan answered only with an enigmatic smile. It is doubtful if Quard himself realized, just then, as keenly as the girl did, the depth and strength of his infatuation. But Joan did not doubt her power, neither did she overestimate it. It was toward the end of their time in New York that she learned of the failure of the Jade God, the information coming to her through the medium of one of those coincidences which would be singular anywhere but on the stage. An actress in a farcical sketch, which followed the intermission preceded by the lie, was assigned to use Joan's dressing room when the latter was through with it. Naturally the two struck up a chatting acquaintance. Joan one time replied to a question with the information that the lie was booked for the Pacific Coast, and, Matthias in mind, confessed to some curiosity regarding Los Angeles. The other actress admitted ignorance of the West, but had only that morning received a letter from a sister who was playing with the Algerson Stock Company in Los Angeles. The letter contained a clipping describing the immediate and disastrous collapse of the Jade God, which had been withdrawn after its third repetition. Reading the review, Joan was puzzled to recognize some of its references. She was fairly familiar with the play, but here and there she encountered strictures which seemed to involve scenes she couldn't remember. But of the fact of the failure there could be no doubt. She was genuinely sorry. Her first impulse was to seek Matthias, if he were in town, and tell him of her sympathy. Her second, discarded with even less ceremony than the first, to write to him. Two things held her back: sheer moral cowardice, that would not let her face the man whom she had failed even as had his play, and the impossibility of explaining that she loved the stage more than him or anything else in the world, except his ring. And while she never faltered from meaning to return this last before long, she could not yet bring herself to part with it. Always it was with her, on her finger when at home and alone, in her pocketbook when abroad or with Quard, still in her imagination retaining something of its vaguely talismanic virtue, standing to her for something fanciful and magic, which she could not name, a visible token of mystical powers that worked for her good fortune. It was mid-October, sweetest of all seasons in New York, a time of early evenings and long clear gloamings beneath skies of exquisite suavity and depth, of crisp and heady days whose air is wine in a crystal chalice, when thoughts are long and sweet, gentle with the beauty and the sadness of aging autumn. At the first hint of winter Joan's heart turned in longing to the thought of furs. She wasted hours studying advertisements, and many more going from place to place, examining, rejecting, coveting. Her fancy was not modest. A year ago she would have been delighted with the meanest strip of squirrel for a neckpiece. Today she felt a little ashamed even to price the less expensive furs, and would make no attempt to purchase until she had saved up enough money to meet her desires. And then, one morning, they were playing at the Orpheum Theatre in Brooklyn. A messenger brought her a package from one of the Fulton Street stores and required a signed receipt. It contained a handsome coat of imitation seal, with a collar of rich black fur and lined with golden brocade. Fitting her perfectly, it enclosed her in generous warmth from throat to ankle. Accompanying it was the card of Mr. Charles Harborough Quard, presenting The Lie, the sketch sensation of the year. Address: C.O. Jas K. Bosker, St. James Building, New York. Not since that day when she had received his ring from Matthias had she been so happy. Meeting Quard in the gangway outside her dressing room before the matinée performance, she showed her gratitude by lifting her face for his kiss. In the world in which they existed, kisses were commonplaces, quite perfunctory, of little more significance than a slap on the shoulder between acquaintances. Not so Joan's. She had set a value upon her caresses, a standard peculiarly inflexible with respect to Quard. None the less, this was not the second time he had known her lips, but the occasion was one rare enough to render him appreciative. He wound an arm round her and held her tight. Like it, eh, girlie? I love it. Then I'm satisfied. But how did you guess what I wanted most? Maybe I did a little headwork to find out. It's dear of you. So long's you think so, I've got no kick coming. She disengaged, drew a pace or two away. But what made you do it, Charlie? Well, I can't afford to have my leading lady out of the cast with a cold. Joan shook her head at him in gay reproof. Or do you want me to tell you what you know already, that I'm crazy about you? Foolish! It's time we were dressing. But her laugh was fond, and so was the look she threw over her shoulder as she evaded his arms and vanished into her dressing room. Quard lingered a moment, with a fatuous smile for the panels of the closed door, and wagged his head doggishly. He felt that he was winning ground at a famous rate, the difficulties, the coolness and craft of his antagonist considered. And in a way he was right, though perhaps not precisely the way he had in mind. Even before his princely gift, Joan had been thinking a great deal about him, and very seriously. Instinctively she foresaw that their relationship could not long continue on its present basis of simple good fellowship. Quard wasn't the sort to be content at arm's length. He must either come closer or go farther away, and might be depended upon not to adopt the latter course until the former had proved impracticable. And Joan didn't want him to go farther away. She was positive about this. But she was also very sure that the arm's length relationship must be abridged only under certain indispensable conditions, decorously, and soon, if at all. Else she must be the one to withdraw, lest a worse thing befall her. It was a problem of two factors, Quard's nature and her own. She had herself to reckon with no less than with him. And herself she distrusted, who was no stronger than her greatest weakness. He attracted her. She often caught herself thinking of him as she had thought of no other man. Not Matthias, not the Quard of The Convict's Return, not even Marbridge, except, perhaps, for one shameful instant. Something in the lawless, ranging, wanton grain of this man called to her with a call of infinite allure. Something latent in her thrilled to the call, and answered. That way lurked danger, disguised but deadly. They moved on to Greenpoint, thence to Trenton for a week. Daily Quard's attentions became more constant, intimate and tender. They were much together, and now far more exclusively together than had been possible in New York, where acquaintances commandeered so much of their time. In Trenton they lodged at the same hotel, the other members of the company finding cheaper accommodations, at greater distance from the theatre. This increased their close and confidential association. They fell into the habit of breakfasting together. Quard, always first to rise, would telephone to Joan's room, ascertain how soon she would be dressed, and order for both of them accordingly. In return for this privilege he had that of paying for both meals. A negro waiter spoke of Joan one morning, in her presence, as "the missus." When he had retired out of earshot, their eyes sought one another's. Constraint was swept away in laughter. "We might's well be married, the way we're together all the time," Quard presently ventured. "Oh, I don't know about that," Joan retorted pertly. "I mean the way other people see us. I shouldn't be surprised if everybody in the hotel thought we was married, girlie." Joan coloured faintly. "Well, the room clerk knows better," she said definitely. "I'd like another cup of coffee, please." Quard snapped his fingers loudly to attract the attention of the waiter. He grew aware of an awkward silence, that the thoughts of both were converging to a common point. "Folks are fools that get married in the profession," he observed consciously. "It's all right if you got a husband, or I've got a wife at home." "I don't see it," Joan interrupted smartly. "Anyway, I haven't. Have you?" The actor stared, confused. "Have I? What?" "Got a wife at home?" Joan repeated, laughing. "No, nothing like that," he asserted with intense earnestness. "I mean, it's all right if you've got somebody keeping a flat warm for you, some place not too far off Broadway. But if you marry into the business, good night. You got all the trouble of being tied up for life, and that's all." "Why?" "Managers don't want husband and wife in the same company. They're always fighting each other's battles when they ain't fighting between themselves. So you're always playing different routes, and the chances are they never cross except it's inconvenient, and you get caught and nominated for the alimony club." "Do you belong?" "Didn't I just tell you nothing like that?" Quard protested with unnecessary heat. "Well," Joan murmured mischievously, "you seem to know so much about it, I only wondered." Their place on the bill was near the end, that week. A trick bicyclist followed them, and moving pictures wound up the performance. Consequently, by the time they were able to leave the theatre in the afternoon, the sun was already below the horizon. They emerged the same evening from the stage door to view a cloudless sky of pulsing amber, shading into purple at the zenith, melting into rose along the western rim of the world. A wash of old rose flooded the streets, lifting the meanest structures out of their ugliness, lending an added dignity to rows of square set, old fashioned residences of red brick with white marble trimmings. "Which way are you going?" Quard inquired as they approached the corner of a main thoroughfare. "Back to the hotel?" "No, I'm sick of that hole," Joan replied with a vivid shudder. "I'm going to take a walk. Want to come?" "I was just going to ask you." They turned off toward the Delaware. It was the 21st of November, winter still a month away, yet the breath of winter was in the air. It came up cool and brisk from the river, enriching the colour in Joan's cheeks, that were bright and glowing from the scrubbing she always gave them after removing grease paint with cold cream. The blood coursed tingling through her veins, her eyes shone with deepened lustre. They walked with spirit, in step, in a pensive silence infrequently disturbed. "Of course," Quard presently offered without preface, "it's different in vaudeville, if you stick to it." "What's different?" "Being married." Joan's eyes widened momentarily. Then she laughed outright. "Gee! You don't mean to say you've been chewing that rag ever since breakfast?" "Ah, I just happened to think of it again," said Quard, with the air of one whose motives are wantonly misconstrued. Nevertheless, he wouldn't let the subject languish. "There's plenty of family acts been playing the circuits God knows how long," he pursued, with a vast display of interest in the sunset glow. "Look at the Cohans, before George planted the American flag in Longacre Square and annexed it to the United States. And they ain't the only ones by a long shot. I could name a plenty that'll stick in the big time until their toes curl. It's all right to trot in double harness, so long's you manage your own company." "Well?" Joan asked with a sober mouth and mischievous eyes. "Well, what?" "If you're getting ready to slip me my 2 weeks' notice, why not be a man and say so?" "What would I do that for?" Quard demanded indignantly. "Because you're thinking about getting married, and there's only room for one leading lady in any company I play in." "Quit your kidding," the man advised sulkily. "You know I couldn't get along without you." "Yes," Joan admitted calmly, "I know it, but I didn't know you did." Quard shot a suspicious glance askance, but her face was immobile in its flawless loveliness. He started to say something, choked up, and reconsidered with a painful frown. A mature man's perfect freedom is not lightly to be thrown away, and yet he doubted darkly the perfection of his freedom. They held on in silence until they came to Riverside Park. Over the dark profile of the Pennsylvania hills the sky was jade and amethyst, a pool of light that dwindled swiftly in the thickening shades of violet. Below them, as they paused on a lonely walk, the river stole swiftly, like a great black serpent writhing through the shadows. A frosty wind swept steadily into their faces, making cool and firm the flesh flushed with exercise. There was no one near them. A train of jewelled lights swept over the railroad bridge and vanished into the night with a purring rumble that lent an accent to their isolation. Joan hugged about her voluptuously her wonderful coat, stole a glance warm with gratitude at the face of Quard. He intercepted it, and edged nearer. Aglow and eager, she murmured something vapid about the prettiness of the sky. He answered only with the arm he passed about her. She suffered him, lashes veiling her eyes, her head at rest in the hollow of his shoulder. The man stared down at her exquisite, suffused face, luminous in the last light of gloaming. "Joan," he said throatily "girlie, don't you love me a little?" Her mouth grew tremulous. "I don't know," she whispered. "I love you!" he cried suddenly in an exultant voice. "I love you!" He folded her, unresisting, in both his arms, covering her face with kisses, ardent, violent kisses that bruised and hurt her tender flesh, but which she still sought and hungered for, insatiable. She sobbed a little in her happiness, feeling her body yield and yearn to his, transported by that sweet, exquisite, nameless longing. Then suddenly she was like a steel spring in his embrace, writhing to free herself. Wondering, he tried to hold her closer, but she twisted and fended him off with all the power of her strong young arms. And still wondering, he humoured her. She drew away, but yet not wholly out of his clasp. "Charlie," she panted "darling how do you get married in New Jersey?" He pulled up, dashed and a little disappointed, and laughed nervously. "Why, you get a license and then well, almost anybody'll do to tie the knot." She nodded tensely. "I guess a regular minister will be good enough for us." "I guess so," he demurred. And with another laugh: "I wasn't thinking serious about it, but I guess I might's well be married as the way I am." "Well," she said quietly, "we've got to. It's the only way." Chapter 26 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. And then, suddenly, the face of life was indescribably changed. Joan Thursby seemed but a memory, a slight and somewhat wistful shadow in the shadowed depths of that darkling mirror, yesterday. In her place, another creature altogether reigned, the Joan Quard of today, woman, actress, wife. With a gold band round her finger, mature, initiate of mysteries, ripe in wisdom, strong, poised serenely, clear of eye, with added graciousness in her beauty, conscious of added powers over man, but discreet in their employment. She thought a great deal about herself in those days, not, perhaps, more than had been common with her in that so dead yesterday, but much, and more profoundly, reading to a new meaning into the riddle of existence, so changed had all things become since her marriage. Before her pensive vision life unfolded rare, golden visted promises. With another man, or in another stratum of society, she might have fulfilled herself wonderfully, even unto her salvation. To begin with, she was very happy. Fond to distraction of her husband, she never doubted that he worshipped her. He gave her quick wits no cause to entertain a doubt. They were together always, inseparable. She felt that nature must truly have fashioned them solely for one another, and could not forget her wonder that their passion should be so mutual, so complete. She loved him to distraction, all his traits, his robust swagger, his sonorous and flexible tones, the flowery eloquence of his gesture, his broad, easy going, tolerant good humour, the way he wore his clothes and the very cut and texture of them, and she ruled him like a despot. Quard submitted without complaint. She was all his fancy had painted her, and something more, recognizing dimly that she excelled him variously, although he was quite incapable of analyzing these distinctions. He served her humbly, with unconscious deference to her many excellences. She was by way of making him a better wife than he deserved, if at times conscious of some little irk from her amiable but inflexible autocracy. He reminded himself that she was a finer woman than any he had ever known, well worth humoring. It wasn't on every corner a fellow'd pick up one like Joan. He liked to follow her into hotel lobbies and restaurants and watch people turn to eye her, the men with sudden interest, the women with instinctive hostility. It even amused him to quell a too ambitious stare with a fixed, grim, and truculent regard backed by the menace of his powerful physique. It gave a man standing license to swagger, to own a woman like Joan. He came to pander oddly to this vanity, would leave Joan to go to their room alone, while he strolled off to a bar, to meet some crony or acquaintance of the day, tell his best story, and then suddenly excuse himself. "Well, s'long, the wife's waiting for me." The response rarely failed. "Ah, let her wait. Have another drink. Did I ever tell you?" A lifted, deprecatory palm, a knowing look. "No, guess I'll kick along, you see. She's some wife." Conscious only of his adoration, Joan was enchanted by their mode of life, with its constant shifts of scene, its spice of vagabondage. She believed she could never tire of travelling. Railroad journeys, with their inevitable concomitants of dirt, noise, and discomfort, never discouraged her. She really liked them. They were taking her somewhere, it didn't much matter where. She even derived a sort of pleasure from such nauseating experiences as rising to catch a train at 4:30 in the morning, against their long jumps. And there was keen delight in napping in a parlour car chair, or with the head upon her husband's shoulder in a day coach, to wake all drowsy, breathe air foul with coal smoke, and peer through a black window pane, shadowed by her hand, to catch a glimpse of some darkly fulgent breadth of strange water, or the Martian defile of great alien hills, or a sweep of semi-wooded countryside bleached with moonlight, remembering that, only a few short months ago, the world of her travels had been bounded by Fort George on the north, Coney Island on the south, knowing neither east nor west. She was discovering America, even as she was discovering life. Their route from Trenton took them south, through Philadelphia, Wilmington, Baltimore, Washington, Richmond, and Norfolk, whence they doubled back by steamer to New York, took a sound boat to Fall River, played Boston, and drifted through New England in bitter cold weather, eventually striking westward again, via Albany, Buffalo, and the Middle Country. Quard drew her attention to the fact that it was a liberal education. Sometimes she thought pityingly of Matthias, and wondered if he knew she was married, and what she was doing, and whether he were angry or heartbroken or eaten up with morbid jealousy, and how he would act should chance ever throw them together again. She was sorry for him. He had lost her. If only he had been a little more enterprising. She wondered what would have happened if Matthias had been more enterprising. He could have possessed her at any time during the brief period of their infatuation. If he had married her then, would she be as contented as she was now with Charlie? She doubted it. Quard was so completely his opposite. She ceased to worry about the ring. She meant to return it some day, perhaps. Though she did not wear it and had never so much as mentioned Matthias to Quard, it remained a possession whose charms tugged at her heartstrings. At times she amused herself, formulating idle little intrigues, with the object, if ever set in motion, of excusing the appearance of the jewel upon her hand. But all her schemes seemed to possess some fatal flaw, and she was desperately afraid of the truth. Meanwhile the ring lay perdu at the bottom of a work basket of woven sweetgrass, which she had purchased shortly after her marriage, twisted in an old, empty needle paper, and mixed in with a worthless confusion of trash, such as women accumulate in such receptacles. Its hiding place was well calculated to escape detection by even an informed purloiner. Quard's tardy engagement ring was set with an inferior diamond, flanked by artificial pearls. Joan despised it secretly. For a long time it was the sole blemish on the bright shield of her happiness. And then, the night of their opening day in Cincinnati, Quard escorted her from the theatre to the hotel, left her at the door, and turned back to see a friend, who happened to be playing on the same bill. This was quite the usual thing. and Joan went contentedly off to her room, and in due course to bed, confident that Quard would return within an hour. 5 hours later she awoke to startled apprehension of the facts: first that she must have dropped off to sleep without meaning to, next that Quard had not returned, finally that it was past 4 o'clock in the morning. With a little shiver of sickening premonition she rose, slipped into a dressing gown, called a bell boy, and instructed him to look for her husband. Some time later the boy reported that the bar was closed and the gentleman were not to be found. It was broad daylight when Quard staggered in with the assistance of the same bell boy and his negro dresser. His eyes were glazed, his face ghastly, his mind wandered. He was as helpless as a child. With the aid of the boys, Joan managed to undress the man and put him to bed. At once he fell asleep, with the cold stump of a half burned cigar obstinately clenched between his teeth. It was an hour before the muscles of his jaw relaxed enough to release it. Dressing, Joan left the hotel, swallowed some coffee and rolls, tasteless to her, in a nearby restaurant, and wandered about until 8 o'clock, when she found a drug store open, and consulted the clerk. He advised bromo seltzer and aromatic spirits of ammonia. Armed with these, she returned to her husband, and shortly after noon, daring to delay no longer, roused him by sprinkling cold water in his face, all other methods having failed even to interrupt his stertorous breathing. Even then it was some time before she could induce him to swallow the medicine, and it required no less than 3 powerful doses, together with much black coffee, and followed by a cold bath, to restore him to presentable condition. In the end, however, she succeeded in getting him to the theatre in time for the matinée. Through it all she uttered no single word of reproach, but waited on the man with at least every outward sign of sympathy and devotion. His remorse, when another nap at the hotel after the matinée had brought him to more complete realization of what had happened, was touching, and as long as it lasted, unquestionably sincere. Joan accepted without comment his lame explanation as to the manner of his temptation and fall during an all-night session at poker with the boys, and gave genuine credulity to his protestations that it would never, never happen again. But 3 weeks later in Chicago he repeated the performance, though under somewhat less distressing circumstances. As before, he left her in the lobby to finish his cigar and chin with so and so. Within an hour he was half led, half carried to their room, in a hopelessly sodden condition. The actor with whom he had been drinking accompanied him, apparently quite sober, but puzzled, and after Quard had been helped to bed, explained to the girl that her husband's collapse had been incomprehensibly due to no more than 3 drinks. "I never seen nothin' like it," the man expostulated, with an air of grievance. "There he was, standing up against the bar with his foot on the rail, laughin' and kidding, same's the rest of us, and he'd only had 3 whiskeys. Though I will say they was man-sized drinks. And then, all of a sudden, he turns white as a sheet and starts mumbling to himself, and we all thinks he's joshing until he keels over, limps around. If the stuff gets to him like that, he's got no business touching it, ever." These experiences continued at varying intervals, and presently Joan began to understand that Quard had not only primarily a weakness to tempt him, but a constitutional inability to assert his will power after he had surrendered to the extent of a single drink. One modest dose of alcohol seemed to exercise upon him a sort of hypnotic power, driving him on whether he would or not to the next, and the next, until the nadir of unconsciousness was reached. It was not that he invariably succumbed to moderate indulgence, but that once started he rarely stopped until his identity was completely submerged. Indeed, the way of alcohol with him seemed never twice to follow the same route, but its end was invariably the same. Hoping against hope, fighting with him, pleading, reasoning, threatening with him, even praying, Joan endured for a long time, much longer than, in retrospective days, seemed possible even to her; for she was honestly fond of her husband, far more so than she was ever of any other living being save herself. They reached San Francisco the third week in April. For some time Quard had been drinking rather methodically but stealthily. A threat made by Joan, while he was sobering up from his last debauch, to the effect that on repetition of the offence she would leave him without an hour's notice, had frightened the man to the extent of making him hesitate to add one drink to another except at intervals long enough to retard the cumulative effect. But never a day passed on which, in spite of her watchfulness, he did not contrive to throw several sops to the devil in possession, if without ever quite losing his wits. Detected with reeking breath, he would adopt one or three attitudes. He was a man, subject to the domination of no woman and of no appetite, had learned his lesson and now knew when to stop. Or he was sorry, hadn't stopped to think, and wouldn't let it go any further. Or nothing of the sort had happened. He had drunk nothing except a glass of soda fountain nerve tonic, or possibly it was his cigar that she smelled. With the first, Joan had no patience, and since she had a temper, it was the last resort in Quard's more sober stages, seldom employed save when potations had made him either indifferent or vicious. In his contrition, whether real or assumed, she tried hard to believe, but his lies never deceived her. To these she listened in the silence of contempt and despair. On the Wednesday afternoon of their week in San Francisco, the girl did a bit of shopping after the matinée. It was half after 5 before she returned to the hotel, and walked into their room to find Quard, with his coat off, seated in a chair that faced the door. His back was to the windows, through which the declining sun threw a flood of blinding golden light, so that Joan's dazzled vision comprehended only the dark silhouette of his body. She said, "Hello, dearie," lightly enough, in the abstraction of reviewing some especially pleasing purchases, closed the door, walked over to the bureau, put down her handbag and a small parcel, and removed her hat. Then the fact that Quard had not answered penetrated her reverie. Disposing of her hat, she looked half casually over her shoulder, to discover that he hadn't moved. Two surmises struck through her wonder: that he had fallen asleep waiting for her, with poignant apprehension that he had been drinking again. But this seemed hardly likely: he had been entirely rational and unintoxicated during the matinée. She said sharply: "What's the matter?" Quard made no answer. With a troubled sigh she moved to his chair and bent over him. His eyes, wide and blazing, met hers with a look of inflexible hostility and rage. His mouth was set like a trap, his lips, like his face, were almost colourless. The air was pungent with his breath, but intuitively she divined that it was not drunkenness alone which had aroused this temper, the more dismaying since it was for the time being under control. From the look in his eyes she started back as from a blow. "Charlie, what's the matter?" Quard opened his lips, gulped spasmodically, closed them without speaking. The muscles on the left side of his face twitched nervously. Abruptly he shot up out of his chair, strode to the door, locked it and pocketed the key. His face as he turned was terrible to see. She shrank away, but his eyes held hers in the fascination of fright. "What? Charlie, what?" He interrupted with an imperative gesture, took a step toward her and shook his hand in her face. Between his thumb and forefinger glittered something exquisitely coruscant in the sunlight. "What's that?" he demanded in a quivering voice. She moved her head in assumed bewilderment, staggered to recognize the symbol of her broken troth with Matthias. "I don't know. What is it? You keep moving it around so, I can't see." "There, then!" he cried, steadying the hand under her nose. Instinctively her gaze veered to her trunk. Its lid was up. On the floor lay her work basket in the litter of its former contents. Her indignation mounted. "What were you doing in my trunk?" she demanded hotly. Quard's eyes clouded under the impact of this counter attack. Momentarily his dazed expression made it very plain that he had taken advantage of her absence to drink heavily. and this was even more plain in the blurred accents, robbed of the sharpness rage had lent them, in which he endeavoured to justify himself. "I wanted shoe on spender button, wanted work basket." Anger returned, his voice mounted. "And I found this. What is it?" Joan snatched at the ring, but he drew back his hand too quickly for her. "It's mine. Give it to me." "Where'd you get it? That's what I want to know." "None of your business. Give it?" "To hell it ain't my business. I'm your husband. Got a right to know where you get diamonds," he sneered. "Diamonds like this. I never bought it." "No," she flamed back. "You're too stingy." "Stingy, am I?" he faltered, swaying. "That's enough. I'm tightwad, so's another guy gets chance to buy you diamonds. That's the way of it, hey?" "You give me that ring, Charlie," Joan demanded ominously. "You've got another good guess coming. What I'll give you is just 2 minutes to tell me the name of the fellow give it to you." "Don't be a fool, Charlie." "I don't intend to be a fool any longer. You tell me, or—" He checked, searching his befuddled mind for a compelling threat. With a shift of manner, Joan extended her hand in pleading. "Give me the ring, Charlie, and be sensible. I haven't done anything wrong. I can explain." "Well—" Grudgingly he dropped the ring into her palm, but immediately her fingers had closed upon it, mistrust again possessed him. "Now you tell me." "Very well," she interrupted patiently. "You needn't shout. I don't mind telling you now. It's my engagement ring." "Your what?" sharply. "My engagement ring. I was engaged last summer to Mr. Matthias, before we began to rehearse the sketch." "Engaged?" he iterated stupidly. "Engaged for what?" "Engaged to be married. He was in love with me. I meant to marry him until you and I met the second time." "Meant to marry who?" "Mr. Matthias. We—" "Matthias? What Matthias?" "John Matthias, the author, the playwright. He wrote The Jade God." Quard wagged his head cunningly. "You mean to tell me you was engaged to that guy and didn't marry him?" "Certainly. I married you, didn't I, dear?" "And if that's true, how't happen you didn't give him back his ring, eh?" "I meant to, Charlie, but he was out of town and I didn't know his address." "That's likely." The actor laughed harshly. "That's a good one, that is. You going to marry him and didn't know his address. Expect me to believe that?" "It's true, Charlie. It's God's truth." "You're a liar." "Charlie, I say you're a liar. What's more, I mean it." Quard waved his hand, palm down, to indicate his scornful disposition of her yarn. Then he staggered, steadied himself by clutching the back of a chair, and conscious how this betrayed his condition, worked himself into a towering rage to cover it. "I ain't no better. If you'd ever got a chance to marry that feller, you'd have jumped at it. He'd never've got away. You wouldn't have given him no more chance than he did me. You'd have pulled wool over his eyes, same way. I know what I'm talking about. You're a liar. Damn dirty little liar. That's what you are." Joan's color deserted her face entirely. "Charlie, don't you say that to me again." "And what'll you do? Think I care? I know what you'll do, all right, because I'm going to make you do it." "What do you mean?" "What's more, I know now who gave you that ring. I was fool not to guess it before. I didn't give it to you, no. Mr. Matthias didn't give it to you, no. But somebody did give it to you, eh? That's right, isn't it? And his name? His name was Vincent Marbridge, wasn't it?" He thrust his inflamed face close to hers, leering wickedly. "Marbridge?" Joan echoed blankly. "Vincent Marbridge. That's the feller to give you the ring. He's the feller could do it, too. Got all the money in the world. Enough to buy dozens of rings. enough to buy you all them good clothes you got hold after you threw me down and before I was ass enough to take up with you again. That you were a fool not to get more out of him." The insult ate like an acid into the pride of the girl. She flushed crimson, then in an instant paled again. Her eyes grew cold and hard. "That will do," she said bitterly. "You've said enough too much. After all I've endured from you, your drunkenness, your—" There was a maniac glare in the eyes of the man as he thrust his face still closer. "And what'll you do, eh?" he shouted violently. "What'll you do?" She turned her face aside, in disgust of his reeking breath. "And what'll you do? Tell me that." "I'll leave you." "You bet your life you'll leave me. I knew that before you come into this room." "And I'm sorry I didn't go long ago." "The hell you are!" In a gust of uncontrollable frenzy, Quard struck her sharply over the mouth. "You go, do you hear, you damn—" In blind fury, Joan flung herself upon him, sobbing, biting, scratching, kicking. He reeled back before that unexpected assault, then, sobered a trifle by its viciousness, caught her wrists, held her helpless for an instant, and threw her violently from him. She fell to her knees, lurched over on her side. The door slammed. He was gone. She knew the man too well not to know he would make instantly for the nearest bar. The only question was what guise intoxication would assume in him this time. It was possible that he would drink himself raving mad and return, fit for murder. She must make her escape with all possible expedition. Instantly Joan sat up, dried her eyes, convulsively swallowed her sobs, and felt of her bruised mouth. Before her on the carpet the diamond ring winked sardonically in the sunset light. She pondered savagely the wide and deep damnation it had wrought in her life. It seemed impossible that only a few minutes had elapsed since she had entered this room, an affectionate, patient and not unhappy wife. Now she sifted her heart and found in it not one grain of the love it had once held for Quard. This alone would have rendered irrevocable her decision to leave him. The thing was over, settled, finished. She gave a gesture of finality. With all her heart she hoped that the sketch would go to the devil without her. Rising, she went to the mirror, to stare incredulously at the face it presented for her inspection, a cruel caricature, lined, distorted, blowsy, stained with tears. At this vision, hysteria threatened again. With a great effort she fought it down, and controlled and smoothed out the muscles of her face. Now she was more recognizable. Even her mouth was not seriously disfigured. He had struck with the flat of his hand only. Her lips were sore and slightly, but not markedly, swollen. A veil would disguise them completely. At the washstand she devoted some very valuable moments to sopping her face with cold water, and particularly her mouth and eyes. The treatment toned down the inflammation of weeping, rendered her flesh firm and cool once more, and left her with a feeling of spiritual refreshment, with nerves again under control, and her will even more inalterably fixed than before. Rouge and powder completed her rejuvenescence. Turning to her trunk, she took out the tray, and paused with a low cry of consternation. From the tumbled and disordered state of its contents, it was plain that, having discovered the ring, Quard had searched diligently for further confirmation of his suspicions. With quickening breath the girl dropped to her knees and hastily but thoroughly ransacked and turned out upon the floor all her belongings. Within a brief period she satisfied herself of one appalling fact. Quard had not only insulted and struck her and cast her off, he had stooped to rob her. Her hands were tied. She had not money enough to leave him. Probably, with the low cunning and fallacious reasoning of dipsomania, he had pouched her savings with that very thought in mind. Meaning to break with her, to have his scene and satisfy his lust for brutality, he had also planned to prevent Joan's leaving the cast of The Lie until a successor could be found and broken in. Penniless, he had argued, she would be obliged to play on, at least until Saturday, to earn her fare back East. It was Quard's practice to carry his money in large bills folded in a belt of oiled silk which he wore buckled round his waist, beneath his underclothing, with a smaller fund for running expenses in a leather billfold more accessibly disposed. But Joan, finding a money belt uncomfortable because of her corsets, had adopted the shiftless plan of secreting her savings in a pocket contrived for that purpose in an old underskirt. And since she had always held her husband rigidly to account for her individual $50 per week, she had managed thus to set aside about $300. Unfortunately, it had been their habit to carry duplicate keys to one another's luggage by way of provision against loss, so that now she was left with less than $20 in her pocketbook. She paced the floor in wrathful meditation, pondering means and expedients. Once or twice she noticed the ring, but passed it several times before she paused, picked it up, and abstractedly placed it on her finger. It did not once occur to her that she could raise money by hypothecating the jewel at a pawnshop. By hook or crook she was determined to regain her own money. She was wondering what good it would do her to threaten Quard with arrest. Had a wife any right to her earnings, under the law? After a time she opened her handbag, found her personal bunch of keys, and unlocked her husband's trunk. Her pains, however, went for nothing. She investigated diligently every pocket of his clothing without discovering a piece of money of any description. But one thing she did find to make her thoughtful: Quard's revolver. Removing this last, she relocked the trunk and rang for a bell boy. Then she put the weapon on the bureau and covered it with her hat. The youth who had answered had an intelligent look. Joan appraised him narrowly before trusting him. She opened negotiations with a $1 tip. "I want you to find my husband for me," she said. "If he's anywhere around the hotel, he'll probably be in the bar. But look everywhere, and then come and tell me. You needn't say anything to him. I just want to know where he is. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "You'd know him if you saw him. Mr. Quard, the actor?" "Yes, ma'am." "That's all. Hurry." As soon as the boy was gone, she turned again to her luggage, selecting indispensable garments and toilet articles and packing them in a suitcase. By the time a knock sounded again upon the door, she had the case strapped and locked. "He ain't nowhere about the house, ma'am," the bellboy reported. "He was in the bar a while, but he's gone out." Joan nodded, was dumb in thought. "Do you want as I should go look for him, ma'am?" "Can you leave the hotel?" Joan asked quickly. "I'm just going off duty now, ma'am. The night shift came on about 10 minutes ago, at 6 o'clock." "And you think you could possibly find him?" "He took a cab, ma'am. The driver's stand is in front of the hotel. If I can find him, I can find where your husband went. Anyhow, it ain't hard to follow up a gentleman as drunk," Joan put in when the boy hesitated. "Yes, ma'am." Joan weighed the chance distrustfully, but it was at least a chance, and this was no time to be careful. Taking a $5 gold piece from her scanty store, she gave it to the boy. "Go find him," she said, "and if he seems to know what he's doing, just hang around until he doesn't. He won't keep you waiting long. Then bring him to me. But first take the suitcase down to the Union Ferry House, check it in the baggage room, and give me the check when you bring him back. And don't say anything to anybody." "Yes, ma'am." "No, ma'am." Supperless, she sat down to wait, Quard's revolver ready to her hand. Twilight waned, night fell, hours passed. Motionless and imperturbable, Joan waited on, the tensity of her mood betrayed only by the burning of her baleful, dangerous eyes. At 9:30 a noise of scuffling feet, gruff voices and heavy breathing in the hallway, following the clash of an elevator gate, brought her to her feet. Going to the bureau, she opened a drawer and put the revolver away. There would be no need of that, now. Answering a knock, she threw the door wide. 2 porters staggered in, one with the shoulders, one with the feet of Quard. The bellboy followed. When they had lugged to the bed that inert and insensate thing she had once loved, Joan tipped them in and they departed. The boy lingered. "Is there anything more I can do, ma'am?" "Where did you find him?" "Down on the coast. I don't know what wouldn't have happened to him if you hadn't sent me after him. He was up an alley. Had been stuck up by a couple of strong arms. I seen 'em making their getaway just as I come in sight." She uttered a cry of despair. "Robbed, you mean?" "Yes, ma'am. He ain't got as much as a nickel on him." Overwhelmed, Joan sank into a chair. The boy avoided her desolate eyes. He was a little afraid she might want part of the $5 back. "Hadn't I better send the hotel doctor up, ma'am?" "Perhaps," she muttered dully. "Yes, ma'am. And here's the check for your suit case. Nothing else? Good night, ma'am." The door closed. Of a sudden Joan jumped up and ran to the bed in the alcove. Quard's condition was pitiable, but in her excited no compassion. His face was pallid as a death mask, save on one cheek bone where there was an angry and livid contusion. His hands were scratched, bleeding and filthy, his clothing begrimed and torn, his pockets turned inside out. He seemed scarcely to breathe, and a thin froth flecked his slack and swollen lips. With feverish haste she unbuttoned his shirt and trousers and tugged at his undershirt. Then she sobbed aloud, a short, dry sob of relief. She had discovered the money belt. In another minute she had unbuckled and withdrawn it from his body. She took it to the other room, to the light, and hastily undid its fastenings. There were perhaps 24 fresh new bills, for the most part of large denominations, folded once lengthwise to fit into the narrow silken tube. But someone knocked before she found time to reckon up their sum. Hastily cramming the money, together with the telltale belt, into her handbag, Joan took a deep breath and said, "Come in." There entered a grave man of middle age, carrying a physician's satchel. He said, with a slight inclination of his head, "Mrs. Quard, I believe?" "Yes," Joan gasped. She nodded toward the alcove. "Your patient's in there." He murmured some acknowledgment, turning away to the bedside. For several minutes he worked steadily over the drunkard. While she waited, her wits awhirl, Joan mechanically pinned on her hat. Presently the physician stepped back into the room, removed his coat, turned back his cuffs, and produced a pocket hypodermic. With narrowing eyes he recognized Joan's preparations for the street. "Is he all right, doctor?" she said with a feint of doubt and fear. "He's in pretty bad shape, but I guess we can pull him round all right. But I need your help. You were going out?" She met his eyes steadily. "I was only waiting to hear how he was. I've got to hurry off to the theatre. I'm late now. If we miss the performance tonight we may lose our booking. And he's just been held up. All we've got's what's coming to us next Saturday." "I see. And you can do without him?" "His understudy'll take his part. We'll manage somehow." "Then I am afraid I shall have to call in assistance. A trained nurse." "Do, please, doctor." "Very well." He moved toward the telephone. "I'll be back in about an hour." "Very well, Mrs. Quard." He stared, perplexed, at the door, when she had shut it. Avoiding the elevator and lobby, she slipped down the stairs and through a side door to the street. In 10 minutes she was at the Union Ferry. Within an hour she was in Oakland, purchasing through tickets for her transcontinental flight. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. When he had finished breakfast, Matthias lighted a pipe, and setting his feet anew in the groove they had worn diagonally from door to window, began his matutinal tramp toward inspiration. But this morning found his brain singularly sluggish. Thoughts would not come, or if they showed themselves at all, it was only to peer mischievously at him round some distant corner which, when turned, discovered only an empty impasse. Distressed, He tamped down his pipe, ran long fingers through his hair, and wrapped himself in clouds of smoke. Then a breath of cool, sweet air fanned his cheek, and he looked round in sharp annoyance. It was like that fool maid to leave the windows open and freeze him to death. And truly enough, they were both wide open from top to bottom, though for all that he wasn't freezing. And outside there was a bright crimson border of potted geraniums on the iron railed balcony. He hadn't noticed them before. Madame Duprat must have set them out before he was up. Curious whim of hers, curious weather. Disliking inconsistencies, he stopped in one of the windows to investigate these unseasonable phenomena. In one corner of the back yard, a dilapidated bundle of fur and bones, conforming in general with a sardonic post-impressionist's candid opinion of a tomcat, lay blinking lazily in a patch of warm yellow sunlight. In the next back yard a ridiculous young person in bare legs, blue denim overalls, and a small red sweater, was industriously turning up the earth with a 6-inch trowel, and chanting cheerfully to himself an improvisation in honor of his garden that was to be. At an open window across the way, a public-spirited and extremely pretty young woman appeared with a towel pinned round her shoulders and let down her hair, a shimmering cascade of gold for the sun's rays to wanton with and, incidentally, to dry. Somewhere at a distance a cracked old piano organ was romping and giggling rapturously through the syncopated measures of Tin Pan Alley's latest rag. A vision drifted before Matthias's eyes, of the green slopes of Tanglewood, the white chateau on its windy headland, the ineffable blue of the Sound beyond. Incredulous, he turned to consult his calendar. The day was Wednesday, the 17th of April. It was true, then. Almost without his knowledge the bleak and barren winter had worn away, and spring had stolen upon town, flaunting, extravagant, shy and seductive, irresistible spring. For a little Matthias held back in doubt, with reluctant thoughts of his work. Then, all in a breath, he caught up hat and stick, slammed the door behind him, and blundered forth to fulfill his destiny. She was seated on a bench in a retired spot sheltered from the breeze, open to the sun, when Matthias, having swung round the upper reservoir, came at full stride down the west drive, his blood romping, his eyes aglow, warm colour in his face. For the first time in half a year feeling himself again. Matthias, the lover of the open skies, divorced from Matthias of the midnight lamp and the scored and intricate manuscripts, that Matthias whom the world rejected. At a word, her companion rose and moved to intercept him, and at the sound of his name Matthias paused, wondering who she could be, this strange, sweet-faced woman, plainly dressed. "Yes," he said, lifting his hat. "I am Mr. Matthias. Yes. Mrs. Marbridge would like to speak to you." His gaze veered quickly in the direction indicated by her brief nod. He saw Venetia waiting, and immediately went to her, in his surprise, forgetful of the woman who had accosted him. This last moved slowly in the other direction, and sat down out of earshot. "This is awfully good of you, Venetia," he said, bending over her hand. "I didn't see you, of course. Was thinking of something else." "But I was thinking of you," she said. "I've been wanting to see you for a long time, Jack." "Surely Helena could have told you where to find me." "I knew we'd run across one another, somehow, somewhere, sometime, today or tomorrow, without fail. So I was content to do without the offices of Helena. Do sit down. I want so much to talk to you." "Most completely yours to command," he said lightly, and took the place beside her. But his heart was on his lips and in his eyes, and Venetia was far from blind. "Then tell me about yourself," she asked. "It's been so long since I've had any news." "Is it possible? I should have imagined my doting aunt " She interrupted with a slight negative smile and shake of her head. "Helena doesn't approve of me, you know, and of late there has been a decided coolness between the families. I'm afraid George fell out with Vincent for some reason, not too hard to guess, perhaps." He looked away, coloring with embarrassment. "So," she pursued evenly, "about yourself. Are you married yet?" Matthias started, laughed frankly. "You didn't know about that, either? Well, it's true, even Helena couldn't have told you much, for I told her nothing. No, I'm neither married, nor like to be." "She was so very sweet and pretty." "Joan was wholly charming," he agreed gravely. "But well, I fancy it was inevitable. We were lucky enough to be obliged to endure a separation some weeks before, instead of after marriage, and so we had time to think. At least she must have foreseen the mistake we were on the point of making, for the break was her own doing, not mine." "You think it would have been a mistake?" "Oh, unquestionably. I confess I'd not have known it, probably, until too late, if she hadn't made me think when she threw me over. I hope it doesn't sound caddish, but I was conscious of a distinct sense of relief when I got back from California and found she'd cleared out without leaving me a line." "I think I understand. And did you never hear from her?" "Not from by accident of her. She was predestined for the stage. I can see that clearly now, though I objected then. She was offered a chance during my absence, jumped at it, and made a sort of a half-way hit in a very successful sketch, which, oddly enough, I happen to have written under a pseudonym. It had been kicking around my agent's office for a year. He didn't believe in it any more than I did, and I disbelieved in it hard enough to be ashamed to put my own name to it. That's often the way with a fellow's work. One always believes in the cripples, you know. Well, some actor chanced to get hold of the script one day, fell in love with it, and put it on with Joan as its leading woman. If it had been anybody else's sketch, I'd never have known what became of her, probably. As it was, I knew nothing until I got back from the coast. I believe they got married very shortly after it was produced, and now they're playing it all over the country. Odd, isn't it?" "Very," Venetia smiled. "And so your heart wasn't broken?" He shook his head and laughed. "No." But a spasm of pain shot through his eyes and deceived the woman a little longer. "And what have you been doing?" she pursued, meaning to distract him. "I mean your work." He shrugged. "Oh, I've had an average luckless year. To begin with, Rideout fell down on its production of The Jade God, the only time it ever had a chance to get over. And a man named Algerson bought his contract and put it on at his stock theater in Los Angeles. That's why I went out there to see it butchered." "It failed?" "Extravagantly." "But didn't you once have a great deal of confidence in it?" "Every play is a valuable property until it's produced," he answered, smiling. "This one was killed by its production. Nothing was right. It needed scenery, and what they gave it had served a decade in stock. It needed actors, and what actors were accidentally permitted to get into the cast got the wrong roles. Finally, it needed intelligent stage direction, and that was supplied by the star, whose idea of a good play is one in which he speaks everybody's lines and his own. Then they rewrote most of the best scenes and botched them horribly." "You couldn't stop them?" "When I attempted to interfere, I was told civilly to go to the devil. Under my contract I could have stopped them, but that meant suing out an injunction, which in turn meant putting up a bond, and I didn't have the money." "I'm so sorry, Jack." "Oh, it's all in the game. I learned something at least. But the greatest harm it did me was to sap the faith of managers here. One man, Wiley, who was under contract to produce my Tomorrow's People, paid me on January 1st a forfeit of $500 rather than run the risk after The Jade God." "And so you lost both plays?" "Oh, no. I still have Tomorrow's People, and only a short time ago signed up with a manager who isn't afraid of his shadow. We'll put it on next autumn." "And you believe in that, too?" "I know it will go," Matthias asserted with level confidence. "It's only a question of intelligence at the producing end, and I've arranged to get that." "And meanwhile you've been working?" "Oh," he spread out his hands. One doesn't stop, you know. It's too interesting." And then he laughed again. "But you see, you flatter a fellow into talking his head off about himself. Forgive me, and let me do a little cross examining. How are you? And what have you been doing? You know, Venetia, you're looking more exquisitely pretty than ever." And so she was, more strangely lovely than ever, in all the long span of their friendship, with a deeper radiance in her face, a clearer, more translucent pallor, in her eyes a splendour that lent new dignity to their violet shadowed mystery. "I'm glad of that," she said quietly. She folded listless hands in her lap, her eyes seeking distances. "I'm going to be very happy, I think." He looked up sharply. That she wasn't happy now, he could well understand. That Marbridge was behaving badly was something rather too broadly published by the very publicity of his methods. Marriage had not been permitted to interfere, at least, not after his return from Europe, with the ordinary tenor of his bachelor ways. Matthias himself had seen him not infrequently in theatres and restaurants, but only once in company with Venetia. Most often he had been dancing attendance upon a Mrs. Cardrow, she who had given her lips to Matthias, thinking him Marbridge, that long ago night at Tanglewood. She was said to be stage struck, and Marbridge was rumoured to be deeply, though quietly, involved in the financing of certain theatrical enterprises. Surely, then, Venetia must know what everybody knew, and be unhappy in that knowledge. But now she was so calmly confident that she was going to be happy. He wondered if she were contemplating divorce. And then, in a flash, he understood. That woman who had stopped him was not of Venetia's caste. If he guessed not wildly, she was a nurse. And Venetia afoot instead of in her limousine. She turned her eyes to his, smiling with a certain diffident, sweet sedateness. "You didn't know, Jack?" He shook his head, looking quickly away. "But you guessed?" "Yes," he replied in a low voice. Her hands fell lightly over his for a single instant. "Then be glad for me, Jack," she begged gently. "It's compensation." "I understand," he said, "and I'm truly very glad. It's kind of you to tell me, Venetia." "It changes everything," she said pensively. "All my world is changed, and I am a new strange woman, seeing it with new eyes. I have learned so much, and in so short a time. I can hardly believe it. To think, it's not a year since that time at Tanglewood." "Please," he begged. "Oh, I didn't mean to hurt you, Jack. But it's that I wanted to talk to you about. You won't mind, when you understand, as I have learned to understand. I tell you, I'm altogether another woman. Marriage is like learning to live in a foreign land, but motherhood is another world. I find it difficult to realize Venetia of a year ago. She's like some strange creature I once knew but never quite understood. And yet, little as I understood her, I can make excuses for her. I know her impulses were not bad. I know, better than she knew. She loved you, Jack." "You must not say that, Venetia." "But it's true, my dear, most true," she insisted in her voice of gentle magic. "The rest was just madness, the sort of madness that some men have the power to kindle in women. It's a deadly power, very terrible, and they, who haven't, use it as carelessly as children playing with matches and gunpowder." "Oh, I understand, Venetia, I understand. Don't. No, let me tell you. I've got to, Jack. I've had this so long in my heart to tell you. You must be patient with me, this once, and listen. You must know that I loved you then when I ran to you, threw myself into your arms, made you ask me to marry you, and promised I would, and thought that I was safe from him because of my promise. But I didn't know myself, nor him. He seemed able to make his will my law, so easily, so strangely. Even when I ran away with him, I knew that happiness could never come of it. It was just the madness. I couldn't help myself. I just could not help myself. And then ah! But I have paid for my madness many times over." For the moment he couldn't trust himself to speak. The woman bent forward to gain a glimpse of his half averted face, and searched it anxiously with her haunted eyes. "You do understand, Jack? You forgive?" "There isn't any question of forgiveness," he said, "and I always understood half way. You know that. You must have known it, or you couldn't have said what you have to me." The woman laughed a little, tender, broken laugh. "I'm so glad," she said softly. "Perhaps it's wrong, but you've made me a little happier. I have needed so desperately some one to confess to, some one on whose sympathy I could count. And, Jack, the only one in the world was you. You've helped." She rose, holding out both hands to him, and as he took them and held them tight, he saw that her lovely eyes were wide and dim with tears. "You've proved my faith in you," she said. "My gentle man, my knight sans peur et sans reproche." He bent his head to her hands, but before his lips could touch them, very gently she drew them away, and turned and left him. Bareheaded and wondering, for a long time he stood staring at the spot where, in company with the nurse, she had disappeared. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. As soon as the porter had made up the lower berth in the section Joan had reserved for her sole accommodation, in spite of the strain of thrift ingrained in her nature, she retired to it, buttoned securely the heavy plush portières, and prepared for rest by reducing herself to that state of semi undress in which she had learned to travel by night. Then, by the light of the small electric lamp above her pillow, she turned out the contents of her handbag and counted the money she had stolen from Quard. The sum of it, more than $2,100, staggered her. She hadn't dreamed that Quard possessed so much ready cash. Carefully folding the bills of larger denomination into a neat, flat packet, she wrapped them in a handkerchief and hid them in the hollow of her bosom, secured by a safety pin to her ribbed silk undervest. The remainder, more than enough to cover all ordinary expenses en route to New York, she disposed of more accessibly, half in her handbag, half in one of her stockings. Then, extinguishing the light, she lay back, but not to sleep. The pressure of her emotions was too strong to let her lose touch with consciousness. As a general rule, sleeping cars had no terrors for Joan. Never a nervous woman, her thoroughly sound and healthy organization permitted her to sleep almost at will, even under such discouraging circumstances as those provided by modern railway accommodations. But that night she lay awake till dawn flushed the windows with its wash of grey, awake and staring wide of eye into the gloom of her section, listening to the snores of conscienceless neighbours, and thinking endlessly and acutely. But they were thoughts singularly uncoloured by remorse for what she had done or fear of its consequences. She was not in the least sorry she had taken Quard's money. She was glad. The mere amount of it was proof enough for Joan that her husband had lied to her about the earnings of the sketch, had lied from the very beginning. Otherwise he could by no means have laid by so much in the term of their booking to date, and for that he deserved to suffer. She was only sorry he might not be made to understand how heavily he was paying for those months of deception. But that was something Quard would never know. With the story of the bell boy he must be content. He must go through life placing the blame of his misfortune upon the heads of those nameless stick-up men of the Barbary Coast. Nor was he likely to suffer otherwise. Joan was confident the man would manage somehow to find his feet financially almost as soon as physically. A telegram to his agent, Boskerk, would bring him aid if all else failed. The play was too constant an earner of heavy commissions for Boskerk to let it fall by the wayside for lack of a few $100. So was it too strong a draw on the vaudeville circuits to be blacklisted and barred by managers because of the temporary breakdown, something which Quard would readily explain and excuse. And Joan could imagine how persuasively, with his moving yarn of footpads and knockout drops. Nor would it be more than a temporary breakdown. With Quard restored to his senses, the absence of the leading woman would prove merely a negligible check. Joan entertained no illusions as to her indispensability. Once, in Denver, when she had been out of the cast for 2 consecutive performances, suffering with an ulcerated tooth, another actress had gone on and actually read the part from manuscript without materially lessening the dramatic effect of the playlet as a whole. Other women by the score could be found to fill her place acceptably enough, if few as handsomely. Joan soothed her pride with this reservation: the lie would go on its conquering way without her, never fear. And Quard? Joan curled a lip. He wouldn't pine away for her. She had come to know too well his shallow bag of tricks, and life to him was not life if he lacked one before whose dazzled vision he could air his graces and accomplishments, strut and crow and trail a handsome wing in the dust. Looking back, she could see very clearly now how love had waned as soon as lust was sated in the man. That night in Cincinnati had been the turning point. He had refrained from drink only as long as his wife continued to intoxicate his senses. And Joan? In the stifling gloom of her curtained section, the girl stretched luxuriously, breathed deep, and smiled a secret, enigmatic smile. No more than he would she waste herself away with grief and longing. She was no longer another's, but now her own mistress, a free adventurer, by the gold band upon her finger, licensed to cruise with letters of marque. Shortly before sunrise she fell asleep, still smiling, and slept on sweetly well into mid-morning. Then, rising, she refreshed herself in the washroom, and went to a late breakfast with countenance as clear and firm and bright as if she had never known a wakeful hour. The eyes of men followed her wherever she moved, and when she was seated alone in her section, dreaming over a magazine or gazing pensively out of the window, men discovered errands that took them to and fro in her vicinity more often than was warranted by any encouragement she gave them. For she gave them none. She ignored them every one. She was through with man for good and all. It was a brand new rôle, and to play it diverted her immensely for the time being. She spent the greater part of her waking hours during the next few days planning what she would do with all that money. Clothes, of course, figured ever first in these projections, and then a suite of rooms at some ostentatious hotel, and taxicabs when she went out to call on managers. How many times hadn't she heard Maizie Dean solemnly affirm that a swell front does more to put you in right than anything else, them low-lifers? And again she was pleasurably diverted by a vision of herself, extravagantly gowned, returning to recount her Odyssey to an admiring audience composed of Ma, Edna, and perhaps Butch, at the close of which she would distribute largesse, not forgetting to return Butch's loan with open-handed interest, and go on her way rejoicing, pursued by envious benedictions. New York received her like a bridegroom, clothed in April sunshine as in a suit of golden mail, amazingly splendid and joyous, after that weary grind of inland towns and cities, differing one from another only in degrees of griminess, grayness, and dullness. New York seemed paradise regained to Joan. She had not believed it could seem so beautiful, so magnificent, so sensuously seductive. In the exaltation of that delirious hour she plunged madly into a department store near the Pennsylvania Station. Even before securing lodgings, and bought herself a pair of cheap white kid gloves, simply for the sheer voluptuousness of possessing, once again, something newly purchased in New York. It was the beginning of an orgy. Joan hadn't thought how shabby and travel worn she must seem until she donned those fresh and staring gloves, and saw them in relief against the wrinkled and dusty garments she had worn across the continent. Thoughtful, she sought a nearby mirror and looked herself over, then shook her head and turned away to check her suitcase at the parcels desk, and surrender herself, body and mind, to the sweet dissipation of clothing herself afresh from top to toe. But first of all she visited the hairdressing and manicuring department. She meant to be altogether spick and span before venturing forth to woo and win anew this old and misprized lover, her New York. It was the head saleswoman of the suit department whose remote disdain led Joan deeper into extravagance. The girl had selected a taffeta costume which, while by no means the most expensive or the handsomest in stock, possessed the advantage of fitting well her average figure, requiring no alterations. On paying for it, she announced her desire to put it on at once and have her old suit sent home. "Really?" drawled the saleswoman, disappointed in her efforts to induce the girl to buy a higher priced suit, which did require alterations. Conjuring a pencil from the fastnesses of her back hair, she produced an order pad. "Miss what did you say? Ah, Thursday. Thanks. What number, please? Is it in the city?" Joan flushed, but controlled her impulse to wither and blast this insolent animal. "The Waldorf Astoria," she said quietly, though never once had she ventured within the doors of that establishment, and withdrew in triumph to make her change of clothing. And having committed herself to this extent, she enjoyed ordering everything sent to that hotel, which in her as yet somewhat naïve understanding was synonymous with the last word in the sybaritism of metropolitan life. Her long experience on the road had served thoroughly to break her in to the ways of hotels, however, and she betrayed no diffidence in the matter of approaching the room clerk for accommodations. Nor did she, apparently, find anything dismaying in the price she was asked to pay for a bedroom with private bath. It was only when, at length relieved of the attentions of the bell boy, whose unconcealed admiration alone was worth the quarter Joan gave him as a tip, she had inspected first her new quarters and then herself in a pier glass, that the girl gave herself over to alternate tremors of self approval and trepidation. These last were only increased when she reckoned up the money she had left, and appreciated how much she had spent in that one wild afternoon of shopping. On the other hand, she reminded herself, a complete new wardrobe was a necessity to one whose former outfit was lost beyond control. Quard would never have forwarded the clothing she had left behind in San Francisco, even if she could have found the effrontery to write and demand it. And if she had expended upwards of $500 since reaching New York, there was less extravagance in that than might have been suspected. She had purchased cannily in almost every instance, and, at worst, but few things that she could well have done without in that sphere of life to which she felt herself called. The excitement of unwrapping those parcels which began presently to arrive in shoals, and of reviewing such purchases as she had not worn to the hotel on her back, in time completely reassured her. It was with the composure of restored self confidence and esteem that she presently went down to dinner. Conscious that she was looking her handsome best in a modish afternoon gown, she was able to receive the attentions of the head waiter with just the proper degree of indifference, to order a simple meal, and consume it appreciatively without seeming aware that she dined in strange surroundings. But all the while she was consumed with admiration of herself for her audacity, as well as with not a little awe-stricken wonder at the child of fortune, who in the space of one brief year, of less, indeed, than that full period, had risen from the stocking counter of a department store and the squalor and poverty of East 76th Street to the dignity of a leading woman and the affluence of lodging at the Waldorf. True, she now lacked an engagement, but she had to support her demands for new employment, the prestige of a successful season with "a lie," the vaudeville sensation of the year, as Quard had truthfully described it. Need she fret herself with vain questionings of an inscrutable future, who had made such amazing progress in so short a time? Surely she was justified in assuming that the end for her was not yet, that she was dedicated to some far richer and more gorgeous destiny than any she had ever conceived in her most wild imaginings. She had only to watch herself. She was her own sole enemy, with her fondness for the admiration of men and their society. Let them realize that weakness, and she was lost, doomed to the way too many capable girls had gone, to the end of infamy and despair. But if only she had the wit and art to make men think her weakness theirs! And that much Joan was sure she possessed. She believed she had learned to know man better than herself. She meant to go far, now, a great deal farther than she had ever thought to go in those quaint, far off days when the crown of her ambition had been to paint her pretty face, wear silken tights upon her pretty legs, and beat a drum in the chorus of Ziegfeld's Follies. Chapter 29 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. After dinner, Joan treated herself to the experience of lounging in one of the corridors of the hotel, the one, she fancied, she wasn't sure, known through the town as Peacock Alley. She pretended to be waiting for somebody, made her gaze seem more abstracted than demure. Inwardly she quivered with the excitement, the exultation of forming a part of that rich and sensuous scene. There were women all about her, many women of all ages and from every grade of society, alike in one respect, alone, that they were radiantly dressed, and, like Joan, found pleasure in sunning themselves in the soft diffused glow of the many shaded electric lamps, as well as in the regard, as a rule, less shaded, of that endless parade of men who moved, sometimes alone, again with other men, more commonly with women, continually from one part to another of the hotel. Muted strains from an excellent orchestra, not too near, added the final touch of enchantment to this ensemble. Entranced, though, indeed, seeming little more conscious of her surroundings than one in a day dream, Joan was acutely sensitive to all that passed in her vicinity. Not a woman came within the range of her vision without being critically inspected, dissected, analyzed, catalogued, both as to her apparel and as to the foundations for her pretensions to social position or beauty. Not a man strolled by, were he splendid in evening dress or merely smart in the ubiquitous sack suit of the period, without being scrutinized and appraised with a minute attention to detail that would have flattered him had it been less covert. Joan felt the lust for this life burning like a fire through all her being. There was nothing she could imagine more desirable than to live always as lived, apparently, these hundreds of well-groomed, high-spirited, carefree people. She had been steeping her soul in the blandishments of this atmosphere for fully half an hour, and was beginning to think it time to return to her room, when she was momentarily startled out of her assumed preoccupation by sight of one who hadn't been far from her thoughts at any time since her break with Quard. He came walking her way from the general direction of the bar, with another man, both attired as richly as masculine conventions permit in America, and not altogether unconscious of the fact, each in his way guilty of a mild degree of swagger. Of the two, the one betraying the most ease and freedom from ostentation was one known to Joan, chiefly through the medium of his portraits published in the Morning Telegraph and other theatrical organs as "Arlie" Arlington, a producing manager locally famous both for his wit and the shrewdness and success with which he contrived to gauge, year in, year out, public taste in musical comedies. Broadway had tagged him the only trustworthy friend of the tired business man. Infrequently Arlington adventured in plays without music or dancing, but as a rule with far less success. His companion, the man whom Joan felt she had been subconsciously waiting for ever since entering the hotel, was Vincent Marbridge. She was impressed with the appositeness of his appearance there to her unexpressed desire, this man who had been so plainly struck by her charms at first sight, and who was credited with silent partnership in many of Arlington's enterprises, and comprehending for the first time fully how much she had been subjectively counting on meeting him again and enlisting his sympathies at least. She steeled herself against the shock of recognition, lest she betray her fast mounting anxiety. He must not for a moment be permitted to suspect she considered him anything but the most distant of acquaintances, or believed him to have been the anonymous author of that magnificent gift of roses. But Marbridge passed without seeing her, at all events without knowing that he saw her. Rolling a little as he walked, with that individual sway of his body from the hips, he leaned slightly toward Arlington and gesticulated with immense animation while recounting some inaudible anecdote which seemed to amuse both men mightily. And in the swing of his narrative his glance, wandering, flickered across Joan's face and on without in the least comprehending her as anything more than a lay figure in a familiar setting. But Arlington, less distracted, looked once keenly, and after he had passed turned to look again. In spite of this balm to her vanity, Joan flushed with chagrin. She knew in her heart that Marbridge had not other than inadvertently slighted her. Yet she felt the cut as keenly as though it had been grossly intentional. Nevertheless, she waited there for many minutes more, in the hope that he would return and this time know her. At length, however, she saw the two men again, at some distance, standing by the revolving doors at the 33rd Street entrance. Both now wore top coats and hats. Marbridge was still talking, and Arlington listening with the same expression of faintly constrained but, on the whole, genuine amusement. And almost as soon as Joan discovered them, they were joined by two women in brilliant evening gowns and wraps. An instant later the party was feeding itself into the inappeasable hopper of the revolving door, and so disappeared, a prey to a sudden sensation of intense loneliness and disappointment, and with this a trace of jealousy, for in spite of the distance she had been able to see that both women were very lovely. Joan got up and returned to her room. An hour later she rose from a restless attempt to go to sleep, went to the telephone and asked the switchboard operator to find out whether or not Mr. Vincent Marbridge was a guest of the hotel. The answer was in the affirmative, if modified by the information that the party wasn't in just then. Intensely gratified, the girl went back to bed and promptly fell asleep formulating ingenious schemes to meet Marbridge by ostensible accident. On the following day she lunched at the hotel, spent 2 fruitless hours in its public corridors between tea time and time to dress for dinner, and another in Peacock Alley after dinner, seeing nothing whatever of Marbridge. And the day after provided her with a fatiguing repetition of this experience. She began to be tremendously bored by this mode of existence, to sense the emptiness, the vapidity of hotel life for a friendless woman. Once or twice she revived and let her fancy play about her project to revisit her family in the guise of Lady Bountiful, but only to defer its execution against the time when she could go to them with another engagement to drive home the stupendous proportions of her success. Besides, she told herself, they seemed to be worrying along without her, all right. If they cared anything about her, they could have written, at least. Edna had the West 46th Street address. Not once or twice, but many a time and oft, she found herself yearning back to the homely society of the Sisters Dean's salon in the establishment of Madame Duprat. And though she held back from revisiting the house, through fear of meeting Matthias, she wasted many an hour promenading Broadway from 38th Street North to 48th, in the hope of encountering Maizie or May or one of their friends. But it was singularly her fate to espy not one familiar face among the multitude her wistful eyes reviewed during those dreary mid afternoon patrols. Everybody she knew, it would seem, was either busy or resting out of town. On her fourth morning at the Waldorf, reading the Morning Telegraph over the breakfast tray in her room, Joan ran across an illuminating news item that carried a Buffalo dateline. It chronicled the first performance of Arlington's most recent venture, Mrs. Mixer, announced as a satirical comedy of manners by an author unknown either to Joan or to fame, and projected by Arlington as a vehicle to exploit the putative talents of Nella Cardrow, the stage's latest recruit from the 400. The Buffalo performance was, it appeared, the first of a fortnight's trial on the road, following which the production was to be withdrawn pending a metropolitan debut in the autumn. The story of the first night was infused with a thinly sarcastic humor. After the final curtain, it pursued, the audience filed reverently from the house, omitting flowers, and Arlie Arlington broke a track record, reaching the nearest Western Union office to summon several well-known ante-mortem specialists of New York to the bedside of the patient. Meanwhile, Vincent Marbridge was hastily organized into a posse of one, to prevent Undertaker Kane from laying hands upon the sufferer and carting it off to what might prove premature interment in the mausoleum of his celebrated storage warehouses. Dropping the paper, Joan went directly to the telephone and asked the office to have her bill ready within an hour's time. From this she turned to pack her new possessions in a trunk as new. It had never occurred to her that Marbridge might have left the hotel. Now she said that it was just her luck. By 1 o'clock that afternoon she had shifted bag and baggage to a stuffy and poorly furnished bedchamber in a crowded, noisy, and not over-clean theatrical hotel situated on a corner of Longacre Square. This establishment consisted of an old and rambling structure of 4 stories, of which the street floor was given over to tradesmen. An all-night drug store held the corner shop, while other subdivisions were occupied by a tonsorial parlor, a dairy lunch room in the favor of many taxicab chauffeurs, a boot-blacking business, and a theatrical hairdresser's. Next door, off Broadway, stood one of those reticent brownstone residences with perennially shuttered windows, and a front door to all appearances hermetically sealed, but negotiable, none the less, to those whom fortune had favored with the password and sufficient money and witlessness to make them welcome with proprietors of crooked gambling layouts. Across the street rose the side wall of a theatre, decorated with an angular iron fire escape. The day was almost unseasonably warm, but the hour appointed when the city should blossom out in awnings had not arrived. Joan's room was hot with sunlight that mercilessly enhanced the shabbiness of all its appointments, from the stained and threadbare carpet to the cheap bureau with its mottled dark mirror, and the scorched and blistered edges of its top, where cigarettes had been suffered to burn out, forgotten. But when Joan had unpacked and disposed of her belongings, she went to the window as she was, in a loose kimono generously open at the throat, and stood there for a long time, contentedly looking out. Taxicabs darted or stood with motors sonorously rumbling in the street below. Round the corner, Longacre Square roared with the traffic of its several lines of surface cars and its unending procession of motor-driven vehicles. The windows of the theatre across the way were open, and through them drifted the clatter of a piano with a surge of half a hundred feminine voices repeating over and over the burden of a chorus, betraying the fact that a rehearsal was in progress. At one of the open fire escape exits lounged a youth in his shirt sleeves, smoking a cigarette and conversing amiably with a young woman in a stiffly starched white shirtwaist, ankle-length skirt, and brazen hair. Principals, Joan surmised, waiting for their turn, when the chorus had learned its business acceptably. Nearer at hand, in the room to the right of Joan's, a woman with a good voice was humming absently an aria from La Tosca, while to the left another woman was audible, her strained and nervous accents stuttering on in an endless monologue of abuse, evidently aimed at the head of a husband who, if he had been drinking again, retained at least wit enough to attempt no sort of interruption or rejoinder. Joan smiled in comprehension. Breathing long and deep of tepid air flavored strongly with dust and the effluvia of dead cigars and cigarettes, she turned away from the window, lifted her arms, and spread them wide, luxuriously. "Thank God," she murmured with profound sincerity, "for a place you can stretch in." Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. With scant delay, Joan began to pick up acquaintances. Nothing is easier in that milieu to which the girl dedicated herself. The process of widening her circle began with meeting the girl whom Joan had heard singing in the adjoining bedchamber. They passed twice in the corridors of the Astoria Inn before Joan had been resident there 24 hours, and on the second occasion the girl with the voice nodded in a friendly way and inquired if Joan didn't think the weather was simply awfully lovely today. Joan replied in the affirmative, and their acquaintance languished for as long as 12 hours. Then, toward 6 in the evening, the girl presented herself at Joan's door in a condition of candid déshabille, wishing to borrow a pair of curling irons. Being accommodated, she came on into the room, perched herself on the edge of the bed, and made herself known. Her name was Minnie Hession, and she had been singing in the chorus for 7 years. Originally a prettyish, plump-bodied brunette, she was at present what she herself termed black and tan, in the middle of the process of letting her hair go back. Her father was chief of police of some western city, name purposely withheld. Joan was, however, assured that she would be surprised if she knew what city. And her folks had heaps of money and had been wild with her when she insisted on going on the stage. "But goodness, dearie, when you've got temperament, what you going to do? Nobody outside of the business ever understands." All the same, much as the folks disapproved of her carving out a career for herself, whenever she got hard up all she had to do was telegraph straight back home. She was, of course, at present without employment, but Joan was advised to wait until Arlie Arlington got back into town. Arlie never forgot a girl who had not only a good voice but some figure, if Miss Hession did say it herself. They went shopping together the following afternoon, and in the evening dined together at a cheap Italian restaurant, counterpart of that to which Quard had first introduced Joan and the Sisters Dean. Joan paid the bill, by no means a heavy one, and before they went home stood treat for the movies. After that their friendship ripened at a famous rate, if exclusively at Joan's expense. Before it had endured a week, Joan had loaned Minnie $10. Toward the end of its first fortnight, she mortally offended the girl by refusing her an additional 20, and the next day Minnie moved from the Astoria Inn without the formality of paying her bill or even of giving notice. The management philosophically confiscated an empty suitcase which she had been too timorous to attempt to smuggle out of the house. Everything else in her room had mysteriously vanished, and considered. this incident closed. In this the management demonstrated its wisdom in its day and generation. It never saw Miss Hession again. Nor did Joan. But through the chorus girl, as well as independently, Joan had contracted many other fugitive friendships. She never lacked society, after that, whether masculine or feminine. Men liked her for her good looks and unaffected high spirits. Women tolerated her for two reasons: because she was always willing to pay, not only her own way, but another's, and because she was what they considered a swell dresser. Her presence was an asset to whatever party she lent her countenance. Frankly reveling in freedom regained and intoxicated by possession of a considerable amount of money, she let herself go for a time, quite heedless of expense or consequence. Within a month she had become a familiar figure in such restaurants as Burns', Churchill's, and Shanley's, and her laughter was not infrequently heard in Jack's, when all other places of its class boasted closed doors and drawn blinds. Inevitably she acquired a somewhat extensive knowledge of drink. Most of all she learned to love that champagne which Matthias had been too judicious to supply her, and from which she had abstained out of consideration for Quard's weakness. But now there was no reason why she should not enjoy it in such moderation as was practised by her chosen associates. She preferred certain sweetish and heady brands whose correspondingly low cost rendered them more easy to obtain. But with all this, she never failed to practise a certain amount of circumspection. In one respect, she refrained from growing too confidential about herself. That she had been the leading woman with The Lie was something to brag about. The very cards which she had been quick to have printed proclaimed the fact loudly in imitation Old English engraving. But that she had been wife to its star was something which she was not long in discovering wasn't generally known. The success of the sketch was a byword of envy among actors facing the prospect of an idle summer, and the rout columns of Variety told her that, in line with her prediction, Quard had somehow surmounted his San Francisco predicament and was continuing to guide the little play upon its triumphal course. But Quard himself had always been too closely identified with stock companies of the second class to have many friends among those with whom his wife was now thrown, actors for the most part of the so-called legitimate stage, with scant knowledge or experience, little, at least, that they would own to, of theatrical conditions away from Broadway and the leading theatres of a few principal cities. So Joan kept her own counsel about her matrimonial adventure. Its publication could do her no good, if possibly no harm, and she preferred the freedom of ostensible spinsterhood. Her wedding ring had long since disappeared from her hand, giving place to the handsome diamond with which Matthias had pledged her his faith. Furthermore, such dissipation as she indulged in was never permitted to carry her beyond the borderline which, in her understanding, limited discretion in her relations with men. She enjoyed leading them on, but marriage had made her too completely cognizant of herself to permit of any affair going beyond a certain clearly defined point. She couldn't afford to throw herself away. And more than once she checked sharply and left an undrained glass, warned by her throbbing pulses that she was responding a trace too ardently to the admiration in the eyes of some male companion of the evening. But there were only two whom she held dangerous to her peace of mind, one because she was afraid of him, the other because she admired him against her will. The first was an eccentric dancer and comedian calling himself Billy Salute, a man of middle age and old beyond his years in viciousness. The gymnastic violence of his calling in great measure counteracted the effects of his excesses and kept him young in body. He was a constant and heavy, but what was known to Joan's circle as a safe drinker. Drunkenness never obliterated his consciousness. or disturbed his physical equilibrium. In spite of its web of wrinkles, his skin remained fair and clear as a boy's, and retained much of the fresh coloring of youth. But his eyes were cold and hard, and profoundly informed with knowledge of womankind. His regard affected Joan as had Marbridge's that day at Tanglewood. Under its analysis she felt herself denuded; pretence were futile to combat it. The man knew her. He made no advances, but he watched her closely whenever they were together, and she knew that he was only waiting, patient in the conviction that he had only to wait. And thus he affected her with such fear and fascination that she avoided him as much as possible. But he was never far out of her thoughts. He lingered always on the horizon of her consciousness, like the seemingly immobile yet portentous bank of cloud that masks the fury of a summer storm. The other man pursued her without ceasing. He was young, not over 25 or 6, an age to which Joan felt herself immeasurably superior in the knowledge and practice of life, and happened to be the one man of her acquaintance who was neither an actor nor connected with the business side of the stage. By some accident he had blundered from newspaper reporting to writing for cheaply sensational magazines, and from this to writing for the stage. It is true that his achievements in this last quarter had thus far been confined to collaboration with a successful playwright on the dramatization of one of his stories. But that didn't lessen his self-esteem and assertiveness. He claimed extraordinary ability for himself in a quite matter-of-fact tone, and on his own word was on terms of intimacy with every leading manager and star in the country. Nobody Joan knew troubled to contradict his pretensions, and despite that wide and seasoned view of life she believed herself to possess, she was still inexperienced enough to credit more than half that he told her, never appreciating that, had the man been what he claimed, he would have had no time to waste toadying to actors. He might, if not discouraged, prove very useful to her. In fact, he promised to, repeatedly. More than this, his attentions flattered her more than she would have cared to confess even to herself. He didn't lack wit, wasn't without intelligence, and the power of his imagination couldn't be denied. Thus he figured to her as the only man of mental attainments she had known since Matthias. He was something to be desired by such as this one, even though his abnormally developed egotism sometimes seemed appalling. It manifested itself in more ways than one: in his strut, in the foppishness of his dress, in his elaborate affectation of an English accent. He was a small person by the average standard, and slender, but well formed, and wore clothing admirably tailored, if always of an extreme cut. His cheeks were too fleshy, almost plump, something which had the effect of making his rather delicate features seem pinched. Near-sighted, he wore customarily a horn-rimmed pince nez, from which a wide black ribbon dangled like a mourning band. His name was Hubert Fowey. So Joan tolerated him, encouraged him moderately through motives of self-interest, checked him with laughter when he tried to make love to her, secretly admired him even when his conceit was most fatiguing, and wondered what manner of women he had known to make him think that she would ever yield to his insistence. She had been nearly 6 weeks in New York when she awoke one morning to rest in languorous regret of a late supper the preceding night, and to wonder whither she was tending, spurred to self-examination by that singularly clear introspective vision which not infrequently follows intemperance, at least when one is young. She was reminded sharply that, since returning to town, she had made hardly a single attempt to find work, beyond having her professional cards printed. And this was the edge of summer. Where would the autumn find her? Slipping quickly out of bed, she collected her store of money and counted it for the first time in several weeks. The sum total showed a shocking discrepancy between cold fact and the small fortune she had all along been permitting herself to believe she possessed. Even allowing for these heavy initial purchases on returning to New York, her capital had shrunk alarmingly. She began anew, that day, the rounds of managers' offices. Also, she laid down for her guidance a rigid schedule of economies. Only by strict observance thereof would she be able to scrape through the summer without work or financial assistance from some quarter. Characteristically she mourned now, but transiently, that she had so long deferred going to see her mother and Edna, something now obviously out of the question. They would want money, to a certainty, and Joan had none to spare them. A few days later she moved to share, half and half, the expenses of a 3-room apartment on 50th Street, near 8th Avenue, with a minor actress whom she had recently met and taken a fancy to. Life was rather less expensive under this regime. The young women got their own breakfasts, and, as a rule, lunches that were quite as meagre, repasts chiefly composed of crackers, cold meats from a convenient delicatessen shop, with sometimes a bottle of beer shared between two. If no one offered a dinner in exchange for their society, they would dine frugally at the cheaper restaurants of the neighborhood. But their admirers they shared loyally. If one were invited to dine, the other accompanied her as a matter of course. An arrangement apparently conducive to the most complete intimacy. Neither party thereto doubted that she was in the full confidence of the other. There were, none the less, reservations on both sides. Harriet Morrison, Joan's latest companion, was a girl whose very considerable personal attractions and innate love of pleasure were balanced by greenish eyes, a firm jaw, and the sincere conviction that straight going and hard work would lead her to success upon the legitimate stage. She knew Joan for an incurable opportunist with few convictions of any sort other than that she could act if given a chance, and that men, if properly managed, would give her that chance. For one so temperamentally her opposite, Hattie couldn't help entertaining some unspoken contempt. On the other hand, she believed Joan to be decent, as yet, and having the cost of living permitted her to indulge in the luxury of a week end at the seaside once or twice a month. One day, near the 1st of July, the two, happening to meet on Broadway after a morning of fruitless search for engagements, turned for luncheon into Shanley's new restaurant, by way of an unusual treat. They had barely given their order when Matthias came in, accompanied by a manager who had offices in the Bryant Building, and sat down at a table not altogether out of speaking distance. To cover her discomfiture, which betrayed itself in flushed cheeks, Joan complained of the heat, an explanation accepted by Hattie without question, since Matthias had not yet looked their way. Joan prayed that he might not, but the thing was inevitable, and it was no less inevitable that he should look at the precise instant when Joan, unable longer to curb her curiosity, raised her eyes to his. For a moment she fancied that he didn't recognize her. But then his face brightened, and he nodded and smiled, coolly perhaps, but civilly, without the least evidence of confusion. They might have been the most casual acquaintances, and indeed the incident would probably have passed unremarked but for the promptings of Joan's conscience. She was sure the glance of Matthias had shifted from her face to the hand on which his diamond shone, and had rested there for a significant moment. As a matter of fact, nothing of the sort had happened. Matthias was absorbed in negotiations concerning an old play which had caught the fancy of the manager. Joan, though he knew her at sight, was now too inconsiderable a figure in his world for him to recall, offhand, that he had ever made her a present. Nevertheless, the girl colored furiously, and blushed again under the inquisitive stare of her companion. "Who's that?" "Who?" Joan muttered sullenly. "The fellow who bowed to you just now." "Oh, that?" Joan made an unconvincing effort at speaking casually. "A man named Matthias, a playwright, I believe." "Oh," said the other girl quietly. "Never done anything much, has he?" "I don't know." "You don't know him very well?" There was a touch of irony in the question that struck sparks from Joan's temper. "That's my business." "I beg your pardon," Hattie drawled exasperatingly. And the incident was considered closed, though it didn't pass without leaving its indelible effect upon their association. With Joan it had another result: it made her think. Retrospectively examining the contretemps, after she had gone to bed that night, she arrived at the comforting conclusion that she had been a little fool to think that Matthias held that old ring against her. He hadn't been her lover for several weeks without furnishing the girl with a fairly clear revelation of his character. He was simple hearted and sincere. She could not remember his uttering one ungenerous word or being guilty of one ungenerous action. And she didn't believe he could make room in his mind for an ungenerous thought. Now if she were to return it, he would think that fine of her. Of course, she must take it back in person. If she returned it by registered mail, he would have reason to believe her afraid to meet him, that she had been frightened by his mere glance into sending it back. Not that she hadn't every right in the world to keep it, if she liked. There was no law compelling a girl to return her engagement ring when she broke with a man. But Matthias would admire her for it. Moreover, it was just possible that he hadn't as yet arrived at the stage of complete indifference toward her. And he had the ear of the managers. Nerving herself to the ordeal, 2 days later she dressed with elaborate care in the suit she had worn on her flight from Quard. Newly sponged and pressed, it was quite presentable, if a little heavy for the season. Moreover, it lacked the luster and style of her later acquisitions. It wouldn't do to seem too prosperous. It was a Saturday afternoon, and Hattie had taken herself off to a nearby ocean beach for the week end, something for which Joan was grateful, inasmuch as it enabled her to dress her part without exciting comment. To her relief, a servant new to the house since her time answered her ring at the bell of number 289, and with an indifferent nod indicated the door to the back parlour. Behind that portal Matthias was working furiously against time, carpentering against the grain that play to discuss which he had lunched at Shanley's, the managerial personage having offered to consider it seriously if certain changes were made. And the playwright was in haste to be quit of the job, not only because he disapproved heartily of the stipulated alterations, but further because he was booked for some weeks in Maine as soon as the revision was finished. Humanly, then, he was little pleased to be warned, through the medium of a knock, that his work was to suffer interruption. He swore mildly beneath his breath, glanced suspiciously at the non-committal door, growled brusque permission to enter, and bent again over the manuscript, refusing to look up until he had pursued a thread of thought to its conclusion, and nodded that same all ship-shape. And when at length he consented to be aware of the young woman on his threshold, waiting in a pose of patience, her eyes wide with doubt and apprehensions, his mind was so completely detached from any thought of Joan that he failed, at first, to recognize her. But the alien presence brought him to his feet quickly enough. "I beg your pardon," he said with an uncertain nod. "You wished to see me about something?" Closing the door, Joan came slowly forward into stronger light. "You don't remember me?" she asked, half perplexed, half wistful of aspect. "But I thought the other day at Shanley's " "But of course I remember you," Matthias interrupted with a constrained smile. "But I wasn't expecting you. Not exactly, you understand." "Oh, yes," Joan replied in subdued and dubious accents. "I understand." She waited a moment, watching narrowly under cover of assumed embarrassment the signs of genuine astonishment which Matthias felt too keenly to think of concealing. Then she added an uneasy "Of course," Matthias echoed witlessly. "You wanted to see me about something," he iterated, wandering. With an effort he pulled himself together. "Won't you sit down, Joan?" "Thank you," said the girl. "But I'm afraid I'm in the way," she amended, dropping back into the old worn easy chair. "Oh, no, I—" The insincerity of his disclaimer was manifest in an apologetic glance toward the manuscript and a hasty thrust of fingers up through his hair. Joan caught him up quickly. "Oh, but I know I am, so I shan't stay," she said, settling herself comfortably. "I only ask a minute or two of your time. You don't mind?" "Mind? Why, certainly not." She looked down as if disconcerted by his honest, perplexed, questioning eyes. "I was afraid you might after what's happened." He fumbled for a cigarette, beginning to feel more calm, less nervous than annoyed. The fact of her unruffled self possession had at length penetrated his understanding. "No," he said slowly, rolling the cigarette between his palms. "I don't mind in the least, if I can be of service to you." "But I was very foolish," Joan persisted. "And unkind. I've been sorry ever since." "Don't be," Matthias begged, his tone so odd that she looked up swiftly and colored. Thus far everything had gone famously, quite as rehearsed in the theatre of her optimistic fancy. But the new accent in his voice made her suddenly fear lest, after all, the little scene might not play itself out as smoothly as it had promised to. "Don't be," Matthias repeated coolly. "It's quite all right. Take my word for it, as far as I'm concerned, you've nothing at all to reproach yourself with." Her flush deepened. "You mean you didn't care?" Matthias smiled, but not unkindly. "I mean," he said slowly, "neither of us really cared." "Speak for yourself!" Joan cut in with a flash of temper, but he obtained her silence with a gentle gesture. "Please. I mean, we both lost our heads for a time. That was all there was to it, I think. Naturally, it couldn't last. You were wise enough to see that first, and I did the only thing you decently could, when you threw me over. I understood that at once." "But I—" she began in a desperate effort to regain lost ground. "I was afraid you'd hate and despise me." "Not a bit, Joan. Believe me, not for an instant. When I had had time to think it all out, I was simply grateful. I could never have learned to hate or despise you, as you put it, whatever happened. But if you hadn't been so sensible and farsighted, the affair might have run on too far to be remedied. In which case we'd both have been horribly unhappy." This was so far from the attitude she had believed he would adopt, that Joan understood her cause to be worse than forlorn. It was lost. Lost, that is, until it could be saved by her premeditated, heroic measure. Fumbling in her bag, she found his ring. "Perhaps you're right," she said with a little sigh. "Anyhow, it's like you to put it that way. But what I really came for was to return this." She offered the ring. He looked, startled, from it to her face, hesitated and took it. "Oh, thanks," he said, adding quite truthfully: "I'd forgotten about that," and tossed it carelessly to his work table, where, rolling across the face of a manuscript, it oscillated momentarily and settling to rest seemed to wink cynically at its late possessor. Joan blinked hastily in response. There was a transient little mist before her eyes, and momentarily her lips trembled with true emotion. The scene was working out more painfully than she had ever, in her direst misgivings, dreamed it might. Deep in her heart she had all along nursed the hope that he would insist on her retaining the ring. That would have been like the Matthias of her memories. But now he seemed to think that she ought to be glad thus to disburden her conscience and by just so much to modify her indebtedness to him. Struck by this thought, Joan gasped inwardly and examined with startled eyes the face of Matthias. It was her first reminder of the fact that he had left her $150 unearned dollars. She had forgotten all about that till this instant, otherwise she would have hesitated longer about calling. She wondered if he were thinking of the same thing. but his face afforded no index to his thoughts. He wasn't looking at her at all, in fact, but down, in abstraction, studying the faded pattern of the carpet at his feet. She wondered if perhaps it would advance her interests to offer to return the money, to pay it back bit by bit when she found work, but wisely she refrained from acting on this suggestion. "I'm sorry I was so long about bringing it back," she resumed with an artificial manner. "I was always meaning to, you know, and always kept putting it off. You know how it is when you're on the road. One never seems to have any time to oneself." "I quite understand," Matthias assured her gravely. She grew sensitive to the fact that he was being patient with her. "But I really mustn't keep you from your work," she said, rising. "You knew I was working, didn't you?" "I heard," Matthias evaded, in a roundabout way, "that you were playing in vaudeville." The girl nodded vigorously. "Oh, yes. I was all over, playing the lead in a sketch called 'The Lie.' It was a regular knockout. You ought to have seen how it got over. It's still playing, somewhere out West, I guess." "You left it then?" Matthias asked, bored, heartily wishing her out of the house. She was aching to know if he had learned of her marriage. But then she felt sure he couldn't possibly have heard about it. Still, she wondered, if he did know, would it modify his attitude toward her in any way? "Yes," she resumed briskly, to cover her momentary hesitation. "I left it the week we played 'Frisco. I had to. The star and I couldn't seem to hit it off, somehow. You know how that is." "And yet you must have managed to agree with him pretty well, from all I hear." "What did you hear?" Did he really know, then? "Why," Matthias explained ingeniously, "you must have been with the sketch for several months. By your own account, you couldn't have been bickering all that time." Confidence returned. "Oh, that yes, of course. But I could see it coming a long ways ahead. So I quit, and came back to look for another engagement. You " She broke off, stammering. "Beg pardon?" Matthias queried curiously. Joan flushed again. "You don't know of anything I could do just now, I suppose?" He shook his head. "Not at present, I'm afraid." "If you should hear of anything, it would be awful good of you to let me know." "Depend on me, I shall." "Care of the Dramatic Mirror will always get me." "I shan't forget." "Well," she offered him her hand with a splendidly timid smile, "I suppose it's good bye for good this time." Matthias accepted her hand, shook it without a tremor, and released it easily. "I've a notion it is, Joan," he admitted. She returned toward the door, advanced a pace or two, and paused. "They say Arlington's going to make a lot of new productions next fall." "Yes?" "Well, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind putting in a good word for me." "I would be glad to, but unfortunately I don't know Mr. Arlington." "But you know Mr. Marbridge, and everybody says he's Arlington's silent partner." Matthias looked as uncomfortable as he felt. "I am not sure that is true," he said slowly. "And well, to tell the truth, Marbridge and I aren't on the best of terms. I'm afraid I couldn't influence him in any way except, perhaps, to prejudice him." "Oh!" Joan said blankly. It came to her in a flash that the two men might have quarrelled about her, thanks to the obvious fascination she had exerted over Marbridge that age old day at Tanglewood. "I suppose," she ventured pensively, "I might go to see him, Mr. Marbridge, myself?" "I'm afraid I can't advise you." This time the accent of finality was unmistakable. Joan bridled with resentment. After all, he'd no real call to be so uppish, simply because she hadn't let him stand between her and her career. "You don't really think I ought to go and see him, do you?" "I wish you wouldn't ask me, Joan." "But I've got no one to advise me. If you don't think it wise, I wish you'd say so. I thought perhaps it was a chance." Matthias shrugged, excessively irritated by her persistence. "I can only say that I wouldn't advise any woman to look to Marbridge for anything honourable," he said reluctantly. "Oh!" the girl said in a startled tone. "But I'm sorry you made me say that. It's none of my affair. Please forget I said it." "But you make it so hard for me." "I?" he cried indignantly. "I make it hard for you?" "Well, I come to you for advice, friendly advice, and you close in my face the only door I can see to any sort of work. It's pretty hard. I can act. I know I can act. I guess I proved that when I was with Charlie, Mr. Quard, the star of The Lie, you know. I couldn't have stuck as long as I did if I hadn't had talent. But back here in New York, all that doesn't seem to count. Here I've been going around for 2 months, and all they offer me is a chorus job with some road company. But Arlington, he employs more girls than anybody in the business. I know he'd give me a chance to show what I can do, if I could only get to him. And then you tell me not to try to get to him the only way I know." Abruptly Joan ceased, breathing heavily after that long and, even to her, unexpected speech. But it had been well delivered. She could feel that. She clenched her hands at her sides in a gesture plagiarized from a soubrette star in one of her infrequent scenes of stage excitement, and stood regarding Matthias with wide, accusing eyes. His own were blank. He was trying to account to himself for the fact that this girl seemed to have the knack of making him feel a heartless scoundrel, even when his stand was morally impregnable, even though it were unassailable. Here was this girl, evidently convinced that he had not dealt squarely with her, believing that he deliberately withheld, out of pique perhaps, aid in his power to offer her. He passed a hand wearily across his eyes, and turned back toward his work chair. "You'd better sit down," he said quietly, "while I think this out." Without a word the girl returned to the arm chair, and perched herself gingerly upon the edge of it, ready to rise and flee, she seemed, whenever it should pardonably suggest itself to Matthias that the only right and reasonable thing for him to do was to rise up and murder her. On his part, sitting, he rested elbows upon the litter of manuscript, and held his head in his hands. He was sorry now that he had yielded to the temptation to be plain spoken about Arlington and Marbridge. But she had driven him to it, and she was an empty-headed little thing and ought really to be kept out of that galley. On the other hand, he was afraid that if he allowed himself to be persuaded to help her find a new engagement, she would misunderstand his motives one way or another, most probably the one. He couldn't afford to have her run away with the notion that his affection for her had been merely hibernating. He had not only himself, he had Venetia to think of now. To her he had dedicated his life, to a dumb, quixotic passion. Some day she might need him. Some day, it seemed certain, she would need him. She was presently to have a child, and Marbridge was going on from bad to worse. Things could not forever endure as they were between those two. And then she would be friendless, a woman with a child fighting for the right to live in solitary decency. But Joan! If she were headed that way, toward the Arlington wheel within the wheel of the stage, even at risk of blame and misunderstanding, Matthias felt that he ought to do what could be done to set her back upon the right road. It was too bad, really, and it was none of his business. The girl had given herself to the theatre of her own volition, after all. Or had she? Had the right of choice been accorded her? Or was it simply that she had been designed by nature especially for that business, to which women of her calibre seemed so essential? Was she, after all, simply life stuff manufactured hastily and carelessly in an old worn mould because destined solely to be fed wholesale into the insatiable maw of the stage? He shook his head in weary doubt, and sighed. "Probably," he said, fumbling with the pen and avoiding her eyes. "I presume you'd better come back in a day or two, say Tuesday. That will give me time to look round and see what I can scare up for you. Or perhaps Wednesday would be even better." He dropped the pen and rose, his manner inviting her to leave. "Wednesday?" she repeated, reluctantly getting up again. "At 4, if that's convenient." "Yes, indeed it is. And thank you so much, Jack." "No, no," Matthias expostulated wearily. "No, I mean it," she insisted. "You're awfully sweet not to be unkind to me." "Believe me, I could never be that." "Then good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Joan." But as he moved to open the door, his eyes were caught by the flash from a facet of the diamond, and the thought came to him that its presence there assorted ill with his latest assurance to the girl. Catching it up, he offered it to Joan as she was about to go. "And this," he said, smiling. "Don't forget it, please." Automatically her hand moved out to take it, but was stayed. Her eyes widened with true consternation, and she gasped faintly: "You don't mean it?" "Oh, yes, I do. Please take it. I've really no use for it, Joan. And well, you and I know what professional life means." He grinned awry. "I might be of service to you some day." With a cry of gratitude that was half a sob, but with no other acknowledgment, the girl accepted the gift, stumbled through the door in a daze, and so from the house. Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. So it seemed that all men were much alike. Joan knew but two types: the man who lived by his brains and the man who lived by his wits, but had no more hesitation in generalizing from these upon masculine society as a whole than a scientist has in constructing a thesis upon the habits of prehistoric mammalia. From the skull of a pterodactyl and the thigh bone of an ichthyosaurus, they were all much alike. If you knew how to get round one kind, you knew how to win over the other. There was a merely negligible difference in the mode of attack. You appealed to their sympathies, or to their sentiments, or their appetites, and if these failed, you appealed to their pride in their self-assumed rôle of the protectors. It was no great trick, once you had made yourself mistress of it. By this route Joan achieved the feat of looking down on Matthias, and that was not wholesome for the girl, leaving her world destitute of a single human soul that commanded her respect. She had needed only to stir up his jealousy of Marbridge and his innate chivalry. As if she didn't know what Arlington's companies were like! The facts were notorious. Nobody troubled to blink them, Arlington's employees least of all. It wasn't their business to blink the facts. A girl without following had as little chance of securing a place in one of his choruses as a girl without a pretty figure. But of course, a handsome girl with a good figure. Joan glanced in a shop window en passant, but she saw nothing of the display of wares. The plate glass made a darkling mirror for the passers by. Joan could see that her refurbished traveling suit fitted her becomingly, even though it was a trifle passé. She hurried home and changed it, and hurried forth again to keep an appointment with Hubert Fowey. They dined at a pretentious hotel, in an orange garden whose false moonlight and tinkling artificial fountain manufactured an alluring simulacrum of romantic night, despite the incessant activities of a ragtime bitten orchestra and the inability of the ventilating system to infuse a hint of coolness into the heavy, superheated air. Joan had little appetite. The day had been too overpoweringly hot, but she was very thirsty, and Fowey provided a brand of champagne less sweet and heady than she would have chosen, and consequently more insinuative. During the meal Billy Salute appeared at a table across the room and invisible to Fowey, whose back was toward it, but still not far enough removed to prevent Joan from recognizing that look in the dancer's eyes which she resented so angrily. She didn't once look at the man, but she never quite lost sight of him, and was well aware that he was ridiculing Fowey to his companion, an actor, by many an indication, but a stranger to Joan. Provoked, she demonstrated her contempt of Salute by flirting outrageously with Fowey. Unconscious of her motive, that aspiring little dramatic author lost his head to some extent. Now and again his voice trembled when he spoke to her, and once he mumbled something about marriage, but checked at discretion and let his words trail off inarticulately. Joan was not to be denied. "What did you say?" she demanded, with her most distracting smile. "Oh, nothing of any importance," muttered Fowey, his face reddening. "But you did say something. I only caught part of it, Hubert. I want to know." It was the first time she had used his given name. "I only wondered if you were married," he stammered. "You talk so cursed little about yourself." "Does it matter?" she parried, surrender in her eyes. He choked, and gulped on his champagne. "But you're not, are you?" he persisted. "What's that to you?" He hesitated, and changed the subject, fearful lest his tongue compromise him. "What shall we do now? Don't say a roof garden. Let's get out of this infernal smother. I vote for a taxi ride to Manhattan Beach." Joan assented. Leaving, they passed Salute's table. Joan gave the dancer a distant and chilling greeting, and swept haughtily past, ignoring his offer to rise. The insolent irony of his eyes was incredibly offensive to her. They said: "I am waiting. I am patient. I make no effort. I am inevitable." She swore in her soul that she would prove them wrong. In the taxicab Fowey made some slighting reference to the dancer. "He's the devil," Joan declared with profound conviction. But she wouldn't explain her reasons for so naming him. When occasion offered, in the more shadowed stretches of their course to the sea, Fowey attempted to kiss her. But she would have none of him then, fending him off by main strength and raillery. And she was pleased with the discovery that she was stronger than he. Yet another evidence of the inferiority of man. At the beach, Fowey ordered a claret cup. Joan demanded an ice and drank sparingly. But when again in the motor car, homeward bound, she was abruptly smitten with amazement to find herself in Fowey's arms, submitting to his kisses, if not returning them. For a time she remained so, and let him talk love to her. It was pleasant to be wanted. Arrived at the little flat, she had to prevent Fowey's following her in, again by main strength, slamming the door in his face. Bolting the door, she turned to a mirror, to see what a fright she must have looked, but it seemed a radiant vision that smiled back at her. She thought hazily of Hubert Fowey. "That kid," she murmured, not altogether in contempt, but almost compassionately. It was a shame to tease him so. Not until the next day, that dawned upon her consciousness amid the thunders of a splitting headache, did she appreciate how far the affair had gone. Penitent, she vowed reformation. She wasn't going to let any man think he could make a fool of her, much less that conceited little whippersnapper. As it happened, she didn't see the amateur dramatist again for some days. He, too, had vowed reformation, and on much the same moral grounds. Her appointment with Matthias for Wednesday at 4 Joan failed to keep. And since that was her own affair, and since she had not left him her address, Matthias kept to himself the word that he had for her, and in accordance with his original intention, boarded the Bar Harbor Express that same evening, and forgot New York for upwards of 10 weeks. It had rained all day Tuesday, and Wednesday was overcast but dry and, by contrast with what had been, cool. Dressing for her interview with Matthias, Joan donned a summery gown of lawn, liberally inset with lacework over her shoulders and bosom. A frock for the country house or the seashore, never for the Broadway pavements. None the less it was quite too pretty to be wasted on Matthias alone. She set out to keep her appointment with an hour to spare, purposing to employ the interval by running, at leisure, the gauntlet of masculine admiration on Broadway as far south as 38th Street. For this expedition she would have preferred company, but Hattie, having looked her over, announced that she couldn't dress up to Joan's style, didn't mean to try, and didn't care to be used as a foil. Furthermore, it was much more sensible to loaf round the flat in little or no clothing at all, and read up on Pinero. From the Astor Theatre corner, Joan struck across Broadway to the eastern sidewalk, chiefly to avoid the throng of loungers in front of the Bryant Building. It is good to be admired, but Joan had little taste for the form of admiration that becomes vocal at once intimately and publicly. Halfway down the New York Theatre Building block, she turned abruptly and scuttled like a frightened quail into the lobby, from the back of which, turning, she was able to see, without being seen by, Quard. Brief as the term of their dissociation was, in mere point of elapsed time, Joan had so completely divorced herself from her husband that she was actually beginning to forget him. Physically no less than mentally she was beginning to forget him. An outcast from her life, he no longer had any real existence in her world. By some curious freak of sophistry she had even managed to persuade herself she was never to see him again. Thus it seemed the most staggering shock she had ever experienced, to recognize the man's head and shoulders looming above the throng before the entrance to the moving picture show, just south of the lobby to the New York Theatre proper. But Quard hadn't seen her. He was with companions, a brace of vaudeville actors whom Joan knew through him. But while she waited for them to pass, two other friends accosted the three, directly before the lobby entrance, and they paused to exchange greetings. Quard slapped both newcomers on their shoulders, and kept his hand on the last he slapped, bending forward and engaging their interest with some intimate bit of ribaldry. He had been drinking. Joan saw that much at a glance. Not heavily, but enough to render his good fellowship boisterous. Otherwise he looked well. He was hardly to be identified with that sodden wreck which had been brought from the Barbary Coast back to the woman he had insulted and abused. His color was good, his poise assured. He was wearing new clothing, a loud shepherd's plaid effect, which Joan couldn't possibly have forgotten. No one could possibly have forgotten it. And he had acquired a dashing Panama hat, which at least looked genuine at that slight distance. Useless to have wasted pity on the man. He had fallen, but not far, and he had fallen on his feet. Joan eyed him with fear, despair, and loathing. Had he come to render New York too small to contain them both? She skulked in the farthest corner of the lobby, in shadows, not quite round the corner of the elevator shaft, where she could just see and ran least risk of being seen, and waited. But the group on the sidewalk seemed to have settled down to a protracted session. When Quard had finished talking and the laughter had quieted down, another fixed the attention of the group with a second anecdote, of what nature Joan could well surmise. Of course, it was only a question of time before Quard would propose a drink. Then she would be free to proceed to her appointment. But through some oversight the suggestion remained temporarily in abeyance, and Joan was unlucky in that none of the policemen appeared, who are assigned to the business of keeping actors moving in that neighborhood. After a minute or two Quard shifted his position so that he could, by simply lifting his eyes, have looked directly into the lobby. At this Joan turned in desperation and entered the cage of an elevator, which happened just then to be waiting with an open gate. There were several theatrical enterprises with offices on one of the upper floors. No reason why Joan shouldn't wait in one of these until it would be safe to venture forth again. There was Arlington's, for instance. Joan's was no strange figure there. She had long since made several attempts to see Arlington or one of his lieutenants, but her professional cards, borne in to them by a disillusioned office boy, had educed no other response than "Mr. Arlington says there's nothing doing just present." But it was as good a place as any for Joan's purpose, and there could be no harm trying again. The same world-weary boy received her card when she entered the suite of offices. He considered it, and Joan as well, dispassionately. "Who d'you want to see?" he mumbled with patent effort. Joan's prettiest smile was apparently wasted upon the temperament of an anchorite. "Mr. Arlington, please." The boy offered to return the card. "He ain't in." "That's what you always tell me." "He ain't never in." "Very well," said Joan sweetly. "I'll wait." The boy started to say something pointed, hesitated, regarded her with dull suspicion, and suddenly inquired: "What d'you want to see him about?" "A matter of private business." "Ah," drawled the boy with infinite disgust. "Tha's what they all say." An embittered grimace shaped upon his soiled face. "Listen," he said, almost affably. "If you'll think up a good one, I'll fetch this into his sec'tary. Now could anything be fairer 'n that?" "I'll go you," Joan retorted, falling in with his spirit. "Tell him a friend of Mr. Marbridge's wants to see him." She esteemed this a rather brilliant bit of diplomacy, and at the same time considered herself stupid not to have thought of it before. But it failed to move the office boy. His head signalled a negative. "Have to do better'n that," he announced. "If I fell for every wren that claims she's an intimate friend of Mr. Marbridge." "But I am a friend of his truly I am," Joan insisted warmly. The boy rammed a hand into a trousers pocket. "Betcha," he began, but reconsidered. "You never can tell about a skirt," he reminded himself, audibly. "But just to prove I'm a sport, I'll go you." Motioning Joan through the door of the reception room, he shambled off with an air of questioning his own sanity. The reception room was perhaps 30 feet long by 15 wide, an interior room lighted, and none too well, by electricity, ventilated, when at all, through the doorways of adjoining offices. A row of cane-seated chairs was aligned against the inner wall. In the middle of the floor stood a broad and substantial table of oak. It was absolutely bare. Here and there a few unhappy lithographs, yellowing life-size photographs of dead or otherwise extinguished stars, and a framed playbill or two of Arlington's earlier ventures, decorated the dingy drab wall. There was no floor covering of any description. In this room herded some 20 people of the stage, waiting hopefully for interviews that were, as a rule, granted to not more than one applicant in 10. A heterogeneous assemblage, owning a single characteristic in common. Whenever, at the far end of the room, the door opened leading to the offices of the management, every head turned that way, and every voice was hushed in reverence. Yet it was seldom that the door disclosed anything more unique than a second office boy, even more dejected than the first, who, peering through, would, after examining the card in his hand for the name of the applicant, painfully recite some stereotyped phrase, worn smooth. "Mr. Brown, your party says to come back next week. Miss Holman, your party's went out and won't be back this afternoon. Miss Emerson, Mr. Arlington says everything's full up just present. Call in again, or more infrequently. Mr. Grayson is to step in, please." Joan found a vacant chair. She had no hope whatever of being admitted to the presence, despite the unexpected condescension of the office boy. Marbridge's name might prove the open sesame, but she doubted that vaguely. It wouldn't be her if that happened. The atmosphere was stifling with heat complicated by stale human breath and the reek of perfumery, all stratified with layers of tobacco smoke which entered over the transoms of the communicating offices. Above the muted murmurings of the unemployed's apprehensive voices could be heard the brisk chattering of two or three typewriting machines, and telephone bells rang incessantly, near and far, one taking up the tune as soon as another ended. The throng of applicants shuffled their feet uneasily, expectantly, morosely. Joan was so uncomfortable and oppressed that she was tempted to rise and go without waiting for the discounted answer. Only dread of encountering Quard restrained her. The longer she delayed, the slighter the chance of finding him still in front of the theatre. Her thoughts drifted into reverie dully coloured with misgivings. She thought of Charlie Quard as a bird of ill omen whose appearance could presage nothing but suffering and disaster. Ignoring altogether the truth that through his good offices alone, however tainted with self-interest, she had been suffered to enter into the profession whose ranks she had elected to adorn. With that other truth, that she owed him for the clothing she wore, the food she ate, the very roof that sheltered her, and meant never to repay. The voice of the second office boy chanted her name twice before she heard it. "Miss Thursby? Miss Joan Thursby?" Joan started to her feet. "Yes?" "The party you asked for says please to sit this way." End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Between gratification and misgivings, Joan followed her guide in a flutter of emotion. When intending nothing more than to provide an excuse for using the anteroom as a temporary refuge, she hadn't for an instant questioned her right to use Marbridge's name. But now that it had appeared she was to gain thereby the boon of an audience with Arlington, she was torn by doubts. After all, her acquaintance with Marbridge had been one of the most tenuous description. True, the man seemed attracted by her at the time, but that was many months ago, and only recently he had looked her fair in the face without knowing her. She had really gained her advantage through false pretences. And when Marbridge learned of this, would he not resent it? Had she not, through her presumption, put herself in the way of defeating her own ends? She brought up before a closed door in a state of nervousness not natural with her. "You're to wait a minute," her guide advised. She wasn't thankful he wasn't the guardian of the outer defences. Just at present she was in no fit mood to bandy persiflage successfully. But she was uncomfortably conscious that this present boy eyed her curiously as he threw open the office door. She entered, and he closed it after her. The room was untenanted, but a haze of cigar smoke in the air indicated that it had been only recently vacated. It was handsomely furnished, carpeted and decorated. The broad, flat topped desk in one corner boasted an elaborate display of ornate desk hardware. In the middle of the blotting pad a sheaf of letters lay beneath a bronze paperweight of unique design. All in all, an office owning little in common with the generality of those to which Joan had theretofore penetrated. She sat herself down uneasily. A door communicating with the adjoining office, though a solid door of oak, was an inch or so ajar. Through it penetrated sounds of masculine voices in conversation, but nothing distinguishable. 5 minutes passed. Then the conference in the next room broke up amid laughter. The doorknob rattled, and Joan rose automatically. Marbridge entered. For a moment, in her surprise and consternation, Joan could only stare and stammer. But obvious though her agitation was, Marbridge ignored it gracefully. Shutting the door tight, he advanced with an outstretched hand and a smile there was no resisting, with, in short, every normal evidence of friendly pleasure in their meeting. "Well, Miss Thursday," he said, gratification in his carefully modulated voice, "this is public spirited of you." Joan shook hands limply, her face crimson beneath his pardonably admiring stare. "I thank you, but " "Really," he went on smoothly, "I consider it mighty nice of you to look me up. Fancy your remembering me. Do sit down. We must have a chat. Fortunately you've caught me in an off hour." Retaining her hand coolly enough, he introduced the girl to a capacious lounge chair beside the desk, then settled himself behind it. Joan shook her wits together. "You're awfully kind." "I? Kind?" Marbridge denied the implication with an indulgent smile. "My dear Miss Thursday, if you get to know me well and I sincerely hope you will some day you'll find there's not a spark of human generosity in my system. I think only of my own pleasure. How can there be kindness to you in my seizing this chance to improve our acquaintance? I declare, I thought you'd forgotten me." "Oh, no!" Joan protested. "Really? That's charming of you. But tell me about yourself. How long have you been back?" "Not long," Joan replied instinctively to the first stock question that marks every other similar meeting in the theatrical district of New York. "That is, I mean, a couple of months." "Oh, then you didn't stay with the line." "You knew about that?" Marbridge nodded briskly. "Indeed I did. Pete Gloucester told me all about you, how splendidly you were doing at rehearsals. And then, one afternoon in Chicago, I saw the sketch billed and dropped in at the theatre for the sole purpose of seeing you. And if I hadn't had a train to catch, I'd have come right round back to congratulate you. Fact. You were wonderful. You were more than wonderful. You were downright adorable, and no mistake." Under the tonic stimulus of his flattery, Joan recovered her self possession with surprising readiness, so swiftly that she almost forgot to cover the phenomenon with prolonged evidences of pretty confusion. She looked down, her colour high, and, smiling, traced with a gloved forefinger an invisible seam in her skirt. And then, looking up shyly, she appraised Marbridge with one quick, shrewd, masked glance. Her instinct had not misled her. This man esteemed her at a high value. "It's awfully kind of you to say so," she murmured demurely. Marbridge bent forward, leaning on the desk, his gaze ardent. "I only say what I think, Miss Thursday. I watched you act that afternoon, and so far as I was concerned you were the whole sketch, and made up my mind then and there you were a girl with a great big future." "Oh, but really, Mr. Marbridge " "Give you my word. I said to myself then and there, 'Here's a little woman worth watching, and if ever I get a chance to lend her a helping hand and don't do it, I'd better quit fussing with this theatrical game.' And that was the effect of seeing you play just once, mind you." "I'm afraid you're a dreadful kidder, Mr. Marbridge." His injured look was eloquent of the injustice that she did him. "You don't believe me? Very well, Miss Thursday. Wait. Some day I'll surprise you." He swung back in his chair, smiling genially. "Some one of these days you'll set your heart on something I have the say in, and then you'll be able to judge of my sincerity." "If I dared believe you," Joan told him boldly, "I might put you to the test sooner than you think." "Well, and why not? I'm ready." But as Joan would have gone on, the desk telephone rang sharply, and Marbridge, excusing himself with a mumbled apology, turned to the instrument and lifted the receiver to his ear. "Hello? Who? Oh, send her in to see Mr. Arlington. Oh, he did, eh? Well, say I'm not in either. Yes, gone for the day. Replacing the instrument, he swung round again. "There's proof already," he informed her cheerfully. "That was Nella Cardrow, one of the biggest propositions on our list, star of Mrs. Mixer. And I'm putting her off solely to show you how sincerely I'm interested in what you have to say to me." He bent forward again, confidentially. "Now tell me, what can I do for you?" "Give me a job," Joan informed him honestly. "That's all I want just now. Work. A part in anything you have influence with." "Then you have left the line?" Marbridge persisted incredulously. Joan nodded. "I had to. I couldn't stand it any longer." "But without you why, I don't know what they were thinking of, to let you go." "I just couldn't get along with the star, and that's all there was to it," Joan declared. "He was a boozer. And well, I had to quit." "And the sketch?" "Oh, it went on all right, I guess." "Without you? Well, that's hard to credit. However " Marbridge leaned back and for a moment stared thoughtfully out of the window. "I really can't think of anything we've got open just now that's good enough to offer you." "Please don't think of me that way, Mr. Marbridge," Joan pleaded earnestly, more than half deceived. "I'm ready for anything, to get a chance to show these people what I can do. Anything, however small, just so it gives me a show. I don't care what." Marbridge preserved admirably his look of intent gravity. "Let me think a moment," he requested, pursing his full lips. Joan watched him closely through that brief silence, her mood one of curious texture, compounded in almost equal parts of hope and doubt, of wonder and misgivings, of appreciation of her own courage and shrewdness, and of admiration for Marbridge. He was by no means what she would have termed handsome, but he was uncommonly individual, a personality that left an ineffaceable impression of strength and masculinity. And with this he had an air of being finished and complete, as though he not only knew better than most how to take care of himself in all ways, but slighted himself in none. She thought his mode of dress striking, combining distinction and taste to an extraordinary degree, and when, in his abstraction, he pinched his chin gently between thumb and forefinger, she was impressed with the discovery that a man's hand could be at once well manicured and muscular. He turned back abruptly with a sparkle of enthusiasm in his bold and prominent eyes. "By George, I think I have it." "Yes?" she breathed excitedly. He considered an instant longer, shook his head, and jumped up. "I must consult Arlington first," he declared. "I wouldn't care to commit him without his consent. No, don't get up. Just excuse me 1 minute. I'll be right back." And before she could protest, had she entertained the faintest idea of doing anything of the sort, he left the room by the same door which had admitted him. Immediately she was again aware of a rumble of voices in the next office, but now it was even more indefinite. And again she waited a full 5 minutes alone. When Marbridge rejoined her, it was with an air apologetic and disappointed. "It's too bad," he announced aggrieved, "but it seems Arlington has really gone for the day. I shan't see him before evening, likely, possibly not until tomorrow. So I must ask you to trouble yourself to come back, if you don't mind." "Mind?" Joan laughed, rising. "Oh, I guess not." "Well," Marbridge assured her, "I don't think you'll have any wasted time to regret. But I can't promise anything until I'm sure Arlington hasn't made other arrangements, or until I've managed to put a crimp into 'em, if he has." "But you mustn't do that." "Hush!" Marbridge paused to chuckle infectiously. "There's one trouble," he amended more gravely, "and that is, I haven't got any too much time. I'm booked to sail for Europe Saturday, and have got so many little things to attend to, I'm running round in circles. But don't you fret, I've got this matter right next to my heart. Miss Thursday, and I'm going to put it through if it humanly can be done. Now let me think when I can ask you to call again." "Any time that suits your convenience, Mr. Marbridge." "Well, it's a question. I'd like mighty well to have you lunch with me before I go, but the truth is I haven't got hardly a minute unengaged. You just happened to catch me right today. I wonder if you could call in Friday, say about 3:30?" "Of course I can, but I don't want you to." "Didn't I tell you? Hush!" Marbridge interrupted, mock impatient. "Not another word. Remember what I told you about how I felt that day I saw you act out in Chicago? The time's coming when I'm going to be powerful glad you gave me this chance to give you a lift, Miss Thursday. And then—" He paused in the act of opening the door and took Joan's hand, subjecting it to a firm, friendly pressure before continuing. "And then, perhaps, I'll be coming round and begging favors of you." For an instant Joan's eyes endured, without a tremor, the quick, searching probe of the man's. She nodded quietly, saying in a grave voice: "I guess you won't have to beg very hard. Not for anything I could ever do for you, Mr. Marbridge." His smile was as spontaneous and bright as a child's. "It's a bargain," he declared spiritedly, "and you can bet your life I won't forget my end of it. Good afternoon, Miss Thursday. Remember, Friday at 3:30." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. As one result of her interview with Marbridge, Joan returned to her quarters in a state of thoughtfulness which was responsible not only for her forgetting the appointment with Matthias and the risk she ran of encountering Quard at every corner, but also for her unquestioning acceptance of Hattie's absence from the flat, in the face of her expressed determination not to go out that afternoon. Hattie, however, was nothing loath to explain her change of mind, when she blew in cheerfully shortly before dinner time. "Hello!" she exclaimed, tossing her hat one way and her parasol another. "Did you miss me?" Joan looked up blankly from the depths of her musing. "No," she said dully. "Why?" "Well, you went off half peeved because I wouldn't go traipsing with you. And then I went out after all." "Oh, I'd forgotten," Joan admitted without much interest. "Well, I didn't mean to go out. But Billy Emerson sent me a tip, and I bet you can't guess who I've seen." Joan shook her head. "Arlington." "Arlington!" Joan exclaimed. "Well, and why not?" "Nothing. Only I thought you weren't looking for anything in musical shows." "No more am I. And it wasn't a musical show I went to see him about. Billy sent me a card of introduction with the tip, and Arlington saw me and well, I guess it's just about settled. I'm to understudy Nella Cardrow in Mrs. Mixer. Arlington wouldn't promise, but told me to come in Saturday morning, and the understanding is he'll have contracts ready to sign then. I do believe my luck's turned at last." "But," Joan argued, perplexed, "I don't understand. Of course, it's fine to get the job, and all that, and I'm awfully glad for you, Hattie. But you act as excited as if it was the title role you expected to play." "Maybe I do," Hattie retorted. "That's what an understudy's for, isn't it? To play the star part in case of an emergency?" "Yes, but—" "Anyhow, I don't mind telling you that's what I'm looking forward to." "You mean you think Mrs. Cardrow—" "Now, don't you ask me any questions. I can't tell you what I think. It's a secret." Having made this statement, Hattie sat down on the edge of the bed, lighted a cigarette, vacillated 1 second, and proceeded to divulge the secret. You see, I called around to thank Billy Emerson after my talk with Arlington, and he told me the whole story in confidence. Nobody's to know it yet, so you mustn't breathe a word to anybody, but the thing's all fixed, and Nella Cardrow's never going to play Mrs. Mixer before a Broadway audience. She couldn't play it anyhow. It's just a plain boiled dub. Never did anything before she persuaded Marbridge to put her on in this show. It's his money that's behind it, mostly. Arlington's too wise to risk much on an uncertain proposition like the Cardrow. Marbridge just hides behind Arlington." "What for?" "Well, I guess he figures home would be none the happier if friend wife knew he was footing the bills for Nella Cardrow's show. He and Cardrow, Billy Emerson says, are just about as friendly as the law allows. And that isn't all." "But," Joan persisted stupidly, "if that's the case, I don't see what makes you think he'll throw her down to give you the part." "If they ever caught anybody on Broadway as innocent as you pretend to be," Hattie commented with a scorn for grammar as deep as poor Joan's obtuseness, "they'd arrest 'em, that's all. Who ever told you Marbridge was the kind of a guy to stick to a woman forever, not to say when she's losing money for him? Billy Emerson saw the show when they put it on up in Buffalo a while ago, and he says the play's a wonder. But Cardrow can't even look the part, much less act it. He says if they ever let her loose on the stage of a Broadway theater, well, Marbridge and Arlington can just kiss their investment a fond farewell. For reasons of his own, Marbridge isn't ready to break with Cardrow yet, but he knows he's got a big success on his hands in this Mrs. Mixer with her out of it, so they're going right ahead, just as if she was to be the star. But when the show opens, it'll be Little Miss Understudy who'll do all the acting." The actress tossed aside her cigarette and bent forward, regarding Joan with mock solicitude. "Does it begin to penetrate, dearie?" "It sounds to me like a pretty mean trick to play on Mrs. Cardrow," Joan suggested. "Don't you worry about her. She'll survive all right. And anyhow, when you've been as long in this game as I have, you'll realize that the motto of the profession is 'everybody for himself and the devil take the hindermost.' I've waited 7 years for this chance, and I'm not going to let it get past me through any sentimental considerations, not if I know myself. And you'd do just the same thing in my place, too." "I don't see what right you've got to say that." "Then you don't know yourself as well as I know you," Hattie laughed. "But listen, I oughtn't to have told you all this. You won't say anything, will you, dear?" "No, I won't say anything." Nor did Joan consider it necessary to repay confidence with confidence by confessing the fact of her coincidental interview with Marbridge. The reflection that they must have been in adjoining offices at much the same time, in spite of Marbridge's assertion that Arlington was out, counselled reticence, even if envy hadn't served to impose silence upon Joan. And she was profoundly envious of Hattie's good fortune. Why could it not have been her own instead? If Marbridge honestly esteemed her abilities one half as highly as he had pretended to, why could he not have seen to it that Joan Thursby, rather than Hattie Morrison, was selected for Mrs. Cardrow's understudy? Still, the matter was not yet definitely settled. Hattie's contract remained a thing of the future, and she might be congratulating herself prematurely. Struck by this reflection, Joan withdrew even more jealously into her reserve. But she anticipated her appointment for Friday afternoon with an impatience that lent each hour the length of 3, and when the time drew near, prepared herself for it with such exacting attention to the minutiae of her toilet that a final survey in a cheval glass sent her forth radiant with consciousness that she had never looked more charming. To her surprise and somewhat to her disappointment, Marbridge didn't receive her alone. She was shown into Arlington's office, finding there Marbridge in company with the great man himself. Entrenched behind his desk, Arlington didn't move when she entered, and only when Marbridge formally presented Joan deigned to rise half out of his chair and extend to her, across the mahogany barrier, a hand almost effeminately white, soft, and bedizened with rings. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Thursby, I'm sure," he drawled, his clasp as languid as the glance with which he looked Joan over, and sank wearily back into his chair. "I've been hearing wonderful things about you from Mr. Marbridge." "He's very kind," said Joan in her best manner. "Not at all," Marbridge protested. "I've only been describing how splendid your work was in the lie. But Mr. Arlington is the original of the gentleman from Missouri. You've got to show him. However, I know you can, so that's all right." "Oh, I hope so," Joan replied with becoming diffidence. "If I ever get a chance " "You'll get that, never fear," Arlington observed dispassionately. "Marbridge has fixed it all up for you. It's a risk, a pretty big risk, to take with an actress of your comparative inexperience, but as a rule I find it advisable to give Marbridge his head when he sets his heart on anything." "You're awfully good," Joan murmured. "Don't think it," Arlington returned in a tone of remote amiability, teetering in his chair. "I've nothing whatever to do with it, beyond engaging you and being responsible for your salary. It's all Marbridge's doing." He examined with a perplexed air his highly polished fingernails. "You're to have a small part in a new comedy we're putting on next September," he announced, "and at the same time you will understudy the star, Nella Cardrow, in Mrs. Mixer. Your salary will be $60 a week, unless through some accident you're called upon to play the title rôle regularly. And accidents will happen in the best regulated theatrical enterprises. In which case you'll draw $100 a week for the first season. There are some details which Marbridge will explain to you, and if you'll drop in any time Monday and ask for Mr. Grissom, he will have your contracts ready. And now if you'll excuse me, I've an appointment." Consulting his watch, he rose and moved round from behind his desk. "Good day, Miss Thursby," he said with a shadow of a formal smile. "I shall see much of you, no doubt, when the rehearsals begin." "Oh, thank you," Joan cried. Arlington disclaimed title to her gratitude with a weary gesture. "Don't thank me, please. Thank Marbridge. You won't be long, Van," he added, at the door. "I'll be with you in 10 minutes." "Right you are. Good afternoon, Miss Thursday." Alone with Marbridge, Joan began impulsively to protest her thanks, but on glancing up, fell silent, abashed by an expression that glowed in the man's eyes like a reflection of firelight. She lowered demure lashes to cloak her confusion, a smile about her lips, at once sophisticated and timid, a distractingly pretty woman, fully conscious of her allure and of his attraction for her, a vision of provoking promise. Marbridge drew a deep breath. "If you persist in looking like that," he said in a voice that trembled between laughter and a sigh, "don't blame me if I forget myself and take you in my arms and kiss you. There are limits to my endurance." Joan looked up, smiling. "Well," she said with a little nervous laugh, "well, what of it?" Chapter 34 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Before Joan left Marbridge, they had arrived at an understanding, which was not less complete and satisfactory in that it was largely implicit. Without receiving any definite explanation of the circumstances complicating the production of Mrs. Mixer, Joan carried away with her a tolerably clear notion thereof. both confirming and supplementing the second-hand information of Hattie Morrison. Mrs. Cardrow owned a heavy interest in the play, Joan had gathered, and there existed, as well, a contract between her and Arlington which would have to be eliminated before it would be possible to go ahead and make the production with another actress in place of the erstwhile star. Some very delicate diplomatic manoeuvring was indicated. Interim, Joan was to be privately drilled by Peter Gloucester for some weeks prior to calling together the full company to rehearse for the September production. Gloucester was just then out of town, but she would be advised when and where to meet him on his return. Marbridge was to be absent from New York until the middle of September, or longer, but he promised to be back a week or two before the opening performance. There were other promises exchanged. With her future thus schemed, the girl was very well content, who had attained by easy stages to one of mental development in which those primary moral distinctions upon which she had been reared were no longer perceptible, or, if perceptible, had diminished to purely negligible stature. It was not in nature for her to disdain or reject her bargain on moral grounds. She knew, or recognized, none that applied. For over a year, during the most impressionable period of her life, Joan Thursday had breathed the atmosphere of the stage. She had become thoroughly accustomed to recognize without criticism those irregular unions and regular disunions that characterized the lives of her associates. She had observed many an instance where the most steadfast and loyal love existed without bonds of any sort, and as many where it existed in matrimony, and as many again where neither party to a marriage made aught but the barest pretence of fidelity. She had remarked that material and artistic success seemed to depend upon neither the observance nor the disregard of sexual morality. She knew of husbands and wives against whom scandal uttered no whisper, and whose talents were considerable, but who had struggled for years and would struggle until the end without winning substantial recognition. And she knew of the reverse. The one unpardonable sin in her world was the sin of drunkenness, and even it was venial except when it held the curtain or prevented its rising altogether. As far as concerned her attitude toward herself, she considered Joan Thursday above reproach, seeing that she had withdrawn from her marriage long before even as much as contemplating any man other than her husband. She held that she was now free, at liberty to do as she liked, untrammeled by opinion whether public or private, that she had outgrown criticism. True, Quard might divorce her, but what of that? If he did, Joan Thursday wouldn't suffer. If he didn't, he himself would be the last to pretend he was leading a life of celibacy because of her defection. Marbridge she really liked. His appeal to her nature was stronger than that of any man she had as yet encountered. He attracted her in every way, and he excited her curiosity as well. He was a new type, but in what respect different from other men? He was famously successful with women. Why? He had wealth, cultivation of a certain sort, real or spurious, Joan couldn't discriminate, and social position, and this flattered that such an one should reject the women of his own sphere for Joan Thursday, late of the stalking counter. And if she could turn this infatuation of his to material profit, while at the same time satisfying the several appetites Marbridge excited in her, why not? Other women by the score did as much without censure or obvious cause for regret. Why not she? How many women of her acquaintance, women whose interests, running in grooves parallel to hers, were intelligible to Joan, would have refused the chance that was now hers through Marbridge? Not one, none, at least, who was free as Joan was free. Not even Hattie Morrison, whose views upon the subject of such arrangements were strong, whom Joan considered straight-laced to the verge of absurdity. Hattie, Joan believed, would have jumped at the opportunity. But of course, denied, Hattie would be sure to decry it, and with the more bitterness since Joan had won it in the wreck of Hattie's hopes. And here was the only shadow upon the fair prospect of Joan's contentment. She who had questioned Hattie's right to become a party to the conspiracy against Mrs. Cardrow. How could she ever go home and face the girl with this treachery on her conscience? True, Hattie didn't know, wouldn't know before morning, might never learn the truth during the term of their association. None the less, to be with Hattie that night would be to sit with a skeleton at the feast of her felicity. On impulse, Joan turned to the left on leaving the New York Theatre building, and moved slowly, purposelessly, down Broadway. It was an afternoon of withering heat, the pavements burning palpably through the paper-thin soles of her pretty slippers, and the air close with the smell of hot asphaltum. The rays of the westering sun made nothing of the fabric of Joan's white parasol, their heat penetrating its sheer shield as though it were glass. Mankind in general sought the shadowed side of the street, and moved only reluctantly, with its coat over its arm, a handkerchief tucked in between neck and collar, effectively choking off ventilation and threatening sunstroke. Waiting upon the northeast corner of 42nd Street for the traffic police to check the crosstown tide, Joan felt half suffocated and thought longingly of the seashore. Once across the street, she turned directly in beneath the permanent awning of the Knickerbocker Hotel and entered the lobby, making her way round, past the entrance to the bar, to the recess dedicated to the public telephone booths. A semi-exhausted and apathetic operator looked up reluctantly as Joan approached, with one glance appraising her from head to heels. At any other time, the dainty perfection of Joan's toilet would have roused antagonism in the woman. Today she found energy only sufficient for a perfunctory mumble. "What number, please?" Joan hesitated, feeling herself suddenly upon the verge of dangerous indiscretion, but stung by the operator's look of jaded disdain, took her courage in hand and pursued her original intention. "1 Bryant," she said. The operator jammed a plug into one of the rows of sockets before her, and iterated the number mechanically. In another moment she nodded, indicating the rank of booths. "Number 5, 1 Bryant," she said. Joan shut herself in with the sliding door and took up the receiver. "Hello, Lamb's Club?" she inquired. "Is Mr. Fowey in the club? Will you page him, please? Miss Thursday. Yes, I'll hold the wire." The booth was hermetically sealed. Perspiration was starting out all over her body. And somewhere in that airless box, probably at her feet, lurked a long unburied cigar. She thrust the door ajar, but only to close it immediately as Fowey's voice saluted her. "Hello?" "Hello, Hubert," Joan drawled with a little touch of laughing mockery in her accents. "Is that you, Joan? Really?" the voice demanded excitedly. "Really," she affirmed. "What are you doing there, shut up all alone by yourself in that stupid club, Hubert?" Prefaced by a brief but intelligible pause, the man's response came briskly. "Where are you now, anyway?" "That doesn't matter," she retorted. She had meant to ask him to meet her at the hotel, but reconsidered, fearing lest Marbridge might chance to see them. "What really matters is that this is my birthday, and I'm going to give a party. Have you got anything better to do?" "No." "Then meet me in half an hour on the southbound platform of the 6th Avenue L at Battery Place." "Battery Place? What in thunder " "Never mind. Tell you all about it when we meet. Will you come?" "Will I? Well, rather." "Half an hour, then." "I'll be there, with bells on." "Then good bye for a little, Hubert." "Good bye." Fowey reached the point of assignation only one train later than Joan. As he hurried down the platform, almost stumbling in his impatience to join her, the girl surveyed with sudden dislike and regret his slight, dandified figure fitted with finical precision into clothing so ultra English in fashion that it might have belonged to his younger brother. And the confident smile that lighted up his pinched, eager countenance seemed little short of offensive. She was sorry now that she had yielded to the temptation to make use of him. He was so insignificant in every way, so violently the opposite in all things of the man who now filled all her thoughts, Marbridge, and so transparent that even she could read his mind. He entertained not the least tangible doubt that now, after the manner in which they had last parted, she had at length wakened to appreciation of his irresistible charms, that her requesting him to meet her was but the preface to surrender. But she permitted nothing of her thoughts to become legible in her manner. After all, she had only wanted an escort for the evening, an excuse to postpone that unavoidable return to the company of the girl she had betrayed, and Fowey had seemed the most convenient and the least dangerous man she could think of. If, in the inflation of his insufferable conceit, he dreamed for an instant another thing, well, Joan promised herself he'd soon find out his mistake. Keeping up the fiction of her imaginary birthday, she outlined her plans. They would take one of the Iron Steamboat Company's boats from Pier 1, North River, a short walk from the station, to Coney Island. When that resort palled, they would drive to Manhattan Beach and dine, perhaps take in Payne's fireworks, and return to New York by the same route. Fowey's objections were instant and sincere and well grounded. The boats would be crowded beyond endurance with an unwashed rabble liberally sown with drunks and screaming children. If she would only let him, he'd get a taxicab or even a touring car. Quietly but firmly, Joan overruled him. It must be her party or no party, as she proposed, or not at all. He yielded in the end, but the event proved him right in all he had foretold. Joan was very soon made sorry she hadn't suffered herself to be gainsaid. They had half an hour to wait for the boat, and the waiting room upon the second story of the pier was like an oven, packed with a milling, sweating mob, exactly fulfilling Fowey's prediction. They were elbowed, shouldered, walked upon, and at one time openly ridiculed by a gang of hooligans, any one of whom would have made short work of Fowey had he dared show any resentment. Upon the boat, when at length it turned up tardily to receive them, conditions were little better, save that the open air was an indescribable relief after the reeking atmosphere of the pier. Fowey managed to secure two uncomfortable folding stools, upon which they perched, crowded against the rail of the upper deck. A wretched orchestra rung infamous parodies of popular songs from several tortured instruments. Children scuffled and howled. Burly ruffians in unclean aprons thrust themselves bodily through the throng, balancing dripping trays laden with glasses of lukewarm beer and soft drinks, and bawling in every ear their seductive refrain: "Here's the waiter! Want the waiter? Who wants the waiter?" And an alcoholic, planting his chair next to Joan's, promptly went to sleep, snoring atrociously, and threatened every instant to topple over and rest his head in her lap. A single circumstance modified in a way Joan's regret that she hadn't heeded Fowey's protests. As the boat swung away from the pier, a larger steamship of one of the coast-west lines, outward bound from its dock farther up the North River, passed with leeway so scant that the dress and features of those upon its decks were clearly to be discerned. And at the moment when the two vessels were nearest, Joan discovered one who stood just outside an open cabin door, leaning upon the rail with an impressively nonchalant pose, and smoking a heavy cigar. He wore clothing of a conspicuous shepherd's plaid, and his pose was an arrested dramatic gesture. In a moment a woman emerged from the open door behind him, and joined him at the rail, placing an intimate hand on his forearm and saying something which won from him a laugh and a look of tender admiration. A handsome, able bodied woman, expensively but loudly dressed, her connection with the stage as unquestionable as was his. Joan dissembled the odd emotion with which she recognized the man, and turned to Fowey. "What boat is that, do you know, Hubert?" Fowey raked her with an indifferent glance. "Fore and aft. Belongs to the New Bedford line," he announced. "Can't make out her name. Connects at New Bedford for the boats to Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. Ever been up that way?" "No. What's it like?" "Pretty islands. Don't know Martha's Vineyard very well, but Nantucket's my old stamping ground. Go up there in the middle of the summer, about now, and you'll find every actor and actress you ever heard of, and then some. Great place. Wish we were going there." "Don't be silly." The boats were drawing apart. Joan looked back for the last sight she was ever to have of her husband. Though she couldn't have known this, she sighed a little in strange depression. Perplexed, she tried vainly to analyze her emotion. Was it regret or jealousy? Of a sudden, in the heart of that immense crowd, with Fowey attentive at her elbow, she was conscious of a feeling of intense loneliness. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. When, after a long and tedious voyage over a sea as flat as a plate and unflawed by a single cooling drift of air, the steamboat was made fast to the end of the long iron pier which juts out from the flat, low coast of Coney Island, its passengers rose en masse and crowded toward the gangways. Joan and Fowey, attempting to hang back until the crowd had thinned out sufficiently to enable them to go ashore in comfort, were caught in the swirl of it and swept along willy-nilly. Once on the pierhead, the multitude had more elbow room and spread out, the main body streaming headlong shorewards, keen set for the delights promised by the two great amusement parks which had grown up in the heart of that frontier settlement of gin mills, dance halls, side shows, eating houses, and dives unspeakable. Joan and Fowey followed more at their leisure, constraint and silence between them like a wall. The girl was deeply disappointed with the expedition, as far as it had gone, doubting whether anything better would follow, and still laboring under that unaccountable depression which had settled down upon her spirits at sight of Quard on the New Bedford boat. Fowey, no less disgusted, was puzzled by his companion's attitude, at once tolerant and aloof, keenly watchful for an opening through which to pursue his conquest, and wondering how it would end. If she were simply bent on tantalizing him again, for her own amusement! He swore angrily, but inaudibly. Near the shore end of the pier they delayed to watch the antics of the hundreds of bathers churning the shallows in front of huge and hideous bathing establishments. In countless numbers they dotted the sea like flies, and darkened the sun-baked, unclean sands, into which their feet had trodden the wreckage of 10,000 lunches. Fowey said something inexpressibly cynical about the resemblance of the scene below to a congregation of bacilli crawling upon a slide beneath a microscope. Joan heard without response, either vocal or mental. She resented bitterly the superior attitude adopted by her companion. For her part, she would have asked nothing better than to mingle with the throng and taste those crude pleasures so dear to its simple heart and, had she but dared admit it, to her own. But she had Fowey to live up to. Very heartily she regretted the impulse which had dictated her invitation. She had been far happier alone, though it would have been strange had she been suffered to remain long alone. By the time they left the pier, the evening was so far advanced that the myriad lights of the tawdry town were flashing into being. They debouched into a roaring mob which filled the wide avenue from curb to curb, packed so densely, though in constant motion, that trolley cars and automobiles forced a way through it only at a snail's pace and with great difficulty. Encouraged by the excessive heat which rendered town intolerable to all who had the means to escape it, the week end swarming had begun in all sincerity. In spite of the terrific congestion which already obtained in all the streets and avenues and beaches, piers, amusement parks, catch-penny shows, saloons and restaurants, scarcely a minute passed without the arrival at some one of the trolley terminals of a car packed to the guards with more visitors. A good-natured if rowdy mob, for the most part, with only a minimum element of the downright vicious in its composition, it was none the less bent on amusement in its cheapest form, that is to say, at somebody else's expense. It gathered thickest round the places of free entertainment, where acrobats performed on open-air stages, or crawled upon high invisible wires, or where slides were supplied gratis for public diversion. Grinning always, but howling with delight when treated to real misadventure, as when some girl, negotiating a bamboo slide upon a grass mat, her skirts wrapped tight about her, would lose balance and shoot headlong, sprawling, to the level. The greater the exposure, the greater the diversion. Nor was Fowey permitted to escape unteased. His conspicuous clothing and the broad black ribbons dangling from his horn-rimmed glasses were too tempting to be resisted. Once his Panama was smashed down over his eyes, and his glasses were so frequently jerked by their moorings from his nose, that he was fain at length to pocket them and poke owlishly along at Joan's guidance. Dazzled to blindness by those 10,000,000 glaring bulbs which lifted up tier upon tier against the blank purple skies, deafened by an indescribable cacophony of bands, organs, bells, horns, human tongues incessantly clattering, suffering acutely from the collective heat of the multitude added to that of the still and muggy night, buffeted and borne hither and yon at the will of the mass, they contrived in the end to engage an open horse-drawn vehicle of the type colloquially known in those days as "low-neck hack," and ordered themselves driven to the Manhattan Beach Hotel. When presently they had gained the darkling peace of a long road between marshlands, Fowey resumed with his glasses his hateful cynicism. "That was considerable treat, all right," he said pensively. "Glad you liked it," Joan replied with the curtness of chagrin. "We'll go back and have some more after dinner," he suggested. "Thanks, I've had plenty." "No, but really," he insisted, "we haven't seen half of it." "Oh, shut up!" Her anger was real, and when he would have mollified the girl with soft words and an arm that sought to steal round her waist, she repeated her injunction with added coarseness, and struck his hand away with a force that he felt. In spite of this, he schooled himself to patience. Dinner, served perfunctorily by a weary waiter and consumed upon the veranda of the hotel at a table, the best they could command, far removed from the comparative coolness and ease of those beside the railing, did little, if anything, to modify Joan's temper. She, who had set out, believing herself the happiest of mortals, to spend an evening of real enjoyment, felt utterly wretched and forlorn. Moment by moment her distaste for Fowey was gaining strength. She was put to it to listen to his bragging and to make response civilly. She did not relish her food, her company, or her surroundings, and in utter ennui tried to stimulate herself with her favourite brand of sweet champagne, insisting on another bottle when they had emptied one between them. It served only to stimulate a fictitious gaiety in her, one swift to wane. For all this she was reluctant to contemplate going home. Anything were preferable to that, at least until she could feel reasonably sure of finding Hattie abed and asleep. They finished their meal at an hour too late to make it worth while to patronize one of the open air entertainments with which she had promised herself diversion; and since she would neither go home nor, at Fowey's mischievous suggestion, return to Coney Island, they moved to another table nearer the railing, and whiled away one more hour listening to the band music over their cigarettes and liqueurs. Toward 11 o'clock Joan suddenly announced that she was sick of it all and ready to go. Fowey revived his preference for a motor car and got his way against scanty opposition. In a saner humour Joan would have stuck to her original plan. As it was, she accepted the motor ride with neither gratitude nor graciousness. Curiously enough, once established in the car, her hat off, the swift rush of night air cooling her moist brows, her head resting back against the cushions, she permitted Fowey to repeat his ardent love making which had made their previous ride together memorable. Her dislike of him was no less thorough paced, but had passed from an active to a passive stage. She was at once too indifferent to resist him and so bored that she welcomed anything that promised excitement. She suffered his kisses, confident in her power to control him, and drew a certain satisfaction from reminding him, now and again, forcibly, that there were limits to her toleration. But for the most part she lay in his arms in passive languor, her eyes half closed, and tried to forget him, or rather to believe him some one else, one whose embraces she could have welcomed. When they came to lighted streets she bade Fowey behave, and would not permit him even so slight a lapse from decorum as that of holding hands. She sat up, rearranging the disorder of her hair, adjusted her hat, surreptitiously restored the brilliance of her lips with a stick of rouge. The man drew back sullenly into his corner, fuming. At her door, dismissing the car, he followed her up to the stoop. "Joan," he began angrily. She turned back from using her latch key, with a wondering, childlike stare. "Yes, Hubert?" she enquired with hidden malice. You're not going to send me off like this?" "Why not?" she demanded with fine assumption of simplicity. "It's awful late." Fowey seized her wrist. "Now listen to me." Joan broke his grasp with little or no effort. "Silly boy," she said. "Do you really want to come in and visit a while before you say good night?" Her look was false with a winning softness. Fowey stammered. You know " "Then come along," she said, with a laugh, and turning, fled lightly before him up the darkened stairway. She had opened the door to the tiny private hallway of the flat when he overtook her, panting. She paused, with a warning finger to her lips. "Sh!" she warned. "Don't wake Hattie." He swore viciously, discountenanced, and she laughed and, leaving the door wide, went on into the small dining room, meanly exulting in the discomfiture she had planned, knowing quite well that he had either forgotten Hattie or believed her to be spending this week end out of town as before. In the act of lighting the gas she heard the door close and saw Fowey come, white and shaken, into the room. "Hush!" she said gaily. "I'll make sure she isn't awake." Removing her hat she passed on into the adjoining bedroom and stopped short with a sensation of sinking dismay. The room was empty, the bed she shared with Hattie untouched. So much was visible in the faint light entering through windows that opened on a well. Wondering, Joan struck a light. Its first glimmer revealed to her the fact that Hattie's trunk was gone. The flare of the gas jet disclosed greater changes in the aspect of the room, due to the disappearance of Hattie's toilet articles and knick knacks. Hattie had left, bag and baggage, had gone for good. But why? Had she discovered Joan's treachery? Or what had happened? And in her surprise and perplexity, the girl was conscious anew of that sense of loneliness. She had been afraid to return to the one whom she had betrayed so lightly, but now she was afraid to be without her. Going back to the adjoining room, she found Fowey standing beside the table and with a slight smile examining a sheet of paper. "I found this lying here," he announced, handing it over. "Didn't realize it was anything until I'd read half of it." His smile was again confident, bright with premature pride of conquest. But Joan didn't heed it. She was reading rapidly what had been written, swiftly and in a sprawling hand, upon the half sheet of note paper. "By rights, I ought to stay until you come back, whenever you have the cheek to, and tell you what I think of you. I saw B.E. this evening, and he told me all about it, but I want never to see you again. The rent's paid up till next Wednesday. Then you can stick or get out, I don't care which, and I wish you joy of your bargain. H.M." "You've been scrapping with Hattie, eh?" Joan heard Fowey say in an amused voice. Without answering, she let the sheet of paper fall to the table, and stood with head bowed in thought, suffering acutely the humiliation inspired by Hattie's contemptuous dismissal. "What was the trouble?" Fowey pursued. "Not that I'm sorry " "Oh, nothing much," Joan interrupted. "We just had a difference of opinion, and she had to fly off the handle like this. It doesn't matter." "It matters to me," Fowey announced significantly. Now Joan looked up, for the first time appreciating her position. "Oh," she said blankly. Fowey was advancing with extended arms. She raised a hand to fend him off. "Don't," she begged. "Please don't. I can't. You must go now. Of course. I'm sorry. Good night." He paused, and she saw his face pale and working with passion, his small eyes blazing behind their thick lenses, his hands clenched by his sides, but not tightly, the fingers twitching nervously, his whole body trembling and shaken beyond control. She was conscious of an incongruous, unnatural, inexplicable feeling of pity for him. "Please be a good boy," she pleaded, "and go away." "No, I'm damned if I do. You asked me up here, I know now, just to tease me. But that's no good. I won't go." He advanced another pace, his tone and manner changing. "Oh, Joan, Joan!" he begged. "Don't treat me so cruelly. You know I'm mad about you. Doesn't that mean anything to you? More than a chance to torment me? My God, what kind of a woman are you? I can't stand this. Flesh and blood couldn't. I'm only human. All this week I've kept away from you simply because I realized what you were." "What am I?" Joan cut in quickly. Fowey choked again, with a gesture of impotent exasperation. "You!" he almost shouted. "You're the woman I love and who's driving me mad. Mad, I tell you!" "Hubert, you mean that? You really love me?" "You know I do. You know I'm crazy about you. Haven't you seen it from the first?" Hesitating, Joan experienced a sense of one in deep waters. There was a sound as that of distant surf in her ears. All through her body pulses were throbbing madly. She struggled still a little, instinctively. But Fowey advantaged himself of that instant of indecision. He held her in his arms now. Her face was stinging beneath his kisses. Almost unconsciously she lifted her arms and clasped them round his neck, drawing his face to hers. "You poor kid," she murmured fondly, her eyes closed. "You poor kid." End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Without knowing how she had come there, Joan found herself standing beside the outer doorway, in the narrow hall, one hand hugging about her the kimono she must have snatched up by instinct, while yet not fully wakened, the other hand fumbling with the lock, sleep clouding her brain like a fog, fatigue weighting her eyelids and chaining her limbs, panic hammering in her bosom. Overhead the doorbell was ringing imperatively, without interruption, even as it must have been ringing for many minutes before she was consciously awake. Dimly she felt that this alarm by night must portend something strange and terrible. And still she held her hand, wondering. What could it be? Not Quard, for she had seen him leave New York. Never Marbridge, that were unthinkable. Hattie Morrison, perhaps, and that meant... The bell ground on implacably. At length she found courage to adjust the chain bolt and open the door to the limit permitted by that guard. In the outer hallway a gas jet burned, turned low, diffusing just enough illumination to show her the figure, somehow indefinitely familiar in spite of its style, of a man in a chauffeur's uniform. A young and wiry man clothed in khaki coat and breeches and leather leggings, and wearing a cap with visor shadowing heavily his narrow, sharp-featured countenance. As the door opened, he removed his finger from the bell push and drove home recognition with his voice. "Miss Thursby live here? I got a message for her." Joan gasped. "Butch!" "It's me, all right," her brother admitted crisply, in his well-remembered tone of irony. "You certainly are one sincere little sleeper. I've been ringing here." "How did you get in?" "Rang up the janitor, if that matters. Listen, you betta hustle into your clothes quick's you can if you want to get home in time to say good bye to the old woman." "Mother?" Joan shrilled. What's the matter?" "Dyin'," Butch told her briefly and without emotion. "She said she wanted to see you, so get a move on. My car's waitin', and I dassn't leave it alone. Hustle, you understand?" "Yes, yes," Joan promised with a sob. "I'll hurry, Butch." "See you do, then." The boy swung about smartly and disappeared down the well of the stairway. Joan closed the door and leaned against it, panting. Suppose he had wanted to come in? For the moment, this was her sole coherent thought. Then, rousing, she crept stealthily back to the darkened bedroom, gathered up her clothing with infinite precautions against noise, and returned to the sitting room to dress in feverish haste. There was an open taxicab waiting in front of the door. As she came out, Butch bent over and cranked the motor. Straightening up, he waved her curtly into the body of the car. "Jump in and shut the door," he ordered briefly, climbing into the driver's seat. "But, Butch " "Don't you hear me? Get in and shut that door. We got no time to waste chinnin' here." Abashed and frightened, the girl obeyed. Immediately Butch had the cab in motion, tearing eastward at lawless speed through streets whose long ranks of yawning windows, seen fugitively in the formless dusk of early morning, seemed to look down leering, as if informed with terrible intelligence. She shut out the sight of them with hands that covered her face until the swift rush of cool air steadied and sobered her, so that she grew calmer in the knowledge that, in veritable fact, and this was all that really mattered, nobody knew. Then, sitting up, she composed herself, and with deft fingers completed the adjustment of her garments. By the time she had finished her toilet, aided by a small mirror inset between the forward windows, Butch was stopping the cab before the East 76th Street tenement. Bending back, he unlatched the door and swung it open. "You go on up," he ordered. "I'll be around before long. Gotta run this machine back to the garage." Joan stepped quickly to the sidewalk and shut the door. "All right," she responded, and added, almost timidly, avoiding her brother's eyes: "Thank you, Butch." He grunted unintelligibly, and, as Joan moved up the stoop, threw in the power again and drew swiftly away down the street. For an instant Joan held back in the vestibule, sickened to recognize anew the home of dirt and squalor she had fled, a long lifetime since, it seemed, and struggling with almost invincible repugnance for the ordeal awaiting her at the head of those 5 weary flights. Then, more through instinct than of her will, her finger pressed the call button beneath the Thursby letter box. The latch clicked. She pushed the door open, moved reluctantly into the shadows and addressed herself wearily to the stairs, inhaling with a keen physical disgust the heavy and malodorous atmosphere in which her youth had been shaped toward womanhood. As the dining room door admitted her, she checked again, almost tempted to question the soundness of those faculties which insisted that more than a year had passed, rather than an hour or two, since she had left that mean and sordid place. Above the dining table blazed and wheezed a single gas jet whose ragged bluish flame was yet sufficiently strong to turn to the colour of night the dull dawn light outside the air shaft windows. It revealed to her not a single article of furniture other than as memory placed it, and showed her, seated on the far side of the table, her father lifting a heavy and sullen face from the notebook between his soiled fat fingers, that inevitable sheaf of dope lying at his elbow. There was no sort of greeting, in proper sense, between these two. For a little neither spoke. Joan hesitated, with shoulders against the panels of the door, in an attitude instinctively defiant and defensive. Thursby looked her up and down, a luring sneer marking his recognition of his daughter's finery. Suddenly, explosively, she found her tongue. "How's Ma?" Thursby jerked a thumb in the direction of the bedrooms. "She died an hour ago," he said slowly. "Just after Ed went to find you. Edna's in there." Joan made a gesture of horror. "My God!" she said throatily, and turned away. A moment later loud cries of lamentation ringing through the flat testified that she had found her sister. Chapter 37 of Joan Thursday by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. With peculiar irony the passing of that pallid, vague, and ineffectual character, Mrs. Thursby, proved the signal for the dissolution of the family which, denying her both respect and affection during her life, had none the less lost in losing her its sole motive or excuse for unity. The return from the cemetery was accomplished toward noon of a July day whose heavily overcast sky seemed only to act as a blanket over the city, compressing its heated and humid atmosphere until the least exertion was to be indulged in only at the cost of saturated clothing. The 4 were crowded in common misery within a shabby, stuffy undertaker's growler. Thursby occupied the back seat with his eldest daughter, notwithstanding the fact that, since apprising her of her mother's death the morning of her return, he had addressed no word to her directly. He sat now with fat and mottled hands resting on his knees, his waistcoat unbuttoned, exposing soiled linen, his dull and heavy gaze steadfastly directed through the window. Opposite him, on the forward seat, Edna wept silently and incessantly into a black bordered handkerchief. Butch, beside her, looked serious and depressed in a suit of black clothing borrowed for the occasion. Nobody spoke from the time they reentered the carriage, after the burial, until they left it. Joan huddled herself into her corner, putting all possible space between herself and her father. A sense of lassitude was heavy upon her. She meditated vaguely on the strangeness of life, its inscrutable riddle, the enigma of its brief and feverish transit from black oblivion through light to black oblivion. But the problem only wearied her. She dropped it from time to time, and tried to think of other things. As a rule, this resulted in her speculations centering about Butch. The boy mystified her, awed her a little with a suggestion of spirit and strength, character and intelligence, conveyed by a forceful yet unassuming manner. It was a new manner, strangely developed in the year that spaced her knowledge of him, only to be explained by his sudden determination to go seriously to work and make something of himself, and the motive for that remained inexplicable, and would ever as far as concerned Joan. For the personal reticence that had always sealed his cynical mouth was more than ever characteristic of the boy today, and the sympathy which once had existed between himself and Joan was become a thing of yesterday and as if it had never been. His attitude toward her was touched with just a colour of contempt, almost too faint to be resented. She shrank from it, feeling that he saw through her shallowness, that he knew her, not as Marbridge knew her, perhaps, or as Billy Salute, but thoroughly and intimately, and far better than she would ever know herself. She knew now, through Edna, that within the last 12-month Butch had learned his trade of chauffeur and pursued it with such diligence that, aside from being the main support of the family which she had deserted, he was half owner of his taxicab and in a way to acquire an interest in a small garage. When the carriage stopped, the father was the first to alight, with no word or look for either of his daughters and only a semi-articulate growl for Butch, to the effect that they'd see one another again at dinner. He pulled his rusty derby well forward over his haggard, haunted eyes, thrust his hands deep into trouser pockets and slouched ponderously away in the direction of his news-stand. Before he turned the avenue corner, Joan, looking after him while she waited for Butch to settle with the driver, saw Thursby produce his packet of dope and moistening a thumb, began to con it as he plodded on. So, pursuing his passion to the end, he passed forever from her life. Yet never altogether from her memory, in which, as time matured the girl, his inscrutable personality assumed the character of a symbol of aborted destiny. What he had been, whence he had sprung, what he might have become, she never learned. Then, preceded by Edna, followed by Butch, she climbed for the last time those weary stairs. Arrived in the flat, Butch shut himself into his room to change to working clothes. He could not afford to waste an afternoon, he said. Joan and Edna sat down in the dark and dismal dining room, conferring in hushed voices until he rejoined them. He came forth presently, the inevitable cigarette drooping from his thin, hard lips, and sat down, his spare, wiry body looking uncommonly well set up and capable in the chauffeur's livery. After a little hesitation, Joan mustered up courage to say her say, if with something nearly approaching appeal in the way that she addressed this taciturn and self-sufficient man who had replaced her loaferish brother. "I've been telling Edna," she said, "that I'm going to take care of her from now on." "That's so." Butch exhaled twin jets of smoke from his nostrils. "How?" he enquired without prejudice. "Well, she's coming to live with me." "Where?" "I don't know. I'm leaving where you found me. By the way, how did you know where to look for me, Butch?" "Seen you one day when you was living in the Astoria Inn. There's a dairy lunch on the ground floor where I generally eat. After that, I kept an eye on you." "Oh," said Joan thoughtfully, wondering how much that eye had seen of the brief but lurid existence she had led before coming partially to her senses and moving to share Hattie Morrison's lodgings. "Well, I'll find a good place, and Edna can stay with me and act as my maid until she's old enough to find something to do for herself." "On the stage, eh?" "I guess so. I'm getting on, you know. Chances are I could give her a boost." Butch shook his head. "Nothin' doing." "Why?" He was unmoved by the flash of hostility in Joan's manner. "I guess." he said after a deliberate pause. "We don't have to go into that. Anyway, I got other plans for Edna. She's going to the country, upstate, to spend the summer on a farm, family of a fellow I know. After that, if she's strong enough, she can come back and keep house for me, if she wants to, or go to work any way she chooses. That's not my business. Only understand me, she isn't going to go into the chorus until she's old enough to know what she's doing, and strong enough to stand the racket. That's settled." Rising, he jerked the stub of his cigarette through the air shaft window, and slowly drew on his gauntlets. "You do what packin' you want, kid," he advised Edna, "before 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'll be back for you then. Your train leaves at 4. You'll travel along with the mother of this friend of mine, Mrs. Simmons, her name is." As he had said, the matter was settled. Joan conceded the point without bickering, with indeed a feeling of mean relief. Moreover, she was afraid of Butch. The flat in 50th Street had gained associations insufferably hateful. She returned to it only long enough to pack up and move out. Incidentally she found, read, and destroyed without answering a note from Fowey suggesting an assignation. Her paradoxical dislike for the man had deepened into detestation. She both hoped and intended never to see him again. She moved before nightfall, leaving no address, and established herself in an inexpensive but reputable boarding establishment, little frequented by the class of theatrical people with which she was acquainted, and where repetition of her escapade was impossible. On the third day following she began rehearsing privately with Gloucester, and threw into the work all she could muster of strength, patience, and intelligence, leaving herself, at the end of each day's work, too exhausted in mind and body to indulge in any of the pleasures to which her tastes inclined. Fowey, unable to trace her and seeing nothing of the girl in those restaurants and places of amusement she had been wont to frequent, in time gave up the chase, and before the first presentation of Mrs. Mixer the newspaper supplied Joan with the news of his clandestine marriage and subsequent flight to Europe with a widow whose fortune doubtless promised compensation for the fact that she had a son nearly as old as her latest husband. Chapter 38 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. The rehearsals of tomorrow's people were arranged to begin on the 23rd day of September, and since all the important rôles had been filled before he left town, and Wilbrow, whom he could trust, had charge of all other details, Matthias delayed his home coming until the 22nd. Not until the 20th did he emerge from the wilderness up back of the Allagash country into the comparative civilization of Moosehead Lake. In 8 weeks he had not written a line, received a letter, or read a newspaper; but as he telegraphed Helena from the Mount Kineo house, he was so healthy that he was ashamed of it. The day letter telegram she sent in reply was delivered on the train. Its news, though condensed, was reassuring. Venetia was well and her boy developing into a famous ruffian. The two were making a visit at Tanglewood, and on the return of Marbridge from his summer in Europe would move back to New York, where Venetia was to reassume charge of his town house. Thus satisfied as to the welfare of the woman he loved, Matthias gave himself up completely to the production of his play, and through the following 4 weeks lived in the theatre by day, dreamed of it by night, thought, talked, and wrote only in its singular terminology. Few facts unconnected with his own play penetrated his understanding, in all that period. But, dining with Wilbrow one night at the general table in the Players, He overheard Gloucester railing bitterly at the ill fortune which had induced him to pledge himself to stage a modern satirical comedy for Arlington, and to train for the leading part a raw and almost inexperienced stage-struck girl. He detailed his trials in vivid phrases. "As far as I know, she's never played in anything except a bum vaudeville sketch, and I had hell's own time making her fit to play that. And yet she's got the ineffable nerve to keep picking at my way of doing things on the general ground that it ain't Tom Wilbrow's. Seems he had the privilege of rehearsing her for a five-side part in that punk show of Jack Matthias's that went to pieces out on the coast last summer. If Wilbrow wasn't listening with all his ears over there, I'd tell you what I said to the young woman the last time she threw him in my face. What? Oh, nobody you ever heard of. Calls herself Thursday. Joan Thursday. Of course, I rowed with Arlington about her, but he only shrugged and grinned and said she had to play it, and I'd got to make her play it. Offered to bet me 1,000 over and above my fees I couldn't do it. Sure, I took him up. Why not? I'll make her act it yet. I could make a casino chorus boy act human if I wasn't so squeamish. Oh, Marbridge, one of his discoveries. I saw him handing her gently into that big brazen touring car of his, in front of Rector's, night before last. Fragile's the word. Handle with care." Wilbrow, interrogated, supplied the context. Arlington had bought up, through a third party, Mrs. Cardrow's interest in Mrs. Mixer, advising her to sell out because the play had already scored one failure and promising her another play in which she would stand better chance to win New York audiences. This was an old comedy from the French, revamped, and was even then being rehearsed with a scrub company and a scratch outfit of scenery, the production to be made on the same night that Mrs. Mixer was to tempt fate with Joan Thursday, the designated date being the 25th of October, a Wednesday. Matthias promptly dismissed the matter from his mind. He speculated a little, hazily, about Marbridge, in his constitutional inability to understand that gentleman, felt more than ever sorry for Venetia, and wondered how much longer she would stand it all, and plunged again into his preoccupation. Tomorrow's People was announced for production on Monday, October the 23rd, but after the dress rehearsal on Sunday certain changes recommended themselves as advisable to the judgment of the author, who persuaded the management to postpone the opening night until Wednesday. At 10 minutes to 12 on that night the final curtain fell upon a successful representation. An audience in its wraps blocked the aisles until after midnight, applauding and demanding the author, who, however, was not in the theatre. He had, in fact, not been near it since the curtain, falling on the first act, had persuaded him of the general friendliness of an audience and the competency of the company. This culmination of a nerve-racking strain which had endured without respite for over a month found him without courage to await the verdict. He took to the streets and walked himself weary in vain effort to refrain from circling back toward the building whose walls housed his fate. At length, in desperation, hoping to distract his thoughts from the supreme issue, he purchased a ticket of admission to another theatre, above whose entrance blazed the announcement "Mrs. Mixer," and stationed himself at the back of the orchestra to witness the last part of the performance. He saw the self-confidence of Gloucester supremely justified. The satiric farce marched steadily, scene by scene, to a success that was to keep it on Broadway through the winter and make the name of Joan Thursday a household word throughout the Union. Her personal success was as unquestionable as her beauty. She played with grace, vivacity, charm, and distinction, and only to the initiate of the theatre was it apparent that Gloucester had found in her the perfect medium for the transmission of his art. Matthias could see, in company with a few of the more discriminating and stage wise, that she employed not a gesture, intonation, or bit of business which had not originated with Gloucester. She brought to her rôle on her part nothing but beauty and an unshakable self confidence so thoroughly ingrained that it escaped suggesting self consciousness. The triumph was, rightly, first Gloucester's, then the play's, but the public acclaimed the actress, and the one acidulated critic who hailed her the following morning as, at last, the perfect human kinetophone record, was listened to by none, least of all by the subject of his sarcasm. Marbridge, in a stage box, led the applause at the conclusion of each act. And at the end of the play Arlington came in person before the curtain, leading by the hand the gracefully reluctant Joan, and in a few suave sentences thanked the audience for its appreciation and a beneficent Providence for granting him this opportunity of fixing a new star in the theatrical firmament. The name of "this little girl," he promised, bowing to Joan, would appear in letters of fire over the theatre the next night. Pausing in the lobby to light a cigarette before leaving, Matthias overheard one of Arlington's lieutenants confiding to another the news of the ruinous failure of the third initial production of that night. Half an hour later he met Wilbrow by appointment in a quiet non theatrical club, and received from him confirmation of rumours which had already reached him of his own triumph with tomorrow's people. "You're a made man now," Wilbrow told him with sincere good will and some little honest envy. "By tomorrow morning the pack will be at your heels, yapping for a chance to put on every old script in your trunk." "I suppose so," Matthias nodded soberly. "But there's one comfort about that," Wilbrow pursued cheerfully. "Whatever the temptation, you won't give 'em anything but sound, sane, workmanlike stuff. You've proved yourself one of the two or three, at most, playwrights in this country who are able to think and to make an audience think without losing sight of the fact that, in the last analysis, the play's the thing. We've got plenty of authors nowadays who can turn out first chop melodrama, and we've got a respectable percentage of them who write plays so full of honest and intelligent thought that it gives the average manager a headache to look at the script. But the men who can give us the sort of drama that not only makes you think but holds you on the front edge of your seat, waiting to see what's coming next well, they're few and far between, and you're one of 'em, and I'm proud to have had a hand in putting you before the public." "You've got nothing on me there," Matthias grinned. "I'm proud you had. And if I can get my own way after this You don't need to join the 'I should worries' on account of that. You'll be the only man who will ever produce one of my plays." Between 1 o'clock and 2 they parted. Matthias trudged home, completely fagged in body but with a buoyant heart to sustain him. Venetia would be glad for him. He was ascending the steps of Number 289 when a heavy touring car, coming from the direction of Longacre Square, swung in to the curb and stopped. Latchkey in hand, Matthias paused and looked back in some little surprise. The lodgers of Madame Duprat were a motley lot, but as far as he knew none of them were of the class that maintains expensive automobiles. But this car, upon inspection, proved to be tenanted by the chauffeur alone, who, leaving the motor purring, jumped smartly from his seat and ran up the steps. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said, touching his cap, "but I'm looking for a gentleman named Matthias." "I am Mr. Matthias." "Thank you, sir. I've been sent to fetch you. It's important, I fancy," the man added, eyeing Matthias curiously. "You've been sent to fetch me? But who sent you?" "My employer, sir. Mr. Marbridge." "Marbridge?" Matthias echoed, startled. Without definite decision he turned and ran down the steps in company with the chauffeur. Venetia in need of him, perhaps? "What's happened?" he demanded. "Is Mrs. Marbridge ?" "If you'll just get in, sir," the man replied. I'll tell you, as much as I know, on the way. It'll save time." He opened the door of the tonneau, but Matthias turned from it, walked round the car and climbed into the seat beside the driver's. With a nod of satisfaction the chauffeur joined him, threw in the power, and deftly swung the ponderous vehicle about. "Well?" Matthias asked as the machine shot across town. "Beg pardon, sir," the man replied after a moment, "but I'd rather not say anything, if it's all the same to you." "It isn't," Matthias insisted curtly. "I'm not on sufficiently friendly terms with Mr. Marbridge for him to send for me without explanation." "Yes, sir, but you see, part of my job is to keep my mouth shut." "I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to forget that duty to some extent, or else stop the car and let me out." "Very good, sir. I don't suppose I can do any harm telling what little I know. After supper tonight Mr. Marbridge told me to take the car to the garage and not to expect a call for it until sometime tomorrow morning. But when I got there he was already wanting me on the telephone. He said there'd been an accident, and told me to find Mr. Arlington first and then you, and ask you to come immediately." "But why me?" Matthias asked, more of himself than of the driver. "He didn't say, sir." "Did he state what sort of an accident?" "No, sir." "You found Mr. Arlington?" "No, sir. He wasn't in when I asked at his hotel, but I left a message before coming on for you." Matthias sat up with a start. Instead of turning up Broadway, the man was steering his car straight across Longacre Square. Before he had time to comment on this fact, they were speeding on towards Sixth Avenue. "Look here!" he cried. "You're not taking me to Mr. Marbridge's home?" "No, sir." "But Mr. Marbridge hadn't got home when he telephoned me, sir." "Where is he, then?" "We'll be there in a minute, sir. An apartment house on Madison Avenue." "Oh," said Matthias thoughtfully. "Was Mr. Marbridge alone when you left him tonight?" "I'd rather not say, sir, if you don't mind." Troubled by an inkling of the disaster, Matthias composed himself to patience. Turning south on Fifth Avenue, the car passed 34th Street before swinging eastward again. It stopped, eventually, in the side street, just short of the corner of Madison Avenue, before a private entrance to a ground floor apartment, such as physicians prefer. But Matthias could discern no physician's nameplate upon the door at which his guide knocked, or in either of the flanking windows. Opening, the door disclosed a panelled entry tenanted by a white-lipped woman in the black and white uniform of a lady's maid. Her frightened eyes examined Matthias apprehensively as he entered, followed by the chauffeur. This last demanded briefly: "Doctor been?" The maid assented with a nervous nod. "10 minutes ago, about. He's with the lady now." "Lady?" the chauffeur echoed. "But I thought it was Mr. Marbridge." "I mean the other lady," the maid explained. "The one what done the shootin'. When Mr. Marbridge got the gun away from her, he locked her up in the bathroom, and then she had hysterics. The doctor's trying to make her hush, so she won't disturb the other tenants. But you can hear yourself how she's carryin' on." In a pause that followed, Matthias was conscious of the sound of high pitched and incessant laughter, slightly muffled, emanating from some distant part of the flat. He asked abruptly: "Where is Mr. Marbridge?" The maid started and hesitated, looking to the chauffeur. "This is Mr. Matthias," that one explained. "Mr. Marbridge sent for him." "Oh, yes. Excuse me, sir. This way, if you please." Opening a door on the right, the woman permitted Matthias to pass through, then closed it. He found himself in a dining room of moderate proportions and handsomely furnished. Little of it was visible, however, outside the radius of illumination cast by an electric dome which, depending from the middle of the ceiling, focussed its rays upon a small round dining table of mahogany. This table was quite bare save for a massive decanter of cut glass standing at the edge of a puddle of spilt liquor, as if an uncertain hand had attempted to pour a drink. Near it lay a broken goblet. On the farther side of the table a woman with young and slender figure stood in a pose of arrested action. holding a goblet half full of brandy and water. Her features were but indistinctly suggested in the penumbra of the dome, but beneath this her bare arms and shoulders, rising out of an elaborate evening gown, shone with a soft warm lustre. Matthias remembered that gown. Joan Thursby had worn it in the last act of Mrs. Mixer. But she neither moved nor spoke, and for the time being he paid her no further heed, giving his attention entirely to Marbridge. Sitting low in a deeply upholstered wing chair, out of place in the dining room and evidently dragged in for the emergency, Marbridge breathed heavily, chin on his chest, his coarse mouth ajar, his face ghastly with a stricken pallor, his feet sprawled uncouthly. The dress coat and waistcoat he had worn lay in a heap on the floor, near the chair, and both shirt and undershirt had been ripped and cut away from his right shoulder, exposing his swarthy and hairy bosom, and a sort of temporary bandage which, like his linen, was darkly stained. Closed when Matthias entered, his eyes opened almost instantly and fixed upon the man a heavy and lacklustre stare which at first failed to indicate recognition. Matthias heard himself crying out in a voice of horror: "Good God, Marbridge! How did this happen?" The man stirred, grunted with pain, and made a deprecatory gesture with his left hand. "Needn't yell," he said thickly. "I been shot. Done for." His gaze shifted heavily to the woman. With effort he enunciated one word more: "Drink." As though by that monosyllable freed from an enchaining spell, Joan started, moved quickly to his side, and held the goblet to his lips. He drank noisily, gulping and slobbering. Overflowing at either corner of his mouth, the liquor dripped twin streams upon his naked bosom. Mechanically Matthias put his hat down on the table. He experienced an incredulous sensation, as though he were struggling to cast off the terror and oppression of some particularly vivid and coherent nightmare. From the farther room that noise persisted of monotonous and awful laughter. Marbridge ceased to swallow and grunted. Joan removed the glass and drew away without looking at Matthias. At a cost of considerable will power, apparently, the wounded man collected himself and levelled at Matthias his louring, but now less dull, regard. "Oh, it's you, is it?" he said ungraciously. "Well, you'll do at a pinch. I wanted Arlington, but you if he couldn't be found." "Well," said Matthias stupidly, "I'm here. The doctor's seen you, I suppose?" "Yes. Did what he could for me. No use wasting effort. It's my cue to exit." "Oh, come, it's not as bad as that." "The hell it ain't! The doctor knows. I know. Not that it matters. It was coming to me, and I got it." "Where's the doctor?" Matthias insisted. "Why isn't he attending you now?" "He's in the other room, trying to silence that crazy woman. She plugged me and went into hysterics." "Who?" "Nella Cardrow. Had the devil of a time with her before doctor came. Trying to keep her from rushing out and giving herself up. All this in the papers. But all right now. We'll hush it up." "Then that's what you want of me?" "Wait." Marbridge grunted. "Where's that girl?" Joan moved back to his side. "What can I do?" she said, and these were all the words Matthias heard her utter from first to last of that business. Marbridge nodded at her with a curling lip. "You can get out." She turned sharply and left the room, banging the door. "That's the kind she is," Marbridge commented. "You were lucky to get rid of her as easy as you did. Give me more brandy, will you, like a good fellow, and be stingy with the water. I've got to hold out a couple of hours more." Matthias served him. "I presume Venetia knows nothing about this yet?" Having drunk, Marbridge shook his head. "Not yet. Now listen. You guessed it.
I want you to help hush this up, for Venetia's sake. Rotten mess, do no good if it gets in the papers. Only humiliation for her. Will you? What is it you want me to do? Help me home and keep your mouth shut. You see, this is my place. I've had it for years. Very handy. Private entrance. All that. Nella used to meet me here. That's how she came to have a key. I'd forgotten. Well, I got tired of her, and she couldn't act, and Arlington was sore about that. So we planned to get rid of her. I guess you must have heard. It was a dirty business, all round. And tonight, when her play went to pieces, just as we'd planned it should, she saw how she'd been bilked and lost her head. Came here, let herself in quietly, without the maids hearing her, and shot me when I came in with Joan. I managed to get the gun away before she could turn it on herself, and locked her up. Then hysterics. Well, I'm finished. I asked for it, and got it. No remorse bunk, no deathbed repentance, nothing like that. But I realize I've been a pretty rotten proposition, first and last. Never mind. What I'm getting at's this: nobody need suffer but me. That's where you come in. For Venetia's sake. You and Arlington and the doctor can cover it all up between you. Ollie can quiet that girl, Joan. And the doctor's all right. He'll want a pretty stiff check to fix the undertaker. And that's all right, too. Then you've got to scare Nella Cardrow so she won't give herself away, and buy my chauffeur, and that maid out there, Sarah. But first off, you'll have to help doctor get me home and in bed. I'm the sort that's got to die in the house." His chin dropped again. "Well, I guess it's a good job, at that." He shivered. The hall door opened and Arlington entered, followed by a lean man with worried eyes, who proved to be the doctor. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Pierard. Shortly before 7 o'clock that same morning, a limousine car pulled up quietly just short of the corner of Madison Avenue, and its occupant, with a word on alighting to his driver, addressed himself briskly to the door of the ground floor flat. He was a handsome, well-dressed, well-set-up and well-nourished animal of something more than middle age, a fact which the pitilessly clear light of early morning betrayed, discovering lines and hollows in his clean-shaven countenance which would ordinarily have escaped notice. But he passed that time of life when he could suffer a sleepless night of anxiety without visibly paying for it. His intention to announce himself by ringing the bell was promptly anticipated, the door opening before his finger could touch the button. He checked momentarily in obvious surprise, then jauntily lifted his hat as he stepped hurriedly inside. "Why, my dear," he addressed the woman who held the door, "up so early?" "I haven't been to bed, of course, Mr. Arlington," Joan informed him. "Well," he observed, not without envy, "you don't look it." "I've been packing all night," she returned. "Of course, I can't stay here, after what's happened." "Of course not," he agreed sympathetically. Having closed the outside door, she moved before him into a small drawing room which adjoined the entry hall on the left, and when he had followed, shut its door with particular care. "Sarah's still packing," she explained, turning to Arlington. "Well?" He hesitated, looking her over with a doubtful eye. But she was, at least outwardly, quite cool and collected, her manner exhibiting no undue amount of anxiety. Still, a certain amount of make believe would seem no more than decent. "Look here," he said almost sharply, "you're feeling all right, eh?" "Quite. Only tired as a dog, and naturally " "I understand," he interrupted, "but you'll be fit to go on tonight. you think?" "Don't worry about that," Joan advised him decidedly. "I'm hoping to get a nap before evening. But even if I don't, I know the first duty of an actress is always to her public." "Yes," Arlington agreed briefly, avoiding her eyes. "Still, I must ask you to be prepared." Joan's figure stiffened slightly and her dark eyes widened. "Dead?" she questioned in a low voice. Arlington nodded. "I'm sorry. About half an hour after we got him home." The girl sat down suddenly and buried her face in her hands. "Oh!" she cried in a stifled voice. "How awful!" "There." Arlington moved over and rested a hand familiarly on her shoulder. "Brace up. You'll forget all about this before long." "Oh, no never," she moaned through her fingers. "But you will," he insisted, looking down at her with an odd expression. "To begin with, I'm going to make it my business to see that you forget. You must. You can't do justice to your genius if you keep harping on this accident. It wasn't your fault, you know. Just as soon as I've arranged a few details. By the way, how's the Cardrow woman?" "Asleep," Joan answered. "She hasn't made a bit of trouble since the doctor gave her that dope, whatever it was." "Good. He'll be along presently with a nurse he can trust. And by that time I'll have you out of the way. I know just the place for you, a little flat uptown, on 59th Street, overlooking the Park. You'll be very quiet and comfortable there, and near the theatre besides." "I'm glad of that. I was thinking of course I'd have to go to some hotel, and I didn't want to." "And quite natural. You want to be alone until you feel yourself again. I'll find you a good maid, and make everything smooth for you. You're not to fret about anything, and if you're troubled you must come right to me." "You're awfully kind." "Don't look at it that way, please." "How can I ever thank you?" "Oh, we'll talk that over some other time." Arlington removed his hand from her shoulder and went back to the table, upon which he had deposited a bundle of newspapers. "There's no doubt of your success," he pursued soothingly. "Your notices are the finest I've seen in years. I brought you the lot of them in case you care." Joan uncovered her face and looked up quickly. "Oh, do let me see them!" Arlington placed the papers in her eager hands. "They're all folded with your reviews uppermost." "Oh, thank you ever so much." But in the act of opening the bundle, Joan hesitated and let it fall into her lap. "There's nothing about?" she questioned fearfully. "No, and won't be," he promised. "Besides, these were already on the presses by the time it happened. You needn't worry," he resumed, moving to a window and looking abstractedly out, hands clasped behind him. "The affair will be kept perfectly quiet. Everybody's been seen and fixed, except the Cardrow, and the doctor has already given us a certificate of death under the knife, operation for appendicitis, imperatively required at an hour's notice. By the way, I don't suppose you know, but Marbridge didn't leave any papers or anything of that sort lying round here, did he?" There was no answer. He heard a paper rustle, and looking round saw the girl with her attention all absorbed by one of her notices. "Well," he said after a moment, "I'll go and have a talk with that maid, Sarah." "All right," she returned abstractedly. "You're all ready to leave when I've fixed things up with her?" "Yes," she returned, without looking up. He hesitated a moment by the door, remarking the flush of colour that was deepening in her cheeks. Then, with a mystified shake of his head, he left the room very quietly. She remained alone for upwards of half an hour, in the course of which time she read all the reviews once, and some of the more enthusiastic twice. Then carefully folding the papers she put them aside and sat thinking. She thought for a long time without moving, her eyes shining as they looked ahead, out of the stupid and sordid turmoil of yesterday into the golden promise of tomorrow. She thought by no means clearly. with a brain confused by praise and sodden with fatigue. But above the welter of her thoughts, a single tremendous fact stood out, solid and unshakable, like a mountain towering above cloud rack. She was a success. End of Chapter 39. End of Joan Thursby by Louis Joseph Vance.